I love playing Jetpack Joyride, but I never thought I'd be in it. Oh, hello there. You know, you could save even more coins by switching to Geico. Probably easier than this, mate. You're gonna wear yourself out.
Geico. Switch, save coins.
Joyride, but I never thought I'd be in it. Oh, hello there.
We are live, by the way. All right. All right. We are live, by the way. We are live, by the way. All right. Say Lamar. We are live, by the way. All right. We are live, by the way. We are live, by the way. Say Lamar. We are live, by the way. All right. Say Lamar. We are live, by the way. All right. We are live, by the way. Say Lamar. We are live, by the way. We are live, by the way. Say Lamar. We are live, by the way. All right.
Going straight into
We
it.
are live, by the way. We are live, by the way.
Got Berserker, the man sniffing in the background. How's everyone going today? Hopefully you're well. We are joining for the first round. The Stars is competitive comeback club.
We are live, by the way.
Should be fun. We'll see what happens.
Damn it.
Awesome. So the rules are it's a 2v2. Is it like a best of 7?
Yeah. So we've this is a double elimination bracket, is my understanding. We have got first round is Southern. This one is Southern Cross Alliance versus Spectre, is my understanding. The winner of this one will be progressing to round 2. We have got a total of 7 teams participating. Each team does have an opportunity to defeat the enemy. We shall see what happens, and should be good.
Awesome.
We're just waiting for the teams to get ready. Unfortunately, we can't actually see their ships until they're up and running. Apparently, Type All is Southern Cross 9 is going to blind you with the science. So the teams today, quickly going through, we have got Southern Cross Alliance, Spectre, the Yin Yang Twins. We didn't plan for this. 11, Rusty, 11th Hour Bravo, Toucans, PvP Sliders, YTB, Prancing Ponies, Drifters, Well Crap, and Renegade on Ice. So lots of groups of people coming into this one. Each team has 2 pilots. The ship choice is free, and there are no missiles. So we should be seeing some good combat today coming in from the various participants. We'll see what happens. Who's talking?
Who's talking?
Hi, I'm Farisol. Joining me is Maya from Test Squadron, the best squadron.
So in the first team, I believe we have the Rorschach and we have the Pillar of Autumn is on the other team, and the operator. So Rorschach and the operator from TCS, and we have the real Kyle, and we have the Pillar of Autumn on team 2. I think we need a go from the officiator before we can actually see what's going on. And I believe that the fight's already started now.
So sadly, unfortunately, the recently added spectator camera is not behaving very well for us. Oh, there we go.
There we go, and Pillar of Autumn has already killed the Rorschach in a very, very, very quick fight. So, oh damn. So it looks like TCS Operator is still hanging in the back, so I don't think the match has started to officially just yet. I think we're still in the warming up period right now. We didn't actually get to talk about their loadouts and stuff before the match started.
Unfortunately, we are going a little bit blind here. But yes, we have got Pillar of Autumn, 2 kills. Real Kyle, 1 kill, 1 death.
I believe if this was an official match, that would make Pillar of Autumn's team the victors of the first round.
So at the like I'm commenting right now, folks, just trying to work things out.
Apparently, there has been a forfeiture, and Yin Yang moves forward.
Ah, I see.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go to lunch. How's it going? We got is this match going on or what?
So the match had, and I believe there's been a forfeiture, and Yin Yang has moved forward. Right now, we're waiting for one of the officiators to come in and tell us what's happening next.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Do you want me to introduce myself so people actually know who's talking?
Sure.
So, what's up, everybody? My name is Templar1. Some of you guys have probably seen me blasting around Squad Battle, Battle Royale, other areas of Star Citizen and whatnot. I'm joined here with Farsalt, right? And Mir in the Astropub to help you guys understand what is happening! More specifically, what's actually going on with the dogfighting, right? Stuff to look for, exciting things that are going on. Like right now on the stream, I'm seeing some combat. I'm seeing some people getting fragged around. I'm not sure if they're just kind of sparring for fun. Excuse me. Or getting their stuff ready to go. Either way, today should be pretty exciting. We're going to see lots of different combinations. We're going to see, light fighters. We're going to see heavy fighters. We're going to see light heavy fighters. We're going to see medium heavy fighters. And when I'm talking about not the ship itself, I'm talking about the combination, right? So you got a Gladius working with a Saber. You got light, right? You got Hornet working with a Saber. You got light heavy, or light medium, sorry. You got a Vanguard working with a Gladius. You got light heavy. So these different combinations and these kinds of, I guess you could say chess game essentially, because you want to work your angles. You want to work with your advantages, right? Some ships, it's just fact, are better in other areas than other fighters, right? So for example, a Gladius is going to be a much better knife fighter than a Vanguard, right? So we're going to see different teams put stuff together. I'm excited to see what they put on the table. I want to see if there's actually going to be a lot of ballistic loadouts or if we're going to see lots of laser setups, right? And I think it's going to be exciting for us too as commentators to watch this all come together, minus all the bugs and open cockpits and other stuff that's happening.
Definitely.
Right? Good. Talking heads mode it is, baby. So this is the first AC tournament that I think Star Citizen really has put on.
By Star Citizen, you mean this is hosted in Star Citizen, but we aren't hosted by Star.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
What about Space Industries? It's Industries. It's affiliate subsidiaries, or what's it? Hang on, Disco Lando mode.
Red one, Jared. Red one. Obviously, the spectator camera had some issues. I was grabbing some lunch and I came back and I heard Farsalt talking. He's like, it's working, kind of, sort of. Here we go. Right. So I gotta say though, I'm a huge fan of the Saber. Any variant, the Saber Comet, or the regular Saber, or who knows, the different types of variants that are gonna come out down the road. But as an avid pilot, the Saber it's truly, in my opinion, a love letter to ace pilots, right? What do you think, Farsalt? You think it's? Do you like it?
Totally agree. The Saber is a fantastic ship due to its really low profile and heavy loadout. It can really punch on. So it can really deliver that really big punch to start with. Its big weakness, though, is of course if you are caught napping and someone gets a decent view of your top or bottom, you will end up getting pulled apart very quickly.
Yeah. So you are correct. The Saber is obviously a thin skin, right? She's designed for stealth, designed for get in quick, get in, But what ends up happening in reality is the Saber can brawl with the best of them, right? And yes, she does have low armor, but she compensates with really strong shielding, which is pretty awesome. I find personally with the Saber how do I explain it? It's a yaw fighter, right? So you want to cut through space like a knife, right? You want to come in from the side. So if you look on the stream here, we'll notice when it switches to one of the Sabers and what's going on. Look at the physical profile of the Saber, right? Look at how she's designed. If you cut through space on your side, like you're sliding through space, you're giving up a small profile for the enemy to shoot at, right? If you can use that to your advantage, the Saber is an absolute monster. Fixed with 4 size 3 fixed guns, this thing is almost, if not the same in terms of applied damage onto target than as a Hornet, except for it's got the added bonus of being faster, right? So you can control you can control the fight. You have the speed, you have the initiative, you control the fight. That's honestly one of the huge reasons I'm a huge fan of the Saber. And even though I aesthetically like the Hornet more, as a more avid pilot, the Saber gears towards me a bit more because it allows me the flexibility to distance, to engage, to pull apart, and to allow myself to actually control the fight. Because if you can control the fight, then you can fight outnumbered and just be okay. Because you're dictating the range, you're dictating how far or close to get, and it really allows you to be the best you can be as a pilot. Looks like we're almost ready to go here. On the stream,
Awesome.
It looks like it's 2v2.
They're all lined
ready.
up, yeah. So, speaking of the ships in the game, you mentioned the Saber, but we also have a couple of Gladiuses as well. I know that you hold a special place in your heart for the Gladius. Can you tell us a bit about the loadouts that the two Gladius pilots are flying right now? I know TCS Operator has a pretty interesting loadout right here.
Yeah, I noticed that actually. So it's looking like it's 2 Sabers versus 2 Gladius, right?
Indeed, yes.
And this is going to be a light versus light, which is going to be pretty fun. This is going to be a pretty knockdown, drag-out dogfight. So right now we got a Saber. She's got 4 Tarantula size 3s. Now that right away, I don't care what you talk about or what you say, that is going to outclass the Gladius no matter what loadout she has, right? This Gladius that we just switched to just there, the other one is using mass drivers, right? Size 2 mass drivers on the Gladius.
Indeed, that's TCS Operator.
Yeah, TCS Operator with those. And what that's going to allow him to do is it's going to allow him to knife fight. But what he should be doing is I'm seeing right now the Gladius is getting right up and close into his face on those Sabers. And that is not where you want to sit. You're going to make a huge mistake if you think that you can brawl 2v1 against Sabers with literally 3 times the firepower with those Gladius, right?
And I think pilot error there has caused the match to end. So victory goes to the Saber team. Both Gladiuses crashed into one asteroid. So I think MVP there for me has to go to the asteroids.
Continuing to be the most lethal pilots in the verse, the asteroids.
Indeed.
Man, I've never been able to out-dogfight an asteroid. It always wins. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's awesome.
So I think we're pulling out now to the main menu for the next round. So
God, I love those Sabers, man. They're just beautiful fighters. They really are. I mean, they're gorgeous fighters.
They're a very, very potent fighter. As you said, they do have the speed advantage over most ships, combined with a very heavy firepower.
A couple of people are asking just to clarify who won that actual engagement. So I believe TCS was unsuccessful in that one, right?
Indeed, F-13 won by if not just by technicality, but as you were saying, those Sabers did seem to have the upper hand the entire time. The Gladiuses were chased around and unfortunately could not maneuver themselves well enough to avoid the onslaught, and so they crashed.
So you are correct in that, but the thing is, it's not impossible by any stretch of the means to actually be able to engage. Like, so 2 Gladiuses was 2 Sabers, right? You'd think it's actually like there's no way that that's competitive. That's wrong, right? So the mistake was made in the Gladiuses getting way too close, and you'd think that's where I need to go, right? I'm a Gladius, but the thing is, the Saber is still a light fighter, right? People say, oh, it's a medium, yeah, but she flies like a light fighter. So in reality, she's a light fighter. So if you got a light fighter knife fighting with a light fighter, but the light fighter you're fighting against has 3 times the firepower, what do you think is going to happen?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So what should have been done on the Gladius's part was they should have pulled range, right? So you got, Sabers with tarantulas, like they're fighting an uphill battle straight up. I mean, like I wouldn't have brought 2 Gladiuses to a fight like that versus 2 Sabers. That's going to end up pretty bad for you.
Generally speaking, as well, when you're looking at a Gladius, the advantage that the Gladius has is that it's harder to hit. It's a smaller target and harder to hit. So you also want to try to stay away from those harder hitting ballistics as they come in, because those Gladiuses are made of tissue paper when it comes to those to larger ballistic rounds. Oh
yeah. You once those size 3s start landing on the Gladius's frame, it's and the thing is, if you get a lucky shot on a starboard or port thruster, the ship is out of the fight. Like you break the wing off the ship, and at that point you're technically out of the fight because you can't move, you can't turn, you can't fight, you can't circle strafe. You're out of the fight. You've been technically killed. At that point, you can just float around. If that happened in my fight, and I broke a wing off a Gladius, I would turn and start shooting the other guy right away because that other Gladius is out of the fight. He's no threat to me. I don't want to waste time chasing him down and shooting and missing and heating up my guns when I can turn around and help my wingman out. Because the other Gladius at that point, he's just, and at that point, if anything, give the guy a chance to punch out. Like, come on. I mean,
Right.
You beat him.
And,
Like,
While we're waiting on the next round, so in terms of ship versus ship, what's your opinion on the new updates and stuff regarding pickups and repairs and stuff mid-combat in order to keep the combat flowing?
oh, the pickup system, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's pluses, there's good and bad things about it, right? I mean, it's nice because you think about Arena Commander is in lore, it's a game within a game, that kind of atmosphere, and which is cool, it's fine, and you can keep the pickups in it, right? But the thing is, you will never see that in the persistent universe, right? And if people get used to that, they kind of get used to that. It's not. I find it unfair because they're not preparing people for the challenges that they're going to face in the actual game, right?
Right.
And that's like, I'm a big believer in, like, I don't want people to go out in the PU and lose their $10,000 ship, like in the blink of an eye, right? Because what's going to happen is they're going to get used to fighting a certain way in AC, and then they're going to go into the PU, and a bunch of really switched on guys who've been training every day are going to say, you know what, I like your ship more than you do, and I'm going to take it, and they're going to take it, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they're looking around for pickups and for fuel drops and for missiles to spam at people, and it's not going to be there.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So I mean, there's lots of different ways they can fix it, essentially, right? But you can keep the pickup system in. Just change the game mode to arcade mode or something, right? That way you don't have to. They put a lot of effort into putting these things in, so keep it, right? Put it in arcade mode, right? Keep it in. It's fun. Why take content away once it's there? Leave it there.
So we're getting an update now. Sorry to cut you short. Apparently, match 3 results with the 11th winning by 4 points. Rusty 0. So 11th moves forward. Rusty has the ability to redeem in the losers bracket. So match 3 has been concluded. So I'm not sure what the next match we'll be televising is, but match 3, 11th moves forward, and Rusty has lost. I think I'm not sure. Is the what we have above there? Is that updating live?
What we have is not updating live. I have to hand update it, but yeah.
So our current progression, we've got from the Southern Cross Alliance versus Spectre. Southern Cross Alliance has progressed. From Yin Yang versus, we didn't plan for this, we have got Yin Yang progressing, and 11th versus Rusty. 11th has progressed. That means that round 2 for that bracket is going to be Renegade Squadron on Ice versus Southern Cross Alliance, and game 2 of the round 2 would be Yin Yang Twins versus 11th.
Quick announcement, you guys are going to be covering game 6 in a second here, if you're ready.
Alrighty.
Okay,
so
sure.
we'll pop out.
Game 6 being Prancing Ponies versus Drifters.
Get in and watch it. Malagos?
Unfortunately, we can only have 2 people per match.
Okay.
So we can keep it up to 2 people talking, so that way we can reduce the chatter just a little bit. If you want to be in the next one, that's fine, because I think Meyer and Farisalt in this one. So if do either of you, Meyer and Farisalt, want to be in this next one, and we'll rotate out?
I'm good. I suppose we can bow out, and you two can have at it, and then we can split up again after that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I like being in the actual match, because then I can commentate live as to what's going on, so people can see what's up.
Yeah. So as for you guys know, we're going to be switching out the commentators for each match, because there can only be 2 commentators per match. So unfortunately, just kind of the limitations of the game right now.
Sweet, fantastic. It's exciting, man. I like watching these people go head to head, man. And it's I don't want people to kind of get the idea that, like, oh, they're the losers because they weren't successful, right? Every single team that has put their name in and have taken the time out of the day to come here and play are winners, in my opinion. Or really are, because I mean,
they're all winners.
But really, I mean, like, it's this is where it starts, right? Like, people want to see this kind of stuff, and I do. I want to see it. I want to see it grow, man. I want to see a year, 2 years from now, people coming in droves to see the best pilots go head to head, right? Because that's exciting, man. Like, I want people to want that, right? It's intoxicating. That's just my opinion.
Definitely. So with match 6, we have who's in it? Does anybody know the
match 6 is?
Match 6 is the
team composition.
Yeah, the Prancing Ponies and the Drifters. We don't know what the team composition is. We don't know what each team's going to choose. But I think we'll find out there here shortly once we've added get entered to the Arena Commander
Right on.
mode. So I don't know either of these teams. Does any, Templar, do you know who these teams were representing?
I don't see who the teams are actually up right now.
So on the Discord, it says that I believe it must be Renegade Squadron and AIG. AIG being which organization?
AIG being AIG. It's a new name to me. Interesting to see how these guys do. Renegade Squadron, of course, being pretty famous for being on top of the leaderboards in Arena Commander. So we'll see how these other groups fare.
AIG. Let's take a look here.
As we all frantically.
As we all look it up, yes.
Harold, stand by. I'll fight it here.
What's that? What's that, Google? You have no idea. Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
So regardless of organization, in Prancing Ponies we have Kronos and Frog Fury, and in Drifters we have Inni and Betosa. In the last round, we didn't really get to see much dogfighting going forward, but I suppose we could take wages within the commentators. What do you think they're going to be using? Or
I know exactly what my teams are going to be using.
Saber. Yeah, that's all we're gonna see.
Wrong.
No.
Wrong.
Super Hornet, probably,
Super
right?
Hornets.
No, wrong again.
Gladiators.
Aurora LNs. Aurora LNs across the board.
There it goes.
I said it was wrong!
Team M50, otherwise known as this match is never going to end.
No, what you're going to see from some of the Renegade guys is you are going to see glaives. You're going to see the Vandal Glaive, because the Vandal Glaive, as of right now, is actually functioning at a pretty high level.
Right on.
It's hard to say, really hard to say, what's better, the Super Hornet or the Glaive. It really depends on the pilot. I mean, you know, most of the guys that I fly with and spar with on a daily basis, you know, the Glaive pilots, the guys that are really diving deep on those things, they are it's scary. Like, it really is scary. Like, I go against these guys and I'm just like, you get hit a couple times, man, that's it. Like, you're done. You're done. Those are size 5 neutron cannons hitting you.
Yeah, but they also got the key is they have to hit you because they move very slow, and when you fire them, so it's you have to have someone who really knows how to use those things to be able to work properly. So
it does hurt. Like, it's I love the Glaive in terms of how it looks too. It's an aggressive fighter.
I was gonna say, in terms of RS, you know, you've also got we got the firepower. You've also got the color coordination as well, don't you?
Yeah, got to coordinate, right? You got to work together. I mean, you're only as strong. It's like the Spartans, right?
You gotta look.
Why were they successful?
You got to look fabulous while fighting.
Because they accessorized, right,
accessorized.
Templar?
Yeah.
There is a reason why the jackets have come out today, gents.
Yeah.
So apparently we're having a few technical difficulties getting some people into the next match, but that'll be coming through very shortly. So in the meantime,
Braven, stop being corny. Yeah, I'm a huge Glaive fan. I think all the Vandal ships are beautiful. I mean, the guys who did for me, the Blade that's coming out soon as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be an exciting fighter. It's going to go toe to toe with Gladiuses and Sabers and whatnot. It's going to be light.
Oh, hopefully,
it's going to be fast. You know, you got the Buccaneer coming out.
I'm looking forward to the Buccaneer. I'm hoping to see that becomes a competitive ship, just because it's got want something from the Drake line that's actually good.
Do you reckon?
Hello, Temp is Chief in your friends list.
Add Tempest Chief.
Stand by, it'll be fine. I do not have his.
Yeah,
I can add him. Just poke me his handle so I can add it real quick.
Yep. Go ahead and put that in the one of the control, in the 2v2 control, I guess, something that we can all add him.
Let me find it.
Chief Gully.
Yes.
Contact added.
He may have to restart.
Okay, I've added him, so we're good.
So yeah, I'm actually really excited about the new Drake ship. It's going to be. I do think we'll be seeing a continuation of a little bit fragile, but very competent when it's still in one piece. It's just a matter of trying to keep in one piece.
With all the other ships that we currently have fighting, and all the single, just all they do is dogfighting, do you reckon that Drake really has a place though in that kind of tier list? I mean, even if it does come through, do you think? I mean, Templar. I mean, you have the most, I suppose, like combat experience amongst well me. I talking about myself. I can't talk about Farasalt and Esther, of course. But
Well,
in terms of how the other ships fight at the moment, and then in lore as well, I can't see a Drake ship being a heavy hitter, just because of how utilitarian they are and stuff like that. I mean, I can see it. Maybe it'll be able to be a powerhouse, but a glass cannon. What do you think?
Well, I think there's a what's the word I'm looking for? There's a flaw in your theory,
Mhm.
and that is people assume that the bigger your guns, the harder you hit. It's just it's going to be that's the be all end all, right? And you take a look at the Vanguard. The Vanguard has size 6 guns, and it has four
one.
size quote unquote 4 size 2 that fire at a rate of fire and a damage that is mirroring most size 3 guns. So essentially has 4 size 3s nose mounted and a size 6. And eventually when the 2 size 2 guns on the top of the turret are going to be able to be slaved, you're going to have more firepower. So big guns don't always mean the best. And you look at Gladius, right? I fly the Gladius in public matches all the time. You guys are always welcome to watch it, and you'll see me go 14-0 in a Gladius. And it has 3 size 2 guns. It's actually less on the gun side than Aurora's. Some like there are the Legionnaire and whatnot have better gun setups than a Gladius. The Gladius is actually one of the most undergunned fighters in the game, period. And it is an absolute monster. Like, I mean, an absolute monster, right? And you ask, okay, why is this, right? So then we look at the Drake, right? Drake's supposed to be tough, supposed to be fast, right? It's got, if you look at its weapon loadout, it's got guns, it's got teeth. And so what I see a fighter that is going to absolutely dominate in its bracket, right? So if you're in a Hornet and you're up against a good Buccaneer pilot, you're done. Like you're done, right? So you gotta really get your buddy in there, help you out, because that ship is gonna walk circles around you.
I guess the downplay of that one though is going to be that with the Drake ship, as with the RSI line, you don't have an ejector seat. So in the verse, it's a high risk choice.
So
someone was talking about nobody flies the Vanguard because it's quote unquote shit. So that's my opinion, but my opinion stands on this. The Vanguard is not shit. It is less good than it was in the previous patch, but in the previous patch, the reason why I never flew it and I told all my guys to not fly it is because it was so overpowered. Like, it was so good that you're not learning anything, right? You're getting used to something that's just you're driving an F1 car at a go-kart track with a bunch of kids. Like, what do you expect is going to happen, right? So you're not growing as a pilot. You're not challenging yourself. So nobody used it. And now it got the nerf hammer, and it brought it in line with kind of where it should sit. But the thing is, the true power where the Vanguard is going to come into play is you're going to see Vanguards taking on Connies. You're going to see Vanguards taking on like groups of freelancers and whatnot. And those ships and those combinations are going to be truly devastating.
I think we're getting invited in. I just got invited in. So
awesome. I'm waiting for the invite.
So quickly though, I mean, I'm bringing it back to the fight that's coming through in a second. So you mentioned that your boys are using the Glaive, and that to me that seems to be a very unexpected ship, as somebody who's only ever looked at the leaderboards and seen what's what. So I'm really looking forward to watching this fight. But so we have the Saber, we have the Super Hornet, we have the Vanguard. Are there any other secret heavy hitters out there apart from the Glaive?
Well, there's only so many flyable ships right now, right?
That's true, yeah.
I mean, it.
Are you going to tell me that the Herald is good?
Yeah, it's fast. I mean, it's really fast. But that's just the way she works. I wouldn't say there is any secret ships hiding in the background that people are going to really like. I mean, it depends on the pilot. I mean, I've seen guys in Auroras do really well. I've seen guys in Avengers do really well.
And the pilot element is really important, and I suppose we have to wait and see. Hopefully the asteroids don't claim all the kills this time around.
Just watch out for the invisible ones, because that's really frustrating. I'm serious.
No,
stealth technology.
The stealth asteroids are real right now. They are real.
Yeah, because what happens is one person on their screen will knock an asteroid, like the destroyable ones. It'll move, but on somebody else's screen, it will never get replaced. Like it'll just be there, but not be visible. And so you'll just be flying around minding your own business, and smack, and you'll be like, "What happened?" And it's like, "You got killed by an asteroid."
So what's the? Yeah, go on.
It snuck up on me.
Stuck up.
Wow.
It looks like I'm having some issues on my side. It doesn't look like I'm allowed to spectate for some reason. So let me back out and rejoin.
Are both of you in the lobby now?
They invited me to the lobby, but then I couldn't get the actual spectator mode up. So.
Right.
Right here. Sorry, just there's a lot of stuff going on in the background. People talking about different stuff, getting all the teams ready to go. So we keep this pushing forward because you want to keep going, keep people interested, right? You know, keep the matches going, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
So I suppose we kind of have to apologize to the stream chat that are asking, is this where the dog fights are gonna be? Or is this where people are gonna be talking about? Phil.
Yeah. So
Allegedly.
we apologize for this. This is the first time anything like this has been done with Star Citizen, so we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants. But
That's assuming we're wearing pants.
We're wearing
Speak
pants.
for yourself,
I'm sorry. But so
I think I have an icon instead of an actual webcam.
yeah. So we'll be getting into the action as soon as it starts. We actually have the matches getting set up right now. We're at match 6, which is the Prancing Ponies versus the Drifters. The Prancing Ponies, I believe, are Archon Intergalactic, or AIG, whereas the other team is Renegade Squadron. So
The Renegades.
all right, I'll get another invite here. See if I can join.
I gotta know, Mir. What do you like? What's your favorite combat fighter?
So before we
Mir.
continue in our relationship, Templar, it's Meyer. People keep saying Mir.
It is
It makes
Mir?
my soul hurt.
Yeah.
It's Meyer.
Wait, it's
Mir, right? Is that it?
Oh my god.
Or where's Meerkat? Where's Meerkat in the house?
yeah.
So sorry, what was your question again?
So, Meyer,
Yes.
what is your favorite combat fighter and why?
My favorite combat fighter at the moment, I believe it would have to be the Aurora LN. And
The Aura?
the Aurora LN is my favorite combat ship. I mean, it's not the best combat ship in the game by a long shot, but I suppose in its bracket of starter ships, I just love the way the LN feels. And it's very, I don't know, it just feels like a heavy ship. It's got a bunch of guns. It can stand its own. I mean, like, it can run away really well. And, with a bit of finesse, you can stay alive and your friends can come help you. But I love the Aurora LN, dude.
I do kind of miss the ability to upgrade the shields on the Aurora. It made it into a really capable ship for quite a few patches there. They did, unfortunately, remove the ability to equip a different size shield until they do revisit the techniques they're using.
Yeah.
Basically, previously, you could put the Super Hornet shield on there. You get 4-panel shields, just way too much shield for that ship, and it made it nearly unkillable.
That's overpowered.
Yeah, and I'm sure
overpowered.
I'm sure once we get item 2.0 in and we get our components back into the game as well, and all those variables get added to the game, we're gonna see a whole different, I suppose, just competitive scene, because people will be able to just tweak those ships the way they want to. So certain ships will have, well, I suppose, a better chance really in fights. I mean, I'm not saying that we're gonna see the LN, stand its own against the Saber one-on-one, but I suppose it'll definitely change things up. For one.
Like Yoko says, Ellen is great until you get shot by a stray desinking bullet through your cockpit. Yeah, I think some of us in the ASIC community definitely know what that feels like. And if some of you haven't experienced that, you're really missing out.
So I guess my question to you, Templar, would be, once modularity comes in with item 2.0, I mean, right now we have our ships and they all have their very concrete numbers and they can't be changed. And so things are very objective in terms of what's good and what's bad. But I suppose once we get item 2.0 and you can tweak your ships more to your your flavor, your suiting or whatever, what would you do? What would be your ideal ship in terms of aesthetics, and then in terms of the way it flies, and then how would you tweak it to make it the Templar ship?
Ooh, well, I think your question is flawed, and what I mean, and I don't mean that in a rude way.
Oh no, go on.
I mean that in a way that you have to understand roles, right? Every ship has a place to sit, right?
Oh,
so
definitely, yeah.
You're not going to use a Hornet to haul stuff. You're not going to use a Hornet to mine stuff unless you're mining people's emotions. You're not going to use
Mining for salt.
You're not going to use a saber. You're going to use it for stealth, right? You want to So yeah, there will be some ships that I really, really like, and I gravitate towards, like the Gladius and the Saber and the Hornet, and the F8 Lightning and the Mark II Hornet. Oh my God!
So good.
I suppose if you forgive me, so if I can rephrase my question, so for the purpose of, I suppose, this competition right now, so dogfighting, what would be your ideal ship for dogfighting? With, let's say, item 2.0 in, and we have a bit more modularity with what you can do with missile defenses, shield defenses, armor, that kind of thing. Well, what would be Templar 1?
For right now, the Saber, right? For sure. I mean, the signature system's not even implemented properly yet, which means the Saber is going to be a lot harder to get a missile lock onto. And when finally they get around to rebalancing and remodeling and just kind of revisioning the whole missile system in general to make it more skill-based and more fun and more rewarding, the Saber is going to be more difficult to lock on, right? The Hornet's got a big signature. It's big. It's thick. It's an angry bear with tons of fucking armor. I mean, it's the Russian Sukhoi in Star Citizen, right? The F-22 is the Saber. And that's its, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not protege, but it's visionary kind of partner. I prefer the Saber because it's fast, because it's stealth, because it has an amazing weapon loadout. I mean, all those things combined allow you to have a high skill ceiling, right? If you're gonna eventually take some hits on the occasion, that's fine. But I mean, my opinion, the best armor is not getting hit, right? And if you can learn to range properly with the right weapons, and kite properly with the right weapons, and brawl properly with the right weapons, getting hit starts to be a lot easier, right? And if you can maximize that, Gladiuses are even easier for that. But now you just got to make sure you have your good G-force discipline. Make sure that you're not blacking out on every corner. Make sure that make sure you're using lag pips, not lead pips, and why you're using that, and understanding the difference between predictionary and reactionary based flight. Once you start to really get a handle on that, you're going to gravitate towards the Saber. It's just a fact, right? Because the Hornet doesn't have the maneuverability just based on its design, right? The Saber will always be faster than the Hornet, which means you technically can always have a higher skill ceiling with the Saber.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so I apologize about these delays, guys. We're still trying to get everything worked out. Star Citizen is doing what it does best right now, which is not work properly. So we're getting everything set up. It's just takes some time,
We if this one does fall apart, by the way, folks, it's going to turn into a Hellion tournament.
Yeah, Hellion.
We'll see what happens.
So we're doing Kerbal Space Program tournament. That's how this is going to work.
Also, I'd like to clarify, to simplify what Templar was just been talking about. It can be simplified into a really straightforward saying. It's dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge.
Yeah.
Mixed with aim. Yeah, but I mean, there you go, right? So, I mean, I love the new flight model. I really do. I'm not a huge fan of how Afterburner's kind of setting up right now, just because there's some little glitches with it. But theoretically, it should be able to grow and be better than it is now. Because at the end of the day, we need some form of mechanic to allow us to get those higher speeds. But we also want to keep the fights closer so that you have that kind of Hollywood type engagement. Oops, stand by.
By the ghosts.
Yep, sorry, I'm just running up.
All right,
so we're going in now.
We've got Saber, and Super Hornet. All right, we're going to go live right now. So,
okay, I guess they're bringing Sabers in for this one. I think the other Renegade team is bringing the Glaive in. So Frog Fury using the Saber, yeah. So awesome. 2 Sabers. This is going to be exciting. The Hornet right now is actually performing above its weight class, and the reason for that is its jerk profile. And a lot of people are kind of questioning, well, what is a jerk profile? And I can go into like some detailed scientific way to explain it, but essentially it's thruster shunting, which means it takes time for your thruster to move to a new angle and then to provide thrust on that vector. And it just, it's doing it so fast that you can literally just press AD on your keyboard, and the ship is going to go left, right, left, right, left, right. And you can't predict that. Like it's an FPS in space. You know, but it's not to the point where it completely outclasses everything that you can't even kill it, and it really depends on the pilot to really utilize the jerk profile that bad. But the Hornet it's scary. This patch, it is truly scary. So if you're flying the Saber, you got to really be careful.
Looks like we've got at least one Gatling gun build, including the good old Death Gatling ballistic cannon on the lid on that Super Hornet.
He looks like he's rocking all ballistics with this.
Yeah, I'm just going into spectator mode now so I can actually get a handle and see what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, miniguns for days on that Hornet.
All right, so we got a Gladius, a Saber, Hornet. I think the Gladius is a spectator.
The Gladius
So what
is
do we got
the is the official. We do have an official
The
for
official?
all these matches. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Good. So we got, let's see here. Panther Saber. Ooh, beautiful setup. Tarantula Saber. Nice setup. And we got a Mantis Revenant Hornet mixed with another, what is this? My movement's not even doing it now. Looks like another Panther Saber. So 2 Panther Sabers, a Tarantula Saber, and a Ballistic Hornet, right? So Mantis, Ballistic Hornet.
That would be
that's gonna be tough with the Hornet. Oh, that's gonna be tough. And what do we got here?
It's going.
Yeah, looks like we're fighting. Okay, so we got a Panther and a Tarantula mixed Hornet, or sorry, mixed Saber loadout right away. And I can tell you right now, we can see Frog Fury moving in with the Panther Saber. He's cutting through space on his lateral access.
Oh,
boom,
and there
got
goes
him
the
right
Hornet.
away, right?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you why that Hornet went down so fast in just a second. So we're switching again, and boom, just like that. 2v2, it's out of the fight. Okay, so that was really fast.
Yeah, that's how quickly these matches can go, guys.
And I'll explain kind of what happened there. Obviously, the Hornet went down super, super quick. And we ask ourselves, well, why did the Hornet go down so bloody quick? A, it's Mantis Hornet. B, it's being attacked by Panther Saber. And the guy let him get too close, right? So 3 mistakes in a row. First mistake, we're talking about he's a Mantis Hornet. So as much as people love using Gatling guns, they are a lot of fun, but they're slow. And they have a spool up time, which I disagree with, but that's not my position to say. And the problem with spool up time is you might only have a quarter of a second to make a shot, because that's all he gives you. And if you can't make a shot in a quarter of a second to get those shots on target, you miss your opportunity, which means you have to go into what I call a circle strafe, and you have to get close, and you have to maintain target acquisition on the guy you're shooting at the whole time to maintain the stream of bullets that are just coming out of your Mantis Hornet. So the problem with that is we do in Renegade, we call shoot and scoot, right? So what happens is you get lined up on someone, you know, you're doing your left rights, you're up down, you're doing your box strafe, and you get a shot lined up, that quarter of a second, here it is, bang, take the shot, start boosting, start moving in another direction. What happens is that Mantis Hornet is going to start bursting. He's going to start shooting at you. And what happens is he might get a hit on you. He might get 2. Hell, he even might get a 2-second burst on you, but it doesn't matter. Okay, new match starting again. So here we go. Mantis Hornet's coming in. He's shooting at that Saber. That Saber isn't even turning towards him, which is a big mistake, right? Boom. Star rate's down. So
yeah.
That was a huge mistake on the Saber. He didn't even check behind him, which is a huge problem. He might have even blacked out too. So here we go. We got Darkstar / Frog Fury coming in on that Hornet. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. Yaw fighting, right? Boom, nice and close. He's cutting through space on his side, and he's getting nice and close, right? So there we go. Another Renegade win. 2 guys down, but Star Wraith lost it because he got 2v1s, and he didn't realize it fast enough. And that's where the Mantis Hornet's going to shine, right?
Yeah,
so
it's an ambush fighter. The Mantises are really dangerous close up. Yeah, but that's the other thing is they have to be really close up in order for them to do the best kind of damage they can.
Yes, right. So it was good communication on the opposite team there. I'm not sure who the opposite team is actually their handle, but we'll get that in just a second.
Those guys are the AIG, the Archon Intergalactic team.
Archon. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I know those guys. Good. Okay, so that's a good example of the Mantis Hornet doing what it's exactly what its role and it's defined to do. So the Mantis Hornet's not a duelist. And what I mean by that is it's not going to give you the advantage when you're fighting 1v1. You want to line up on someone who's not expecting it. You want to.
One second, I'm trying to get the audio to function properly. It's decided to go crazy. Hello, hello. Let's see if this is working or not. Ah, damn it. Okay. There we go. You should be able to talk now.
Okay, so they can hear us then?
Yeah, they can hear us now.
Fantastic. Awesome. So here we go, coming in. Saber on Saber dueling, and what's happening right now, like I said before, is that Hornet's trying to line up, and he's trying to get that 2v1 going on, right? So what should be happening is the Hornet that's getting, or sorry, the Saber that's getting 2v1, okay, he needs to back off, right? He needs to distance, he needs to create range, he needs to get those shots coming out of that, boom, there it is.
Just got Vitosa.
First thing that happened, that Mantis Hornet went down, just like I said, right? So here we go, second guy coming in. Now it's a 2v1, the Saber.
Over with, yeah.
There we go, right? So Starwraith went down, he took a little too much damage from that Mantis Hornet, and now we have a 1v1 down to Frog Fury and I, and there we go, Frog Fury takes the win, and there's the kill, right? It's the first 10, 20 seconds of that fight, man, that is so important, and you gotta communicate, you gotta talk, you gotta tell your buddy, I'm getting 2v1, you gotta distance, go defensive. Because if you get 2v1 in this game, man, you are done. And a Mantis Hornet's not going to give you a second chance, man. It's going to cut you up fast.
No,
we call it the chainsaw.
Yeah, I believe that's the match. I think the Drifters have lost. They've dropped into the losing bracket. And the Prancing Ponies will go on against the PvP Sliders. So.
Awesome. So, like, was it any surprise, really, that that the Sabers with the Panthers just ripped through those other ships?
So we had a ballistic Saber and a Panther Saber, and
right.
That's Sorry, continue.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's and the combination of those two is really what that 1-2 punch is. That really matters.
Yeah.
So.
Again, the Mantis Hornet, despite the fact that it is a little bit weak once you're up close and personal, what it is quite strong against is ballistics, because it's got that 1/3 damage reduction against ballistic weapons once they get through the shields.
Oh,
and
the match is actually continuing on right now. I thought there was.
Is it really?
So I think best, so they have the fourth match to do, right? So the fourth.
Oh, it's the fourth one.
So here we go, coming in.
It's best of 7, correct?
Yeah, okay, so again, Mantis Hornet's coming in, he's lining up on the Saber, who, again, is not addressing the problem that he's got a Saber on him. Or, sorry, he's got a Hornet on him. So I bet you any money Starwraith's going to go down, because that Hornet's going to rip him up. So it really comes down to who's going to get taken down first here. Once you get that momentum, right? Here we go, coming in again. Oh, see, now the Hornet's in trouble, right? Because he's got a Saber right up on him, and he's not
got no backup,
he's not addressing the problem, right? He's not going defensive. And so any second now, he's going to go down. I give him 3-4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. There he is. Yeah. Boom. Just like that, right? You can tell how fast these guys are going to last when you get in 2v1. If you don't go defensive, you will die. It's a matter of time.
GG.
Yeah, very much so. That was brief but satisfying.
Brief but satisfying.
Brief but satisfying. So much you could go with that. So much could go with that.
You know what? But that was good though, right? Like the guys on the Archon team, like they fought hard, right? I gotta say, the guy in the Mantis Hornet did amazing, right? So I mean, hats off to him. You gotta give him where credit's due, right?
I mean, he's definitely it's not a bad build. It's just, and he actually did get a couple kills out of that. So the issue is, of course, more of as you said, it's training and practice to make sure that if you're using that build, you're using it properly.
Yes.
So
yeah, absolutely.
So what we were discussing, I think, was it before we were on air about in 2v2s having one ship using ballistics and the other one using kind of like lasers in order to check all your basically check all your what's the word? Somebody help me. Yeah, cover your bases. That's the one. So to cover all your bases, because you don't really know what you're going up against until you start the game. I'm kind of disappointed though, Templeman. You mentioned glaives. We didn't see a single glaive.
Yeah, I'm waiting for these.
Don't worry, it's coming. Let it go to the higher brackets. You'll see.
Didn't see a single glaive, my friend. You're
We're
like,
still on the first bracket, by the way, guys. This is.
Well, I know for an absolute fact, my team, the guy that I'm with, is going to be in a glaive. So you're going to see it.
Okay. All right. So, can you tell us what to look out for with the glaive stuff? Once you guys are inside, since you're not going to be here talking.
To look to look out for how to fight a glaive or how to fly a glaive. That's the difference.
Well, what should we be seeing you doing? Like, how should we be looking for you when that comes up?
Okay. Well, it seems like a broad question, kind of how to fly the glaive, right? So, there's things you should know. Like again, a class of ship, right? Understand what its purpose is. So the glaive is a good duelist, but if you 2v1 the glaive, man, you're in trouble. And what I mean by that is most ships are going to struggle in the 2v1, but the glaive will struggle a lot more because it's not fast enough. It's big. It's really big. It's got big wings. It's got big guns. And so it's going to fight 1v1 on somebody because it's basically drawn its swords. It's like, I'm going to fight you, right? But, if even a Gladius lines up on this thing and starts picking away at it, if you knock one of its guns off, it effectively loses half of its power. There's 2 size 1s on it as well, but they do essentially nothing. Like, they don't line up, so the ESP doesn't line up with them, so they never actually apply to the target, and they just get in the way. So the size 5s are really the only ones you should be concerned about or even line up on. And so that confuses a lot of pilots. Is you got this beautiful ship, you got all these guns on it, and half the guns don't line up with the lag pip, which means ESP is going to have problems. And 2, they don't really do a lot of damage, but people think, oh, I should hit with them too. But you're wrong. You need to hit with the size 5s because those are the only ones that actually do enough damage to kill anything relatively fast. So, and again, trigger discipline. If you miss with the glaive, you're dead. I mean, it's that simple. And that's why some people probably have a lot of trouble with it, is because you miss with the glaive 3 or 4 times. It's like you haven't shot anybody, and that guy could be lighting you up, right? So the best way I can explain the glaive is it's not so much a glass cannon, because it is tough. It just can't shake damage. Like, it's going to get hit a lot.
Right.
You just have to accept that.
So the next match that's going to be on here is Yin Yang versus 11th. I'm not sure up on there which bracket that is. Can
I'm going to put my money on 11th. My money's on 11th.
That's round 2, bracket 2.
Right on.
Yeah. The
Yin Yang Twins versus 11th.
So Lucky Coast says it's plenty tough. Yeah, it's tough, but it's not going to shake damage. Like, it's going to get hit.
Yeah.
So think of it like the Vanguard, but a smaller, more fast version of the Vanguard with technically less firepower. But the difference between on-paper DPS and applied DPS is, are you applying and are you putting those guns and are they hitting the target? That's really what it comes down to. It doesn't matter if you have a one-shot gun that kills everything all the time and the DPS is like 90,000. Oh my God. If you can't hit anything, it doesn't matter. The guy that's got 50 DPS, but he applies it all throughout, the 20 seconds of the fight, he's going to win. Like, that's why the Gladius does so good, because it applies all of its damage.
It looks like we have got a winner in in bracket 4, round 1. Wellcrap is going up against 11th Hour Bravo in round.
That looks right, and it looks like if we're looking at the next big match, we have Renegade Squadron on Ice versus Southern Cross Alliance. The Yin Yang Twins versus 11th. Wellcrap versus 11th Hour Bravo. PvP Sliders versus Prancing Ponies. And then in the losers round, we have We Didn't Plan for This versus Rusty. And YTB versus Drifters. So we'll be covering those losers rounds as we need be. Where we're just going to be bouncing between rounds until we get towards the end of the winner and losers bracket kind of finalities there.
And remember, guys, to contribute towards the tournament prize pool, all you need to do is hit the link that's now in chat, and your donations will go towards the victors of today's stream. I believe first and second place are going to be splitting the pot 70-30. So
that's correct. Yep, as it stands right now, I believe it's around $110.
So suppose. If it was me, I'd duel my teammate for the chief cut.
Death by honorable combat, for that. The Aurora fun.
All right.
I'm just hoping that some team somewhere brings a pair of Aurora LMs to this team. To this fight.
better.
I want that joke Japanese game show entry where it's like the comedian who just show up. Don't make me do it. I'll do it next time. Just bring my my Aurora LNs to the fight.
Bring your ES.
Yeah.
See how fast you last. Yeah.
I don't know. With no missiles, the Aurora.
Yeah.
The Aurora doesn't have much firepower to start with. Removing the missiles makes it worse.
Mm-hmm.
However, putting 2 size 3s on the top of the Aurora series now is quite satisfying.
It's asking about Wellcrap. Wellcrap is 11 Braven Tooth and 11 Snake Eyes, unless they've got someone different. It's just Braven.
Okay, so that's actually my fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay.
All right.
We're waiting for. So we're waiting for our next match. It'll be Fairasult and Meyer will be our commentators for us.
Hello.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
So don't expect the level of technicality that you had with Mr. Templeman in chat now, but we'll try our best. I can't promise any countdowns here. Yeah.
We'll make calls. We'll make completely wrong calls, but we'll make calls.
So wrong calls. Yeah.
We are often wrong, but never unsure. Said with absolute certainty and no basis of facts. So as we move up towards this one, now hopefully we'll be seeing the Glaive come out this round. Glaive, it's a ship which I love the Glaive because of its aesthetic appearance, but I don't love the Glaive from fighting with it.
I suppose that's what we were talking about before with, I suppose, and this comes as no offense, but with player skill and player experience with those ships, I mean, I've tried to use the Glaive before, and it is scary to fly it because I'm so bad at it too. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how good pilots actually use them. You know what I mean? Like, it should be really interesting.
Oh yeah, no, I was intrigued that they said Glaives just because it's not one of those things you see on the leaderboards a lot. You see mostly Super Hornets and Sabres and such. So.
It seems like an ace up their sleeve because they only tell you, what one ship they use on the leaderboard, so you automatically kind of think that's the ship that they're all using all the time. But, underneath all that, they're using all the ships, really, and learning and, min-maxing and all that kind of stuff and truly understanding how they work. So it should be really interesting. So,
question from Sergeant Jokic, is this based on points or kills? This is based on kills. You have both teams will spawn in. You have to eliminate the other team, and it's first team to get 4 wins.
Yep. So sorry, Yin Yang versus 11. So who's in Yin Yang? Who's in 11th again?
In Yin Yang, we have
check my sheets.
We have Porcupine 666 and Malin.
Sure.
Both which is the Renegade Squadron. Apologize. And
it's not on my sheet. Great.
Awesome.
I'm actually not sure. Yin Yang Twins is Porcupine 666 and Malin.
Right on.
And my internet connection.
I believe I'm muted. That's the reason why. And then the 11th is Yannick 1 and Cigna. So definitely looking into that.
Awesome. So yeah, do we know what ships they're going to be pulling out this time around? I mean, have we seen them fight? Arsenal? You just turned into a robot there, Farah.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, sorry. Yin Yang was Porcupine 666 and Malin. That was what I was saying just a second ago.
The 11th is apparently Braventooth and Templar 1. Okay.
I see.
Because
Yes.
what it says on here is the 11th is Yannick
Raven and
Cigna.
Snake.
But
Okay.
Right, I think things may have been
well,
like
Crap
jumbled
was
around a bit.
Raven and Snake Eyes.
Right.
Teams get kind of
Okay.
jumbled in here at the 11th hour, so.
At the 11th hour, is that a pun?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Apparently, there are two 11th teams. That's why people are a bit confused. All right.
This match is going to be definitely is the 11th versus Crap. Crap is the other 11th team, which is Raven and I guess Templar.
Gotcha.
So.
So I don't know. I find myself secretly hoping that we also see someone bring in the M50 team, just because the round is actually going to end if they're facing off against, let's say, Super Hornet.
Are M50 is still viable? They used to be really good with Sawbucks, and back when I used to do AC a lot, like they used to be super viable, and you'd see people on the top of the leaderboards all the time. I don't think they still work like that. No, this patch,
No.
they don't do enough damage, right?
Correct. They just don't seem to have the power plant to back up the size 2 weapons anymore, which is a shame. They're still good, don't get me wrong,
Right.
but what they're good at is not being hit as opposed to dealing out the damage.
Right.
It does, again, depend on pilot skill, though.
So
I've
M50 versus, say, a Vanguard. I mean, like, sorry, not a Vanguard. I don't think Vanguards are allowed on this in this competition, are they? But an M50 versus a Saber. Do you reckon we'd actually see an outcome if the M50 pilot was good?
I think we could see an outcome. The outcome may be that the Saber pilot just ejects and gives up.
Right on.
F this, I'm out,
Yeah.
I can't target this thing. I'm done. Bye.
So again, unfortunately, guys, we're having a few matchmaking issues. But once we get that sorted, we'll be back in and we'll be able to broadcast the match. So these are two Renegade Squadron teams, correct?
I believe what we're seeing for this next match is Yin Yang Twins versus the 11th. I do believe that they're all Renegade Squadron. They may be something different. I don't know if the 11th is actually Renegade, like a Renegade subsidiary, or if it's its own thing.
I think team names are completely separate because the ponies were Renegade as well.
Yeah.
Either way, I believe we're about to see some Renegade Squadron Civil War, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. What with all the practice that they do in Arena Commander for sure.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking at some of the scores here, and it looked like 11th Hour Bravo beat the Toucans by 1 round. It went down to the last round for them before they won.
Oh wow!
So. It'd be interesting to see. Current standings, it looks like it's Renegade Squadron on ice, Crap, then PvP Sliders, then Yin Yang Twins, then the 11th, then Prancing Ponies, and lastly 11th Hour Bravo. They're ranked currently last in the list of
Awesome.
the winning teams. So we'll see how this goes. Definitely interested in seeing that.
11th is not RS, but there are good friends. Ooh.
It's the RS EU version. Okay.
Okay. Either way, it should be an interesting one.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one. Some very good combats should be up and coming. We're just waiting for these issues to be resolved.
Do you reckon? So we know that they're going to be using the glaive. We know that the glaive, as it stands right now, is a pretty much you use out of the box. You can't really change anything. Once Item 2.0 comes out and we have a bit more modularity with all the other ships, do you reckon we'll be able to actually customize the glaive as well, or do you think it's still going to be what it is right now?
I think it's still going to be a fixed ship. Because it is, whilst being manufactured by a human-based company, by Asperia, I don't think it's going to be based around the standardized hardpoint system. I don't feel that they will have designed it to have human plug-in weapons. They've just
Okay.
basically replicated the original ship as best they could.
Right on. Cool.
But,
Okay. Just wondering because right now, I mean, I'm expecting to see these glaives come in and just own the game. But you know, I
We'll see.
suppose once Item 2.0, I'm expecting it. I mean, like Templeman's kind of set me up for some kind of like
Templars has been like, oh yeah, this is going to be amazing. We're just going to wreck face with a glaive. So I'm
Exactly,
also predicting.
exactly.
I'm just going to be the contrarian and predict that we're going to get into it, and Templar will blow up immediately on all four matches and immediately lose. So we can harvest his salt when he comes back on here to commentate.
Yeah, just every round he ends up flying around with just the center section of his ship,
Yeah.
neither wing still attached. First salvo is a pair of ballistic cannon shots to the wing, blowing it off immediately.
Oh,
But,
man.
maybe that's just a commentator's curse.
Yeah. So did we get an update saying that we were going to be watching the 11th versus Yin Yang? Is that the next match we're going to be?
That is definitely what Command has said we're going to be watching next. We're just having issues with matchmaking, I believe. Is that what they're called? Command or control? Central
I think,
control?
yeah.
All right. Control,
voices
come in
in my
control.
head.
Yes, them.
Did they get lost firing their ships? No. The game. Oh dear, Malin. Still firing shots in chat.
All right, so we're being invited right now. So Meyer and Farasalt, be prepared.
Oh, okay. Is there going to be enough space? I think there's like
There
8
should be
slots
enough
in
space
total.
with this people because there should be a total
Right.
of 8. So it's one camera person, one official, four combatants, and
Players.
2 commentators. So there should be enough, just enough.
All right. Well, looking forward to it.
In my mind, I've got elevator music playing.
Only if it's the Mass Effect elevator music.
Oh, Mass Effect! There is a game I'm looking forward to playing.
When is? I mean, I know people have been playing the multiplayer and stuff for it, but when is the actual game coming out?
When
Or
first
is it out? 21st. Okay. All right.
It's much like the Captain's Table, posted on the Astropubs channel. Things get distracted occasionally around here.
Yep.
Welcome to Star Citizen CCC, where we don't know shit.
Alrighty, so are you guys getting your invites? You guys have all added Chief Gully, right?
Yes. I'm just waiting for the invite now. I don't see it just yet. Hey, do you have a link to that this thing up here, the league table?
Oh yeah. I'll give it to you guys in the Zoom chat.
Awkward silence. It's not awkward. It's comfortable.
Comfortable silence. I'm definitely looking forward to this match. I've gotten really revved up, and since there was a lot of shit talking going on in our chat about this whole thing, I'm looking forward to seeing this the results for sure.
I'm not sure if
And as for things like, is this we're not exactly, the CIG's not exactly set up for these tournaments, right? We know, and that's part of the reason we're doing it now, is to work out a lot of these kinks, figure them out, and to give CIG some feedback, because eventually, I think all of our hopes is that this kind of thing will happen more and more often, that we'll see it happen more often, and become kind of part of the community. But it always has to start off one. So
Zerka needs to unready and ready up again.
I need to unready and ready up. All right, ready to go. Alrighty.
Oh, okay.
Now, what do you reckon? If Templar does get defeated in a surge of, shame, will he return? Will we see him back as a commentator?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, regardless of what he does or where he comes, it'd be interesting to see his feedback for the match from a first-hand perspective.
Absolutely. It's always exciting to get those post-match interviews,
Indeed.
which we don't do. We do apologize for the little bit haphazard nature of the stream. Things are kind of being pulled together at the last minute. Yeah. By sometimes, I mean always. Okay, looks like... Ooh. Yes, we've got Super Hornet. Wow.
Yeah, it's a 4 Super Hornet fight, so no glaives. I'm disappointed.
Looks like there's been nothing but lies.
Nothing but lies and deceit coming from Mr. Templar 1.
Super Hornets, we've got Badger builds.
So, in fact, no, this is not Templar 1's fight, in fact. What we're seeing here is Yin Yang Twins versus 11th Hour. From Yin Yang, we have Porcupine 666 and Malin. And from 11th Hour, we have Yannick 1 and Singer. So it looks like I don't think Templeman's fight is going to be televised. At least, I don't think it is.
I've just had a... No, we're good.
You had a nowhere good?
Match? No, I had a nowhere good. It's like
good.
being all good, but not quite.
I see. Is it very much like a right-on?
Kind of.
I see. All right. So it looks like the contestants are all lining up. I don't think that they've started just yet, but we'll see once the first shot is fired.
So
I think in the future we're gonna need some kind of klaxon or like a gong or something. Maybe an Inception horn or a Reaper fart or something. All right. So we have Yannick and Singer lined up. And we have Malin, and I don't see where his teammate is just yet. But once they're lined up, I think they're going to start.
Looks like they are starting.
And they're off.
So we've got Malin rocking the pretty standard Super Hornet build. You got 3 Panthers, 2 Badgers on the lid. This is going to be a lot of gunfire in this match.
Yep, and it seems like...
Malin on the 6. Nope.
Seems like a Mexican standoff. There's no focus fire, and nope, there it is. And Malin is dead. Singer taking the first kill.
We're going to end up with a 2v1 situation again.
So it's Chief Gully now. He's actually stopped firing. He's letting his teammate take the rest of the kill. And Singer's taken out Porcupine, so the first kill goes to Renegade Squadron. Rip.
Yep, first round.
All right.
Looks like we have actually miscalled that one. It was the 11th that won that one. I was taking out Porcupine.
Singer's in 11th Hour. Singer died twice. Well, sorry, no. Oh, my bad. My bad. You're right. Someone fired me.
See earlier referencing? We have no idea what we're doing.
We have no idea what we're doing. So yeah, it seems like 11th actually just destroyed Renegade Squadron's Yin Yang Twins. So the contestants are now lining up again, and I'm trying to get my brain used to the kill sheet here. The facepalm.
The hard part for this is actually the names are not showing properly on the match, so we're not seeing the proper
back to the
names
camera doesn't show the
cameras.
right name, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No, they shuffle the names after the first death, so it's a bit weird. But it looks like the contestants are now lined up, and I think they're about to start going. They're off. Awesome. Okay, so I guess they're off. It's gonna take a while for them to meet up, but let's see what happens.
Oh, they are focus firing. Oh,
all right. Yep.
That's looking quite brutal quite early. With this many Panther and Badger shots in the air.
Up and the first kill. Singer's killed Malin. It looks like it's going to be a repeat of the last fight.
Indeed. Porcupine is trying to play defensively, trying to get out of that line of fire, but he has got 1 on his 6 and 1 in front. Not looking very good for him.
It seems like Singer's teammate isn't going to be chivalrous this time around. They're both firing, and Porcupine is dead. Second round goes to 11th hour.
Again,
It's looking like a one-sided fight, guys.
it's looking like an absolute whitewash here.
Indeed, with Singer claiming all 4 kills. Chief Gully being... Wait, no, sorry, Yannick even being the ever-so-humble support here.
We're just getting ourselves lined up again for the next round.
gonna be
Damasio, that's actually 2-0. 2-0 so far.
Yep, so it's... Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So 11th has 2 kills. I mean 2 wins out of 4 to win the match.
And it looks like the MVP of this round is definitely Signa.
Absolutely.
I'd have to give to Yannick, to be honest, for being such an awesome support this fight.
Hey, you always overlook the wingman, but you know he's been doing a good job of keeping the enemies on their toes at the very least. He's been landing a couple good shots and keeping them focused not on Signa.
Indeed, and now they're lined up again. Yes, one of the setbacks of a free flight fight is that you can't see the points allocated per damage done. So we know that Singer is claiming those kills, but we don't know how much support Mr. Yannick is actually giving to him. And they're off again.
Yep, Yannick coming in behind Signa, letting Signa take the lead on this one. They are doing a very, very good job of communicating. They're making sure they're targeting the same person at the start. Whilst it does leave the second to keep an eye out, so to get a bit of shots in. Fortunately, the time to kill in these Hornet battles does just mean that you can clean someone up and then work on the other person very quickly.
It looks like this fight, it's a bit of a split focus this time around, actually. A complete different fight from the last couple games. We've got Malin's ship torn in half. And I believe if he doesn't play a bit more defensively, he's out. And I don't think I can do a Templeman countdown, but it's seeming like maybe, actually, he might survive this one.
Malin is missing about 2/3 of his ship at this point. Oh, there goes Singer.
Right. Oh, Porcupine takes out Singer. In a very unprecedented turn of events. And Porcupine is dead. Yannick has killed Porcupine. It's now 1-on-1. Yannick's half-beaten ship against
They are in fact
Malin,
both missing a wing at this point.
where their wingmen when they
there we
need
go,
them. And
Malin's
Yannick has
down.
killed Malin. And it looks like another win there to the 11th. It was close, though.
Much closer.
Yeah,
But,
there was
actually,
no
every
focus
ship
this time
being-
around, Farah.
Oh, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Most of the time we do see one member go down very, very early on, which then of course dooms the other player.
I think you may have jinxed them with your talk about how well they were coordinating. You're like, oh, yes, they have been cooperating really well and focusing on their targets. And that time around, it was, I don't know.
Well, we
it was
all know
quite
the
messy.
commentator first is a thing. As soon as the commentator says something, the game is going to go out of its way to make sure it doesn't happen.
Indeed, indeed. But I feel like those one-on-one duels did actually end up making the fight a bit more interesting, all in all.
So,
I just wish that we
especially
could
with both-
actually... yes.
Especially with
Especially
both
with
members
both.
going in with damaged ships to start with. Both of them were going in missing at least, so missing one nose gun.
Indeed.
So
Indeed. This is, however, pretty top-notch dogfighting, regardless of focusing targets and stuff. And they're off again.
Yep.
Just,
just very nice to see quite a the slower match of a Hornet battle as opposed to the ballistic builds being thrown around a lot by the Sabres.
all right, and round 4 has now commenced. It's looking like 2 duels again. Actually, no, there's some focus fire now. Malin is taking shots from both the enemy team.
Looks like Chief Gully is bailing out of this battle, getting some distance, going back in again.
Applying some different tactics this time around, yes.
Looks like again we've ended up with two separate duels. Oh, nope. They're trying to get the
Looks like-
focus fire in.
Indeed, and
There
Melen's
goes
taking
Singer.
out Singer. What's going on? They know Singer is now the MVP, and so I believe they're focusing more than they were before. It's working out for them, though. Can Yannick do it again? Like I said, Yannick is MVP, man. He is support.
Turn around this 2v1 situation. Looks like he's taking quite a lot of hits here. However, oh, Malin cleaned him up.
Oh, wow. Nicely done. And so it looks like the first match has been claimed by the...
I believe
What's that?
the 11th is at 3, and the Yin Yang Twins are at 1. I think that was just the first Yin Yang Twin win.
That's
so
correct.
Yes,
that was the
that's
first
correct.
successful battle by the Yin Yang Twins.
Indeed. So, better late than never. If the 11th won that would have been game.
So Yin Yang Twins are fighting an uphill battle here, but it's nothing stopping them from doing it. We'll see what happens.
So 3-1, it is match point, though.
Yep, they're off again.
And it seems
Porcupine
Porcupine
triple
died.
I believe we've suffered a immediate asteroid kill.
I believe all ships are now hanging in the air. I don't think... What's going on here?
Maybe
I
they're doing a
believe they
restart.
might be restarting the fight. Yeah, it looks like it.
Unfortunately, with the spectator camera, we can't actually view chat, which is how the match official is organizing things. So we are flying by the seat of our, I'd say pants, but
So it looks like all contestants are now regrouping.
yeah. So it's been quite interesting because first 3 rounds went very. So the first 2 rounds went very convincingly to 11th. But then Yin Yang Twins in the 3rd round managed to get it down to a 1v1 with both ships very heavily damaged. And then 4th round goes to Yin Yang Twins. So we'll see what happens. Has 11th buckled under the pressure? Or
seems
will
like-
Yin Yang manage to pull it over?
Yeah, it seems like a sudden change of tactics has helped them pull their weight now. Either way, it's anybody's fight at this point.
But again, the next 3, so the next 4 rounds or the next 3 rounds are all a game point.
Indeed.
If the 11th managed to win one.
Indeed, and they're off again now. And immediately it's a 2v1 here. It looks like Yannick is in trouble.
After burning out of there, trying to get around behind that asteroid.
Indeed, and now Singer is taking the brunt of the damage. He's lost a wing now.
It's getting
Malin looking pristine here, taking pot shots as he wants. What's going on? It seems like a bunch of duels again, and I think it might work out for them.
It has turned into a bunch of duels again. Yannick's disengaging, it looks like.
That was a close one here. I couldn't see who, but somebody just tried to ram Singer, and I think it succeeded. Singer has lost his aft. Singer is out for the count.
Yep.
There he is. Singer is dead. Porcupine claiming the first kill.
Again, so the Yin Yang Twins are managing to pull this one back. There goes Porcupine, 1v1.
The revenge kill. Or the avenge kill, as it were. All right.
This one going to Malin versus Yannick.
And Yannick has
Yannick
claimed it. I
cleans
think
up
that's
Malin.
match point.
That's game point. We're done. Very, very well played by both teams. We had some very, very entertaining combat.
Indeed. I believe that last duel, Yannick was going to win regardless. His opponent was completely shattered by the time it was time for that duel. But wow,
Indeed.
That was a fantastic
Again,
match.
it
we've
was.
seen the power of those energy weapon builds on the Super Hornets.
And
focusing
especially
on what it does very
versus
well.
Super Hornets, the energy weapons are now very, very powerful against Super Hornets and Hornets in general. They shrug off ballistic much easier because of their armor. So that was, and it looked like I was expecting to see some gimbaled action, but it was not a gimbaled action. It was actually It was actually
Everyone was running fixed.
all
of them.
fixed weapons. So that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I suppose that high DPS was probably the reason why those matches, for the most part, were pretty short, especially the first two.
When you've got effectively 3 size 3s and 2 size 2s from each ship, that is a lot of damage to put out.
Indeed. Regardless, I believe the Yin Yang twins did put up a pretty valiant fight, but 11th hour claiming the victory.
Which means that round 3 for the top 2 brackets is going to end up being Renegade Squadron on Ice versus 11th. Should be a very good game.
Right, match 12 is ready for the casters, though. And match 12 is PvP Sliders versus the Prancing Ponies. In the Sliders, we have Pilgrim, X, and Lamaro, and in Prancing Ponies, we have Star Wraith, aka Kronos, and Frog Fury.
It looks like we also have an update on the losers round. The Drifters have beaten NYB, so that they are now going on to face Southern Cross Alliance, who lost against Renegade Squadron on Ice. And then the Yin Yang Twins are now facing the Toucans for that losers bracket.
So who's the second caster for Game 12?
So it's Astro and Farah?
Astropub, Ferasalt, and Meyer, the three casters.
You want us three, or
Okay, that's good.
I guess it doesn't matter to him because Templar is not here. But
Templar's not here, so we can do all three of us will be in there because one of us will have to control the cam. Why don't you, Farah, you and Meyer do the you and Meyer do the this one as well.
So we had some comments actually in chat about the camera system. I don't know how it would affect you, or if you mind, or if you think it would be better.
I can give it a shot, but I don't have a Reliance,
right?
I just feel it would be an extra distraction for the pilots, which is also something we don't want to do.
Yeah,
that's very true.
So we'll stick with this for now. We'll look at things for the future for sure. But for what we got right now, it works for what we need. So, alrighty. So just waiting on that invite.
Yep. They already have a referee in game. Exactly. They have got a referee in game who is in a ship, so they can see chat. Again, unfortunately, it's a downside to the spectator system right now. Is that once you spectating, you can't see chat. You can't even open up like a private chat window. The interface just doesn't exist.
But hopefully, with enough eyes on such community involvement and games like this, CIG might cater their system towards things like this. So in the future, we'll actually have some interesting. Cameras and stuff like that. I mean, this new dedicated spectator cam is a step in the right direction, but it's only early doors. Everything is still alpha.
And we're of course brand new at this as well. So this is the first time anything has ever been done. So we're trying to go with what we know. We've already learned a lot, so we'll know more about this in the future for sure.
Indeed, I think I'm gonna have to go to some Renegade Squadron school and have Sensei Templar teach me a thing or two, because that countdown he did earlier was pretty impressive, and the entire chat was like, "Whoa, nice timing." He's like,
"Blowing our minds, man."
But regardless, it's nice to see damage states and stuff. Yeah. Definitely,
the camera system is very nice. It's a move in the right direction. As with everything, it will mature over time. Unlike us, actually. But I do think it does allow for things like what we're doing right now, despite the fact that we are doing, let's be honest, not the best of jobs.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for chat.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, Lucky Co, that would be a little bit more complicated, because a lot of the systems that you see for professional esports are actually systems being built for that. There's just not that not available right now.
If you've ever seen behind the scenes for esports, I think you might just soil yourself, to be honest. I mean, the studios that they have up there are ridiculous. They have teams of 50+ people, like putting together the feeds, and then you have people like us just sitting in our rooms kind of trying to emulate something similar. I mean, like it would be really interesting, but I think to have even like remotely the same kind of I suppose the ability to swap between the cams, we would need to at least be on LAN for good quality or have really good internet.
Yeah, these kind of
Unfortunately,
options
between the
PUBG
three
does.
of us, it's a bit difficult in terms of flow.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I've actually helped set up those esports broadcasts
real?
in the past, and it very much is a case of, genuinely speaking, the presentation team behind a big esports event is at least 3 people more than the competitor. So if there's 8 competitors, you'll have around 11 people broadcasting. It's
Right.
it gets quite silly.
And we went begging for.
And actually, we actually did talk about. I actually did talk to Disco Lando about this, and he said that their whole setup was complicated. Like when they did their whole thing, it was massive. They were running everything out of switcher boxes and all these sorts of other things. So it's a very difficult thing for them to do. Let alone stuff. So hopefully maybe they'll add some more stuff in there. But thank you guys for that.
So what you're saying is the next one's going to be broadcast from CIG LA?
CIG LA confirmed. Yes, that's what we're going to be doing that from that.
So
we're
just
just
steal our thing.
We're waiting on our next match we're going to be going to. Again, the updated stats are up there on the screen. Currently, in third round, we have Renegade Squadron on Ice versus the 11th. And then we are waiting for the results of Wellcrap versus 11th Hour Bravo and PvP Sliders versus Prancing Ponies to figure out who's going to be.
We're actually
round
coming
3.
in to spectate PvP versus Prancing. I
We're going to
understand.
be doing that. Excellent.
Zerk, I think you need to add Corwin SK and restart.
Who do I need, Dan?
Corwin SK. What ships do you guys main? I mean, for myself, it's Starfarer or Freelancer,
Yeah.
because I love the letterbox. What about yourself,
Astro?
Maya? Favorite ship?
So favorite ship or ship I main? For ship I main, I love to fight the Aurora LN, regardless of if I get destroyed. You know, if I can take off like a wing of a saber, I'm happy with my LN. You know, like
I have succeeded.
exactly. If you can make the God King bleed, then you have succeeded in life, soldier. So yes. What about you, Astro?
I actually main the Super Hornet. That's only because I'm waiting for the Buccaneer to come out. So the Buccaneer will be my main, but it's I run the Gatling build that we saw earlier that was so poorly did so poorly in these matches, and I can say as someone who uses it, it's very difficult to get shots on target properly. So.
Oh well, so back to our previously scheduled technical difficulties.
Corwin, have you added Corwin and restarted
I
after
have.
that? Let Corwin know.
So I don't know if we're going to be televising the losers bracket, or at least once we're done with this, we might be televising at least the semifinals before we reach the finals, because I think whoever wins the losers bracket is gonna be going into the finals. Correct?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
From what I see on the thing here, on the sheet.
I have no idea what's happening. Let's be honest.
The sheet.
Yeah, no. So
Does
I think we're gonna be doing at least the semifinals, and we'll probably do the winners of the losing brackets, and then the finals.
Right.
So.
But yeah, Aurora's for life. You know, it's the best. It's the best.
Aurora, it's a
single-seated-
lifestyle, not just a ship.
Indeed, it's the best single seat missile in the game. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I was going to say we did see a little bit of test squadron usage with that ram to take out one of the ships earlier and knock out the.
Indeed.
So
managed to knock the engines out. It looked like.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. I'm not sure if that was a measured attack or if it was a crash or what, but definitely, yeah, that actually swung the match in their favor.
Yeah, it was the thing that actually that stalled the stalled the Yin Yang Twins enough so that or stalled the 11th enough so that the Yin Yang Twins Yin Yang Twins got that one victory they did, that one victory.
Indeed, in true test fashion, as they say.
When you run out of missiles, be the missile.
Run with the missile. So
again, I'm still viciously disappointed that we haven't seen any Aurora Ellens in this match, in this tournament so far.
All right, so it's got Star Wraith, who's using a saber.
Yes. So again, in Prancing Ponies, we have Star Wraith, aka Kronos, and Frog Fury. And in PvP Sliders, we have Pilgrim X and Lamaro, and these guys are both fighters from Renegade Squadron.
So
breaking news: Lamaro running the Glaive.
The Glaive. This is going to be interesting. Now we finally get to see this legendary Glaive matches. Let's see how this goes.
This legendary Glaive. I get the feeling that Templar has been toying with us this whole time.
Just playing with our emotions, yeah.
He's like, I'm going to make them confident about the Glaive.
All right, so we don't have Pilgrim in the match just yet, but we have Lamaro with his Glaive. Star Wraith is in a saber, and Frog Fury is not in either just yet.
No,
okay, so we have a Super Hornet here.
And Fury saber.
There he is.
There we go. So we've got the Frog Fury and Star Wraith in their sabers, and we've got Lamaro and Pilgrim. Lamaro's in the Glaive, and Pilgrim's doing the Super Hornet. Interesting choice.
Interesting indeed. Yeah. I wonder if they have enough time to change their loadouts accordingly. I don't think so. I think once you're in this in the lobby, you're locked in. Mm-hmm. So it's whatever they've chosen is what they have to deal with. All right, it looks like the match will be starting very soon. Yeah.
Be very long. I find myself always interested to see which loadout the Sabres are going to run, because Sabres have really, I'm seeing primarily two choices from the Sabre pilots, which is going to either be the ballistic build, which is generally speaking the Tarantula GTA 70 Mark IIIs,
right,
or the Panther build, which is just a quad pack of Panther. No, in the first round, I think we saw someone running two Panthers, two of the
we had two
GTA
Sabres,
70s.
one running Panthers, one running the other one. So the match is starting right now.
Yeah, I'm predicting we're going to see a similar like a shared loadout again, where we're going to see one Saber with the energy weapons and the other one with the ballistics, just because you never know who you're going to be coming up against. But we'll see how they fare against the relatively harder hitters of the Super Hornet and the Glaive.
Lucky Keo pointing out that there are Gatling builds for the Saber as well. There are. You can put the 4-pack of Gatlings, but I'm yet to see it in this tournament.
All right, so there is the Glaive spawning in here, looking so threatening, man.
Is it just me, or is everyone just going to sit here and watch the Glaive the entire?
I'm just going to be staring at the Glaive, man.
It's the paint job, man. That paint job on that Glaive is just gorgeous. The art team behind the Glaive really did carry that one.
You have to admire how awesome the Vandal Glaive looks and how awkward the pilot looks flying it.
So
right on.
The Glaive, it really does. It's like Space Luge. It's face in, go for it.
I believe they may be off already. They were lined up and now they're moving.
Looks like match on. We've got that's a 100% ballistic build on that Saber, and the other Saber.
The Super Hornet's got a as a completely energy build.
Looks like both Sabers have ballistic builds. Trying to get eyes.
Yeah, so Lamaro has the ballistic build, and his counterpart, Star Wraith, has the
build. There we go.
Panthers, yeah.
Bad call from me.
Bad calls.
What you gonna do? Yep, looks like teams are getting lined up.
Indeed.
As we continue to see a return of the cockpit open glitch when you're spectating.
I have to say the Sabres looking very, very menacing, lining up right here. It is a really awesome sight in the spectator camera, to be honest.
I am disappointed that we haven't seen many Saber Comet skins around, though. That Comet skin is gorgeous.
It is indeed. All right, so both teams are now lined up. They're waiting for the call of the referee, who is now flying in an M50. Both teams staring themselves down, waiting for the call. Hearts beating, tensions high. When will it start? Farsal.
Soon. So ship choices are pretty much free in this game for most of your standard AC ships. Looks like they're still lining up. Not quite ready.
Yeah, it seems like the ship choices are pretty free, apart from, I don't think the Vanguard is allowed, is it? I think that might be the only ship. Caterpillar, the Starfarer. Okay, and they're off.
Good to go.
Okay. So, again, forgive us, guys, if we get the names wrong. Unfortunately, whatever we're seeing in the spectator camera is not respective to the actual players that you see here in the game. Alpha is Alpha. All right, so the glaive has already started firing. As Templeman says, you know, if you miss with the glaive, you're pretty much wasting your ship.
These things overheat very, very quickly.
They do indeed. All right, so it seems like we've got ourselves a 2-on-1 here. The glaive hasn't actually been taken much considerable damage, and Frog Fury is dead. Yes. All right, so it's now 2-on-1. What's going to happen next? It seems like Pilgrim X is actually sitting this one out. He's being a gentleman here. It's Lamaro now versus Corwin. This doesn't seem like a very fair... Oh, scratch that! Scratch that! I was going to say, with the energy weapons against the Saber, I thought the Saber may have stood a chance, but no. All right, let's see what happens now. Why is the glaive sitting out? Did he crash?
Probably going to be an overheat, actually. Lots of fire early on. The glaives size 5s do get a lot of heat very early, but then Lamar has died to what looks like an
self-destructed. So what do we make of this? Ref, what do we make of what just happened? Shenanigans, man. All right, so it looks like right on. Okay.
So that first round goes to PvP sliders, evidently.
Apparently so.
We're lining up for the next round. Lots of weapons, maybe, possibly.
See, so that would explain it. So it looked like maybe the glaive lost its weapons in that fight, and so he had to just sit out. So it looks like the Saber brothers won that round. I think we'll be seeing more of that in Item 2.0 as well. Once you have the actual ship components doing actual like adding actual parameters to the ship and heat and cooling and all that kind of stuff. Once you lose things like that,
hey guys,
you'll be in for a similar situation.
I'd like to point out that the real MLG, the real MVP is the Astropub for actually getting some sort of an overlay going.
Indeed. All right, it seems like the Saber brothers are now lined up here.
Who's fighting now?
We're currently speccing PvP sliders versus prancing ponies.
Indeed.
Next round is up.
All right, and they're off. So we'll see if that glaive can actually manage to keep his weapons on this time around.
Told you you'd see glaives.
yeah, indeed, we have. But unfortunately, he did not really seem to... he didn't seem to... I don't know, man. I was expecting a bit more, but I suppose he lost his weapons pretty early on.
Well, it depends on the team dynamics. Like I just lost my round because we got hit.
Oh, and the glaive was focused and down. Star
that
Wraith
was
and Lamaro are
very
both
quick.
dead.
So now it's just some Super Hornet on Saber
Hornet on
action,
Saber.
both of which running the ballistic, so the energy weapon builds.
Yeah, are we gonna see a repeat of the last fight? Because that Super Hornet tore up that Saber pretty interestingly. I was not expecting that.
Looks like the Super Hornet is actually missing a wing, so we're short one weapon already.
Indeed. If I were a betting man, I'd say the Saber has got this one in the bag.
Seems
But
like.
we'll see. Yeah, judging by the way the Saber's shields are flaring, though, that Hornet is not doing so bad. The Hornet is actually reversing, keeping the Saber in front of him, as opposed to trying to circle strafe, as you see beginner pilots do quite often.
Trying to reduce the
relative
maneuverability
distance.
advantage of that Saber.
Indeed.
Because the Saber very much has a maneuverability advantage here, and it looks like the F7C may actually have lost a thruster as well, so they might be suffering from quite severe handling issues.
Indeed. Looking at the Saber doesn't seem to have lost anything, and Frog
There
Fury
we
has
go.
killed Pilgrim X.
So the next one goes round to Prancing Ponies from memory.
Yep,
that's one
indeed.
H.
So,
Frog got him, yeah. So what we saw there was a good, you got attacking versus defending fighter, right? So the Hornet was defensive fighting, reversing, creating distance, and the Saber was trying to force his way in as close as he could to get those angles. So that's how it should be done. That Hornet pod was flying exactly like how we want you to fly, because if you let that Saber push in on you and you got someone like Frog Fury or Darkstar who's able to actually get under your guns and stay close to you, you're done.
As we are going back for the reset.
indeed, the teams are now lining up.
Yeah, well, we apologize about the names. Sometimes the biggest issue in this this current build of Arena Commander is that when you're spectating, you have no names, so you can't figure out who is flying what, except for just based off of memory. We do know that the Prancing Ponies are rocking the 2-Saber build, and we know that the PvP sliders are doing the dual Super Hornet and Glaive mix. So,
Indeed.
And they're off. We're just waiting for them to get into engagement distance. They seem to be trying to pick quite an open area for most of the engagements, opposed to the asteroids and risking the invisible asteroid issues.
As somebody who's not very good at actually hitting a target, I like to finesse around asteroids to try and make my opponents have to think a bit more about their environment.
Of course, now that I've said that one, they are actually getting quite close into these asteroids.
Indeed. All right, and it seems to be... Oh,
Oh, it looks like both the Sabers trying to focus that Glaive down quickly.
indeed. We got the Super Hornet trying to take out the Ballistic Saber. The Glaive is in trouble. They know the Glaive has some seriously significant
Glaive's out,
firepower, and
Lamaro's down.
Lamaro is down. All right, it looks like another repeat. They know who to focus, and it looks like that's all she wrote again. The Super Hornet's not really able to protect its Glaive. Oh, but
And
he's
there we
managed to
go.
kill
Pilgrim
Star
X.
Wraith.
Collected Star Wraith, but most likely quite low shields, quite high heat. So we'll see what happens here.
Indeed.
They are dangerously close to some of these asteroids. Up,
And Frog
Pilgrim
Fury
X is
killed
down.
Pilgrim X. Indeed.
Very nice
That's what?
attempt there, but didn't quite manage to pull through with the 2v1.
So that's 2 to Prancing Ponies now, 1 to PvP sliders.
Indeed.
Correct? All right.
We are professional. Sort of. Going back to the restart. That round was actually a very, very solid effort by the PvP sliders, trying to hold off with that the Glaive Hornet combination. Unfortunately, didn't quite pull it off, but it was very, very close.
Indeed. I would really like to see what that Glaive could do if he could just survive long enough to fire his weapons.
Can, of course, fire its weapons very early in, just unfortunately hasn't been able to use them to much effect looks like the enemy team has realized what a big threat that glaive can be. So they are focusing it quite hard.
Indeed. And PvP sliders are now lined up. I believe we're now waiting on the other team.
Looks like Prancing Ponies are also just about ready. So at the end of each round, both teams do get new ships. You can just eject or self-destruct, as it's trying to give it a fair standing for each one, with the exception, of course, of the mind games you play on your enemy.
And they're off again. Again, playing around this large asteroid in the center field.
Looks like Prancing Ponies are trying to hang around this asteroid, bring the fight to
Indeed.
them.
The Sabres, however, have the ships of the most finesse, and so I believe they do have the upper ground here, so they have to play careful. Oh, Frog Fury is dead already! Pilgrim X taking out Frog Fury in his Super Hornet.
Frog Fury's not in the Super Hornet.
Oh. Well.
Pilgrim,
sorry.
There we go.
and
Pilgrim
Pilgrim's
cleared
taking
up
out
Star Race
Starry.
as well. It's 2-2.
2
He's
for
looking very
2.
close up.
That was a
Prancing
complete
Ponies and
mirror
PvP
image.
Slayers both with 2 kills. It is first team to 4 wins. This one's getting pretty close.
Indeed, 2 for 2. I did not see that coming, to be honest. I thought it was going to be a repeat of the last one, but it seems like, yeah, the Super Hornet managed to hold his own, protect his teammate, and get that first kill really, really early on.
I think what actually happened quite early on there was that PvP Sliders guys were trying to, the 2 Sabres were trying to focus down that glaive very early, but the Super Hornet managed to take advantage of it, get some seriously heavy shots into one of the Sabres and take it down early on, which really does happen up. How's the scoring done? It is first to 4, so it's best of 7.
First to 4, best of 7, and after each round, both teams have fresh ships. I believe they're off again. And yes, combat has been started. The glaive again being focused pretty heavily here. He's right in the middle of. Oh,
Lamar cleared him up very early on, though. Lamar cleaning
indeed,
up
Frog
Frog Fury.
too close. And Starwraith is now down, taken out by Pilgrim X. And it seems like, is that it?
Yep, that's it. That's 3-2.
Wow.
That's very, very quick, very, very neat fighting from the Prancing Ponies.
Prancing Ponies galloping away to victory.
So PvP Slayers did come out with the win, but Prancing
they?
Ponies did try to put up a decent fight. Now just lining up for another round.
So just for confirmation's sake, so right now with the spectator cam, we the names are not representative of the fighters who were watching, but the kill cam itself on the top right,
The kill list
is that
correct.
telling us? Is that correct? Okay, good.
Kill list is correct, but the player names are not correct after the first death.
Right. So Prancing Ponies did indeed take that fight. So it's match point now, regardless.
So Prancing Ponies did not take the fight. It was PvP Sliders who won that round.
Sliders did. Right. Gotcha.
Yep. We're making this up as we go along, folks.
We don't know shit.
Indeed.
Okay.
Also, just an update from the background. It looks like in World Cup versus 11th Hour Bravo, 11th Hour Bravo did manage to get the win over the commentator,
Oh.
Templar 1. Looks like this round's up. It's going in with PvP Sliders in their match point. If they do manage to get a win here in that wonderful wonderful Glaive Super Hornet combination,
We'll see if they can slide their way to victory here. Don't
They're really cutting through the competition.
All right, and it seems like the Glaive is actually holding back here, being a bit more defensive. Both sabers are now on him, and he's taking damage. His shields are holding up nicely. One of the sabers actually took some damage. They're crashing into an asteroid again, and Lamaro has taken out Frog Fury.
We've also just seen the Super Hornet slam into an asteroid as well. Looks like it hasn't actually lost any significant... Oh, it may have lost guns there. Looks like it's lost both wing guns. So that's not a good sight.
The underdog Glaive here is actually pristine after being taken out so promptly in the first 2 rounds. Oh, and there it is. Lamaro's taken out Star Wraith. That is game, set, and match.
Two PvP Sliders. Congratulations to PvP Sliders for the win. It was actually quite a balanced game early on until PvP Sliders managed to get a confidence boost from a couple of good rounds.
Indeed. They also played that Glaive a lot more defensively, even though the Asteroids claimed MVP in that last round.
Oh, absolutely. The Asteroids are, and always will be, the most lethal pilots in Star Citizen.
They're the most dangerous pilots you will ever... I've never been able to outfly an asteroid, I'll just tell you that. And I guarantee you, not a single person, not even the best people on the leaderboards are going to tell you that they can outfly an asteroid.
That's it. As we all do fear for the day when they make the asteroids mobile. When they start giving orbital paths to those things, you can literally be hit by an asteroid while stationary.
Yep. Oh... Yeah, that was a fantastic game. Just watching that and seeing that was really well. I could see where the sabers definitely shine.
Yeah. So the Glaive really did seem to be at least being shot to pieces by that saber combo. A glass cannon. Once the Glaive was able to stay alive for a bit and actually call its shots and get some targets in, it was a pretty interesting fight for sure. So I don't know who are you watching next?
I don't know, but we do know that the Renegade Squadron on Ice versus the 11th is still going on. But we do know the PvP Sliders will be moving on to the semifinals, and we do know that the Yin Yang Twins beat the Toucans and Southern Cross Alliance beat the Drifters. So we're now at Yin Yang Twins versus the Southern Cross Alliance in the losers bracket. I'm going to actually start adding the losers bracket to our updates here so we can continue on this. This whole software is actually brought to us by Split Media Labs with Challenge, the guys who make the XSplit and Player.me. It's a fantastic thing if you guys are ever going to be using it. Ever going to be using a kind of a tournament style
bracketing system.
This is a free system for you guys to use. It's just pretty nice.
And again, the winning pot is sponsored by you, the viewers. So currently, I believe we have $110 in the pot. At least that's the starting pot for the victors. And yeah, all donations go straight back to the contestants. I believe for the first team gets 70% of the cut, and second place gets 30%. Third place taking the roundest of zeros.
Really rounding things out. Yeah, so we've got, I believe our next match spectated may be match 19, which is Renegade Squadron on Ice versus 11th. So we'll see what happens.
Increasing the size of this thing so we can get a little better idea about what the match brackets look like.
Mm-hmm.
Suggestions for prizes being the prize should just be an Aurora MR.
ES. The prize should be an ES.
It should be Aurora.
I feel like the final should be done in the prize ship, the ES. Nothing says combat potential quite like 2 longswords.
Hey man, I remember when longswords were the meta. I remember when that was the thing you wanted to use was longswords.
But then, unfortunately, the longswords also became the meta of annoying audio issues.
Yes, the almost as bad as the freelancer cancer. That was bad. All right, so getting invited in. It looks like we're doing Malin and TCS operator. So we're looking at, is this the losers bracket? I'm trying to double check.
Must.
They're doing 11 is done. Well, 11 is okay.
That must be 19. That must be Renegade Squadron on Ice versus 11th. Because 11th is Malin.
And Porcupine, yeah. Yeah, it's 11th. It's 11th versus Renegade Squadron on Ice.
Right on.
So this is round 3 in the winners bracket. First match.
And I still don't have my invite.
It's so lonely.
Lonely.
I suppose push comes to shove, I'll just use the spectator cam here that the Astropub's manning, and yeah.
Get him to invite you.
Yep, thank you.
And I believe we'll be rejoined very shortly by Templar for the incredibly detailed and accurate calling.
Yeah, we're doing a pretty good job, I think, in terms of like just the sheer emotion, because a lot of these guys are doing a fantastic job. It's very easy to see their moves and how they function.
Absolutely, and it's always very interesting to see how matches like this one don't turn into a circle strafe or jousting match. With this level of player, you end up seeing quite a lot of genuinely tactical movement, like in all directions.
Disengaging, re-engaging, focusing fire, and especially with 2v2, you risk, if you focus fire, you risk your one of your ships, if your weaker ship's getting focused on as well. So, could definitely happen. So this is Renegade Squadron on Ice versus Southern Cross Alliance. We've got our
match 17 of the losers bracket. Yes.
Yes. Margo, go ahead and ready up.
I was just writing down the names and the ships because that way
we could keep a head on it. Yeah.
Can you share it with the rest of us?
Can you share it with the rest of the class there, Meyer?
Well, we got Malin in an Avenger, Titan. We've got Porky in a Saber, TCS TCS Operator, in a Saber, and Pillar of Autumn also in a Saber.
So it looks like it's mostly
Pillar of
sabers.
Autumn is in the Comet, so you've got the blue Saber.
Indeed.
All right, we're going to go live to the match right now.
Wait, who is in the Comet? Autumn?
Yeah.
I believe it was Pillar of Autumn was in the Comet.
All right, that'll help us to at least tell him apart from the other two Sabers.
Again, looking forward to seeing a wider variety of ship skins, because it will make calling things like this much easier.
Indeed. All right, so ships are lining up on either side of the map. Again, from Yin Yang Twins, we have Porcupine and Malin, and from the Southern Cross Alliance, we have UNSC, Pillar of Autumn, aka Snake, and TCS Operator.
This is, again, just Battle of the Sabers.
Battle of the Sabers. With
Looks
some
like,
Avengers thrown in for good measure.
Looks like we are seeing quite a ballistic heavy match. I'm actually not seeing anyone running a energy loadout, which is very interesting.
Indeed. So just lining up the ship so I know who's on what side. I don't see... it looks like one of the Sabers is alone right now, so I can't tell whose team he's on. I think he's on... Right, okay. But yes, so this Saber doesn't have any... He's running a ballistic build. This other one is also running a ballistic build. So is the Comet. Yeah, but we got ballistic boats for days, guys. Yep. And yeah.
Match is starting. Looks like. No?
I don't see the Avenger. I don't see Malin anywhere. Do you? Oh, I see.
Saber is supposed to be weakly against ballistics. Sergeant Jockich, that is actually correct. The trick is the Super Hornet does have a 1/3 damage reduction on ballistic damage due to its armor, whereas the Saber doesn't have a damage reduction on ballistic. So the Saber, very much the correct weapons to use running those ballistics. Oh, that was a very quick kill from Porcupine on TCS Operator.
Indeed. 4 more to go. 2v1. How's he going to play it?
I'm guessing briefly.
Pillar of Autumn is actually managing to take them both on. at really close distances. Oh, there he is. He's dead.
Commentator's
one
curse
burst.
strikes again. Immediately after saying you're taking them on, explodes. Fiery glory.
Porcupine, indeed. So yeah, Porcupine taking 2 kills. Yin Yang Twins securing the first victory.
Yin Yang Twins did manage to take them. Why is copy doors open? Backbone, that one is actually a glitch with the spectator camera. It doesn't seem to grab states properly.
Fixed soon, TM.
Oh, silly. The ship we're spectating right now is a Merlin.
It seems like Pillar of Autumn just left the match.
Is that going to be a forfeit, or is that an internet connection issue? Okay.
In that case, I believe we're going to have to hop out.
Yeah.
This just in, we're getting a message from Command, Central Command saying GTFO. All right.
We're going to restart here, but at this point we still have Yin Yang Twins 1, Southern Cross Alliance 0 for this next one. This is the loser bracket, as you can see up here. So it's interesting to see how this works out. The winner of this match will go on to the loser semifinals, and then whoever wins the loser finals is going to go head-to-head with the winner finals for the final victor. So
for the final.
Yeah. The final.
And that was the Merlin. The Merlin is a sexy ship. It is a great ship for administering that kind of stuff as well. Like, because it just looks like a judge's ship. Looks like a ship you'd see a judge fly in a competition like this.
I mean, I'm also personally looking forward to the Archimedes, which is the same ship in white with an intake on the front. It's very nice.
Indeed. I believe it also has some kind of special boost, unless they've changed what they mentioned about it before.
Like so it has regenning boost.
Right.
The Merlin has a limitation right now as a stub fighter that it won't actually regen any boost after you use it, whereas the Archimedes will actually get its boost back after you.
Right on. Okay. All right, so guys, we're now waiting for matchmaking again, and once that's done, we'll be in for the losers bracket. So is that confirmed, Astro? Is that first point given?
First point is, I still believe, at the... I'll double-check that, but I believe the first point is still at Renegade, or the Renegade Squadron's Yin Yang Twins are still taking that first point. So.
Yep.
Right on. So apparently the cause of the mishap was a desync bug. So I'm not sure whether or not we're actually going to be calling it. I'm just getting a random PM from one of the contestants. We'll have to wait until one of the judges confirms or calls. Again, this is Star Citizen Alpha. Very much.
Big notice, Alpha. Not final content. Your experience may vary. Just getting invites into this match. We should be up and running fairly soon.
So, nice weather we're having here today.
In space. Yeah.
In space, yeah.
So it's not very nice weather here in Sydney. It's been raining for the last week and a half.
Oh yeah.
Very unusual.
I'm actually kind of curious as to why they're choosing the Saber the Saber Comet over everything else. That's an interesting thing.
The Comet is exactly the same ship. There is actually no hardware different on the ship except for the skin, and the default loadout.
Okay.
Is that confirmed by the spreadsheet, boys?
Yeah, I got to run by
the spreadsheet, boys. You mean Bio of Red? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, I mean, in that case, it's a nice way to distinguish between the different ships. Yeah, for sure.
Looks like UNSC Polar of Autumn is bringing the Saltfarer.
The Saltfarer. All right, and joining as spectator, and I'm just making sure that I have all these guys' ships written down properly. So Chief Gully and Berserker are both officiated here. Farasalt and I are also just watching. So you said Malin is...
Malin is the officiator, so...
Okay, right.
And also
no, I
currently
don't know, I
threatening
believe-
UNSC Pillar of Autumn not to use the Salt
Chief
Pharaoh.
Gully. Chief Gully is the officiator. Malin is on the Renegade Squadron team on
Yin Yang. Yeah. Right, yeah. Okay. All right. So already up then. So yeah, it's a 4-saber fight. I was confused last time because I think the names of the ships were different or something. But we're good to go.
So
Yay for the spreadsheet, boys. Team spreadsheet is the best.
all right, so we're getting it started up here.
Hey guys,
Hello.
Hello.
I am back.
After a crushing defeat.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Two asteroids that are invisible killed me twice, which lost 2 rounds, but
Hey,
we're not going to talk about that.
You can't outfly those invisible asteroids. Those stealth asteroids are
man.
killers, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty mad. I'm really angry right now, but you know what? It's fine. Because we won. We just won our other match, which is great. But maybe we'll be able to win the losers.
I believe were we spectating you winning that match? I don't know if we did or not.
No, we didn't spectate that one, which is unfortunate. It was a good match.
We would have rooted for you, and we would have also made fun of you the entire time, every time you died.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Because it's so funny. Because there was one round where it was me and my partner, and we were like, both of our ships were like totally good to go. Like none of us had any damage, and it was only one of them left, and he moved, and his ship's shadow ran into me, and it killed me, and then his ship just flew on like nothing happened, and then the other guy died, which lost the round.
Right, so both teams are now lined up. Yin Yang Twins and Southern Cross Alliance are ready to go. They're waiting for the judge's call. And
like
I
we might
believe
be
they're
off.
off.
Yep.
Yes.
It has started with Team Saber versus Team Saber, both of which running ballistic builds. There's not a lot of
Daka
Daka,
versus
kind of
Team
more of a
Daka.
Doomph. Team Doomph
Oh.
versus Team Daka.
All right, it's a really, really close fight. It's like a knife fight in here. And
Pillar
oh
of
no,
Autumn down.
Porcupine. Indeed, the only ship I could tell apart is gone. All right, so it's now a 2v1. How are they going to play this one out? Taking damage from both fore and aft. I don't see TCS. I don't see TCS operator. Oh, he killed Malin, but
And
unfortunately,
then
Porcupine-
collected by Porcupine.
Indeed.
Collected.
Alas.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like that was a blackout kill at the end.
Yeah, first kill goes to Yin Yang Twins. First win, even first round.
Though technically the second round.
Ah. Right, right.
But I thought you knew how this worked. The media create the result.
Are you guys gonna see if I can get into the next one, so I can actually get a chance to see what's going on here in live?
I'll take a
these
step
are-
out.
These are good
No
matches
worries.
because like I'm done my. Sure, we can do that. The Merlin's such a cute little fighter, man.
Who is the yin and who is the yang? I don't know.
That's the secret. They're both Ying.
The yang's a lie, man.
So yes, to clarify to the audience, the Merlin is being flown by the officiator.
It's the most OP ship in the game.
Lawn dart for life.
All right, and so the fight is starting now. Autumn is trying to take out this guy as oh no, it looks like it's like a Mexican standoff right now. Like everyone's fighting a different target.
Everyone's everywhere.
Exactly.
It looks like each person's targeting someone who isn't targeting them.
Exactly. Right, it looks like we've got a bit more focus now, and Porcupine has secured the first kill.
However, he's being targeted quite heavily. Oh, nope.
Indeed. Oh, and Malin!
Victim of the asteroid.
So now it's boiled down to a duel. Asteroids, indeed, always the MVP. Pillar of Autumn running away. Tactical retreat.
Is that it? Oh my.
Oh, boy. I believe, yeah, so Pillar of Autumn secured the win. Asteroids MVP securing both kills.
Malin taking a moment to jump into chat to cuss at Blackouts.
So it looks like Yin Yang Twins now have 2 points, and Southern Cross Alliance has 1. All right, this coming in. Apparently that match went to Yin Yang Twins. It wasn't a death; it was a blackout, and so the match resumed. We apologize.
They were still fighting. Yep, they were still fighting at the time.
They were
I
still
called it
fighting.
correctly. Yeah,
Indeed. So indeed. So
I'm just going to blame the voices in our heads that you guys can't hear. The Astropub.
This is command. They are currently punishing the Astropub.
There is, in fact, what appears to be a paddling.
And everyone is invited. So it looks like with that, the Yin Yang Twins now has 3 points. Southern Cross Alliance has just... Is it just the 1? Or is it 0
they've
now?
got what one could best refer to as zip.
Right. Okay, let's edit that then. All right, so, yep. 3-0. Match points to Yin Yang Twins.
Lining up for the last round. And we're off.
And they're off.
Remember, folks, in space, there is no up nor down.
So
It's all
Yin Yang have
relative.
consistently been the most competent fighters in this match.
Not to disparage in any way the Southern Cross Alliance players.
Yeah, I'm
though
just calling them as I see them, Farah. Oh, and Pillar of Autumn is down.
very early on, TCS operator down as well.
And
That
that's
was
all she wrote.
Very quick. SCA just got absolutely demolished in that round.
Oh man, that was fast.
Pulling the win from that with their 4 points.
So a complete, yeah, whitewashing there.
Now, I believe we are cutting to an ad break.
You're still muted, Paul.
I just want to say I'm part of Wellcrap team and we won our match, so I'm just gonna put that out there.
Okay, so not muted. Prancing Ponies versus Wellcrap.
Versus Wellcrap.
Yin Yang Twins and Southern Cross Alliance is Yin Yang Twins. So whoever is the winner of the loser of round 3, loser will be facing Wellcrap. Or we'll be facing Yin Yang Twins, and then whoever is the winner between the Prancing Ponies and Wellcrap.
Wait.
You already won that.
Wait, we need to fight Prancing Ponies still, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, we still need to fight that match. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Rusty and Wellcrap.
No.
Okay, well then
So-
no, we haven't completed the match.
So we're waiting for the winners rounds. Again, it's 11th Hour Bravo versus PvP Sliders and Renegade Squadron on Ice versus the 11th.
It seems as if maybe they did not count that last round before we started. They are actually still fighting. Porcupine has just taken out TCS Operator.
We'll move
It's
back
looking
to that
like
one.
it's looking like Yin Yang might still secure this. And there we go. Pillar of Autumn is dead. So yeah, it's now official. Yin Yang Twins has won.
Have swept.
So apparently we're not Fox News. We can't just call things and they happen.
Damn. unless you're Templar, then you can do a countdown for death.
Content. Hey man, I was right on, dude. Like,
You were. It was scary how right on you were.
I'm excited, man. I
Never
want
do that again.
I want to be able to spectate because I want to spectate one match here with you guys, and then I gotta go do my fights, and then that way we can get this ball rolling.
Right on.
All right.
So it'll be you and Astro this time around, which gives me time to shut up for once.
we don't want you to shut
I
up.
have an opportunity to have some breakfast.
So which match are we gonna spectate?
I'm getting
Yep.
that information right now.
I believe it's match 19, Renegade Squadron on Ice versus 11.
Okay.
They'll update us here in a second.
So that would be the quarterfinals of the main board.
Match 9. We know this
Match
one
19.
goes into the semi-finals of the winners bracket.
Indeed.
It's
We
always
are
fun to see
seeing
the
that.
old double elimination style because it does mean that if you have a match against someone who just outclasses you, you're not out of the thing straight away. You do have the opportunity to come up from the losers bracket to versus the finalist.
Indeed.
So despite the fact you get knocked out, it's not the end of the world yet.
So if your team goes by a certain well crap and you lose the first match, well crap. At least you get to redeem yourself later.
We don't
All you
talk
need to
about
do is
that.
win
okay?
everything else.
we don't talk about that. Okay, it's in the past.
Man,
Okay,
those
all
lanes
right,
are going
all
to
right.
dominate. Didn't
My
dominate in the
apologies.
asteroid,
I
so-
forget. This isn't the History Channel. My bad.
Oh man. Oh, so
Aliens.
the one thing that I'm going to do right now is we're going to have a quick word from our sponsors, the fine folks at Consolidated Outland, bringing you inferior starting ships since 2942.
Ooh. We'll never get sponsored again. Ever.
Astro, who's gonna invite me to the actual
Whoever the officiator
lobby?
is going to.
Okay.
If I can get it to work properly. We're never going to get sponsored because I can't run their freaking ads is the problem.
Also because you just badmouthed them before switching.
Listen,
to
it's
the
not my fault that they run they have inferior products, okay? Except for the bank.
But the beta.
The beta, yeah.
Don't bait in the beta. Come on, streamer, you can do it.
Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, it's a solid maybe.
It's a solid maybe.
As Maya proceeds to mute himself.
My bad. So the officiators have confirmed that after this match, which is match 19, we'll be watching match 21 of the losers bracket, where we will be watching our good friend Templar One. My bad.
Oh, you guys are. Oh, okay. I guess I can't commentate that then at all. Then.
No. Yeah, but you'll be able to comment this one,
Yes,
which
this
is
next one.
match 19
Ah,
of
yes,
the
yes,
winners
yes.
bracket.
Yes.
After the ad break that we aren't running.
Which we aren't running, apparently. We'll hear more from our sponsors here eventually.
I suppose
Probably.
we could always do an ad-libbed ad, I suppose.
I think I already did, and we're probably going to lose our sponsorship. I'm just saying.
Very best to secure the Drake so the Drake.
That sweet
Chips
Drake. We for no reason, we totally don't want to see the Drake dancing girls here live on Star Citizen Competitive Combat Club or anything like that. That's totally not the
Ever
reason.
find yourself in deep space with runny stool? Try new Robertos. Guaranteed to bung you up. All right, so I guess we're waiting on matchmaking now.
Waiting on the night matchmaking.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are loading into the match ready?
No. We're waiting for the invites. So
Yes.
invited. I'm gonna have to decline this one, so you can hop in my stead. So let me just type that.
Should be exciting. So we're watching the fight between, let's see here, match. So Renegade Squadron on Ice and 11th Hour, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, this will be a good one.
So that would be Malagos and Mission AVS in Renegade Squadron on Ice. And in 11th, we have Yannick and Singa.
Yeah, oh, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Singa and Yannick did a fantastic job against the Yin Yang twins. They really did
Indeed.
surprise the hell out of them with their builds. And then Malagos is notorious for being one of the best fighter pilots in the game. So it'll be interesting to see this.
There's a solid competition
Pray
with
for
Mouse Jesus.
Mouse Jesus, that's awesome.
Good game incoming. Yeah, it should be. This one should actually be a very interesting one because it'll be called by someone who knows what they're doing.
Okay, I'm in. I'm ready. Should be good to go.
Okay, we're going to change up the titles a little bit so we actually have the right titles.
Okay. Renegade on Ice versus 11th Hour. This is going to be a fantastic fight because we got two teams that are, I mean, you're talking stacked pilots. Like, these guys are monsters. Like and I've flown against Siga and Yannick. I've flown, obviously I've flown with Malagos because he's in Renegade. And these guys are, yeah, they're monsters. I mean, they play every day. I mean, they've got it. They understand the game at a level that some people will just, it boggles, you got it down to the frames and stuff. It's amazing. So let's see what we got here. Let me crash into a rock so I can spectate properly. Good. Alrighty.
So it looks like Malagos is using a Super Hornet.
Yep, so Malagos is going to be in his Gimbal Badger Super Hornet, which you can see here. We got another guy flying, so 2 Hornets and a Saber, 3 Hornets and a Saber.
Yeah, Malagos and his teammate are using Saber Hornet combos, whereas the interesting choice with that the 11th is doing with doing 2 Super Hornets at the same time.
So there's a strength in that, right? Like 2 Super Hornets is a lot of firepower, right? But you got to be careful because those Hornets can't choose to chase that well, right? So that Saber is gonna, if he doesn't really want to engage, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm excited. Come on, boys, make it proud. Well, on my side, I got some of these guys. Their cockpits are open, so we'll have to see if that gets fixed later on. On your screen,
the match is starting. Yeah. It's only on the spectator screen. Looks like the match is starting.
Okay, fantastic. So yeah, I think it's starting. Okay, so here we go. We got the Renegade guys coming in.
Renegade is doing fantastic.
Both those Hornets, yeah, started focusing the one Renegade Hornet right away. Good. So we got to go defensive, right? So guys are going into a brawl right now.
Oh,
boom!
and
There's the
Malagos is
first one
out.
on Malagos, right? You got to take him out as quick as you can, right?
Yeah. Now,
see?
he's evading. He's going. It's
Yeah,
hard.
so
It's hard to catch a fast a Saber though. Like Hornets just don't have the speed.
So here's what we're talking about when we talk about controlling the fight, right? So there is a potential for this Saber to win, but he's got to string him out. He's got to play defensive. He's got to really be careful. This is going to be a long fight. He could either end real quick because he gets ganged up, or he can do it real slow and take his time. It'll be tough. But if he does it right, he might be able to pull this from the fire. So obviously we got another Hornet coming in on him. He's sticking around to brawl, so at this point he needs to get out. Like, he needs to get out now, but he blacked out.
He blacked
there it
out.
is.
First point of 11th. Wow.
Yep.
That's how
This is gonna
quickly
be-
you can be Mouse Jesus and still have problems. You know, it just happens.
This comes to the whole gimbal fixed, balance that people are talking about. Whatnot. Malygos is given lots of firepower, or sorry, not lots of firepower, lots of accuracy.
Control, yeah.
But he has considerably less firepower on the Hornet. He actually has less firepower coming from his Hornet than the Saber does, because it's using fixed and gimbal, right? So what he gives up with power, he gets in accuracy, but he also loses a bit in terms of his ability to control his fighter, right? So it is a big trade-off. Gimbals are quick, very quick to pick up, very easy to use and to understand. But when you start playing at this level, they tend to fall off. I don't see a lot of gimbal pilots being able to compete at this level, if any. I think Malygos is really one of the only ones.
Especially when you have multiple teams, because in an average Arena Commander match, you may just have a bunch of pugs you're playing with, and they may not know what they're doing. But if you have coordination between 2 or 3 players, you could have some of the worst ships, the worst loadouts in the game, and still beat a better team or a better equipped team with less coordination. That training, that teamwork is key with these kind of matches.
Yeah, so what needs to happen on the Renegade side is they need to focus on a Hornet. They need to take one guy out, and they need to do it fast.
You mean
they have to identify.
I'm going to interrupt you there. You mean they need to take out he who shall not be named.
Yannick?
No, not Yannick. Yannick was not doing nearly as well. Signa was the big killer in the last couple matches we've seen. Signa has been destructive. They view the couple times that the Ying teams were able to win against 11th, they took out they were taking out Signa first. Yannick was not a 2v1.
Yep. Yeah, they got to watch it. So here we go. Saber coming in, trying to get some fights going on. He gets engaged and goes disengaged. Okay, so that makes sense. So he engages real quick. Then we got a duel between Malygos and Singa. Boom! There we go. Singa killing Malygos. There's the DPS, right? The power behind fixed guns, man, it is so fast. Like, you can wreck people so fast. So even though Malygos didn't miss, he still lost the fight because he chose more accuracy over power, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the difference.
And I believe Signa uses stick, so Signa's using everything's straight on, like all locked.
Yes, absolutely.
So those Panthers are just, you don't mess with those Panthers.
Yeah, the Panthers can do a lot of DPS. You got to watch the heat though. The heat builds up real fast, right? So the Saber's not really that tough. It's
we got Signa disengaging.
Yeah, and I think we got a blackout again, and there it is.
Yeah. Those blackouts have been just absolutely devastating against the Sabers. Like, the Saber pilots have been blacking out left and right in this tournament. So
there is it's tough with G-forces and whatnot, especially with how fast the ships are. But it's because there's not a lot of feedback on how far you're pushing your character. So you're either not blacking out, or you make one move and you instantly black out, and there's no real gradual change. So you really have to know how far you can push it, and that comes with a lot of time. And a lot of the pilots, even the guys that I fly with and myself, I black out occasionally too. It's tough, right? Especially when you're stressed out and it's on the line and you're 2v1ing. You might make a mistake, and you pay for it. Big time, you'll pay for it. So they have got to pull it.
Yeah.
They got to pull it back by going after Singa. They got to even the tables a bit, or even if they want to, figure out if it's Singa or Yannick, which one of them is easier to take down fast. Because if they can 2v1 Singa,
I think they're going to have to focus for it. The conversations happening in their group right now is probably, who do we take out first? How do we focus on them? Because I think they have to take out Signa, honestly, because he's just been so super damaging this entire tournament with his loadouts. As I said before, the other teams have saw very good. If you take out Signa 2v1 early, then you can bring in and take out Yannick. Not too difficult. He just doesn't do well against the 2v1 situation. Malygos instantly engaging.
Yep. So Malygos right now, he needs to go defensive, right? He needs to back up a little bit. He's getting 2v1 already.
He's getting
He's
2v1.
gonna in 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, and not this time. But there it
There
is,
it
3
goes.
seconds later, right? So you can tell right away the pace of the fight, right? Like, if he doesn't identify that he's getting 2v1 that fast, it's over,
Yeah,
right?
and now he's out in the open. You know, we can't.
Yeah, it's a Saber versus 2 Hornets is not going to win
He's
that,
not
and he's
gonna do that.
sprawling too, right?
Yeah.
So it's not gonna
He lost a
look
wing.
good.
There we go.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. 3 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Yep.
Right.
It gets
time
you
it down.
how quickly you can get into these losing things is so amazing. Like these losing situations and the situation awareness is
It's exponential.
Yeah.
Like once you lose one of your wingmen, it starts to stack, right? So it really, it's you gotta really be
it's
careful.
3-0, man. It's looking bad for Renegade Squadron right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But you know what it is though? It's that gimbal, right?
It's that gimbal, yeah.
You know, this is if people say like, "Oh, gimbal's too easy" and whatnot. It's not. No, like when you're playing at the high levels, man, gimbals cannot compete. They just cannot compete because you don't have the damage output, right? And you also kind of sacrifice a little bit of your maneuverability and how you move, and you need that. You need to be able to maintain your ability to fly, and then couple that with your ability to hit hard. Otherwise, you just can't win.
All right, getting a reset here. Now, Renegade Squadron really does have to focus on this, and they're off.
Yep.
Like-
Yep, they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight hard, but
I mean,
we'll have
are
to
they going
see.
to make the same mistakes? I think I think they may go into the same mistake, that same well, though it hasn't been working for them. You know, they gotta.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough decision, right? If you're taking your duel and you're not able to win your duel, that's a tough spot to be in because then you have to prioritize, and if you can't prioritize, then you're just gonna get thundered, right? So here we go, Saber versus the Hornet. Okay, so they're 2v1ing right now, right? So they're paying attention. They're 2v1ing. Got that enemy Hornet disengaging a little bit. Saber's coming back in on him, but it's the time. Okay, again, both Hornets on Malagos, right? And Malagos is sticking around to brawl. He's not gonna last much longer.
No,
He's not gonna last.
He's
Oh,
trying,
yeah.
his swingman's trying to get him off, but it's just not working.
Oh, it's gonna be tough. Got to get those shots landing on target. There it is.
Yeah, got Malagos. Oh, but AVS got Cigna.
Yep.
Now it's
we go.
1v1.
Now
Let's
it's
see
a
who
duel,
can
right?
brawl it out. Yeah.
Then we got the Hornet versus the. Oh,
This
come on,
is a classic
baby.
matchup. Oh, the Hornets lost a wing.
Oh, see, Missions is doing good, right? Short control boost. He's got to make sure he doesn't black out, right? He's got to
Yeah.
maintain focus.
Oh, and he
He's
hit
gotta
the
move
rocks.
in.
He hit the rocks.
Oh, it's looking good.
And it's
Hey!
gone! Oh, wow. What a match.
Hey, there we go. Not a complete whitewash. The boys are fighting back.
Oh, it's 3v1. Can
Yeah.
they pull it off? Can Renegade Squadron pull back from the brink of defeat?
Yeah, like a real, what's the word I'm looking for?
It's a nail
Fairy tale
biter.
ending.
Do you believe in
Well-
miracles? I don't know.
Do you?
I don't know if I believe in Renegade Squadron. This we'll see. We'll see. But at least
We'll have
they're
to find out.
they're adjusting as needed though, for sure. You know.
Yeah, they got it right. They gotta. It's a lot of it's mental too, right? You gotta focus, and sometimes it's tough when you're fighting an uphill battle and people are beating you. It's like, oh man, where do we go from here? You can't get in your own head. You gotta focus, maintain composure. But I fly with these boys all the time, man. They're tough kids, man. They're really, really good guys, and they're really, really good at what they do. And I love seeing them do well. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna spectate this one from the 11th hour's point of view. Let's see what they're up to. So they got Panther, Badger, classic Panther, Badger, Hornets. Lots of repeaters, right? The DPS is crazy. Like
Yeah.
it's a lot of power. But if Malagos can actually get his aim down to the point where he's shooting out the cockpit, he can reduce that time to kill pretty fast. So we'll have to see what happens here. Maybe 11th hours being a bit too overconfident, and they can get a couple rounds in, even it out a bit, make this a real fight.
That's what everyone's here to see. We want to see this real fighting.
All right, let's see here.
It looks like the Mission take the lead here on this attack.
Yep. So using the buddy system. Oh, Malagos lost the wing already. They got a 2v1.
Mission's
2v1
having
that Hornet.
struggling
There it
to hit.
is.
Yeah.
Taking out that Hornet too quick.
Mission's disengaging, trying to run.
Yeah, so now at this point again, right, it comes down to his ability to range.
Oh, and he just... Oh, what a way to end it. Asteroided himself.
Yeah.
And that's the
Commander
game, ladies and
Sudoku.
gentlemen.
Okay, I'm gonna get ready for my match, and then hopefully you guys will be able to actually jump in and see it from my perspective.
All right, take care, man.
So 11th is moving on. 11th is moving on to the next to the semifinals. Wow.
I think it's match 21 now.
We're moving on to match
we're
21.
going to be spectating. Yeah. So that's Renegade Squadron on Ice versus Well Crab.
That we get to see Renegade Squadron again on ice again. Let's see if Malagos and those guys have learned from their mistakes from this previous one, because it really does hurt them that they know that Mouse Jesus is dangerous, and so any smart person would 2v1 Malagos. It's what I always just do in Arena Commander whenever I face Malagos. I would just gang up on him as much as possible and take him out. Then he's
It's
not
like firing missiles at Sergeant Jokic. Always do it.
Always fire missiles at Sergeant Jokic, because the salt will flow from Sergeant Jokic. It's just how it happens.
As somebody who's not the best pilot, that's what I tend to do in Battle Royale. I see who's at the top and I annoy them.
Yeah.
It makes for some good gameplay. I mean, in terms of this and this 2v2 dynamic, it's very interesting. I mean, so you can see that they're communicating and they're calling targets, but I feel like they could be doing a bit more, especially when they're being the ones focused. I mean, Templar was talking about how Malagos kept being focused, and even though he was using gimbals, he was like, "Nah, I'm gonna brawl them. I'm gonna beat them." Yeah. It's a bold move, Garten, but at the same time, I feel if he tried to kite them instead, and then his teammates get them as they're chasing him down the line, it might have just swayed the match a little bit more, Exactly,
and it's an interesting dynamic, these 2v2s, because the matches can end so quickly. These rounds can end so quickly just by making the wrong mistake, by sticking in and being bullheaded and sticking into a brawl, like when you're definitely outmatched. Just you gotta learn know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run.
Yeah, and at the same time, I suppose with big ships like those, I mean, like heavier ships like the Super Hornet, it's much more difficult to as well disengage once people have come after you. I suppose one thing they could have possibly done was perhaps use the terrain a bit more to kind of at least kind of line of sight their targets.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like most of the fights that we've seen so far have been more about just player prowess versus player prowess, and not really using the map to kind of help them, as it were.
Not to say that the map hasn't had its revenge. We've seen many players slam into asteroids, including but not limited. Very non-present right now, but the fellow commentator Templar 1, who managed to lose his last match by being defeated by asteroids.
Yep. And that's the thing, is that when I was doing in the Delta back in the day, when I played was my main Delta, one of my biggest advantages I had was maneuverability, and so I used it to just strafe around asteroids, let the enemy make mistakes around the asteroids, because they can do it. Just took one quick, you get disoriented and twisting and turning, you slam it in an asteroid and you're done, or even just black out next to an asteroid, and you just next thing you know you're human pate against a floating space rock. So.
Human pate, ooh la la, okay.
Oh my, that escalated quickly. But no, seriously, watching people turn themselves into fine pink mist on those asteroids is something that I'm going to say it never gets old. And I feel that if you spend any time in the starter areas of Star Citizen, when it does go to a final retail release, you'll be seeing a lot of kill counts from those asteroids in the starting areas.
Oh yeah, those asteroids are going to be the most deadly competitors in the game, hands down, bar none.
Again, I really do feel that they need to add stats to asteroid kills. So track them per asteroid, so we see the most lethal asteroids on a leaderboard.
Yes. Because they're all going to be individually ranked, right? We'll have the actual numbers. So that would be fantastic.
This game's MVP goes to Asteroid 4826. Congratulations! Good job.
12 kills.
12 kills. Yeah.
I
Ra-
believe we're
five.
going to be speccing match 18 or 21. I'm not sure which one we're actually going to be watching at this point.
It
Look,
looks like
check up with
Control
Joseph.
having trouble deciding.
Yeah, we'll figure it out right now. I believe the last time I heard we were doing Renegade Squadron versus Well Crap, because I believe Well Crap beat Prancing Ponies, though they may not.
No, they haven't. That match hasn't happened yet.
Oh.
Has it
because
not?
Wellcrap includes Templar.
Oh, so we're doing Well Crap versus Prancing Ponies right now. That's what we're doing.
Quite likely, yes.
I just got an invite, so that is confirmed.
Okay, let me update my sheet here so I know who's what and why.
I have no idea what's happening.
Well Crap is Templar 1 and Braven, and with the Prancing Ponies we have Star Wraith and
Templar 1, after talking up
Frankly.
his glaive a heap,
he's
is
now-
fielding a Super Hornet.
He's using a Super Hornet. Dark Star.
But
I'm sorry,
Raven is
Tooth.
using the glaive though, so they are
Braven-
utilizing that glaive.
Braven, you need to name yourself Dark Star then.
Raventooth, running the glaive. Should be fun. We'll see if the enemy realize that they need to target him early and hard. If they do that too much, then of course the Super Hornet does have an opportunity to really open up on the enemy. Zerk, you need to unready ready.
Bam, ready to go. So I'm going to go back to being the voice in the ears of these two guys, as Fairasalt and Meyer will give you the commentary from going forward.
Wait, what?
I didn't set up for this. Oh wait.
It's okay, I'm being paid.
Wait, you being paid?
Yeah. He's
Right.
giving me all the free drinks I want at the Astropub.
Right on. So so Wellcrap is Braventooth and Templar, and Renegade Squadron on ice is Starwraith and Frog Fury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so pilots are now lining up, and the first match will be starting very soon.
It is in fact Team Saber versus the Super Hornet and Glaive combination. The Glaive looking gorgeous as always. The Super Hornet, so the Saber's running a combination build. One's running ballistics, one running energy, as always. This seems to be a very solid combination to use. Actually, it's been unusual for us to see a team running only energy or only ballistics, except in that one match where it was all Sabers all day.
It makes sense for the Twin Saber loadout to utilize both kinds of weapon. It really does, in my opinion. Yeah,
absolutely, it has to, especially up against a team like the Super Hornet and the Glaive. Glaive being quite weak against ballistics, but the Super Hornet being quite strong against ballistics.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see how well Crab does with their pocket glaive. We'll see. Should be very interesting.
Unfortunately, Control can't spell prancing.
The prancing ponies, yes, indeed. Isn't that canon? All right. The prancing.
It is the prancing, the end of days. Are you pony enough?
All right. Okay. Let's moving swiftly on. On ice are now ready to go. I think they're just about starting.
We lining up still, I think, or are we ready?
They're still lining up.
Yep, still lining up.
Templar and the Super Hornet. I don't see his teammate anywhere with him, so I think we're waiting on Braventooth and the Glaive to move on. And there he is. So, Farah, what do you think's going to happen here? I mean, like, we got the two really agile sabers. That comp seems to win most matches. I mean, here we are in the win. Well, actually, this is the losers bracket. Never mind. But for the most part,
it's a solid build. It really is, because you're bringing just so much firepower to the fight. Though it's going to be interesting to see how they do fare against this very disparaging build.
It's a very unconventional build.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it once before. From a different team too, with the Glaive and Super Hornet. Super Hornet is running the energy weapon build. The Glaive is, of course, running the blade build, where you put your blades out and go to town.
Indeed.
However, it's going to be interesting. I think if the Sabres do target the Glaive first, which is probably going to be what's going to happen. They'll try to get the person with ballistics running on that Glaive very early on. If they get out of the match early, it's going to be quite a one-sided battle. But if they fail to take out Braventooth early on...
And they're off.
They go well. Interestingly, we've got the Energy Saber trying to take out the Glaive. Not the choice that I'd be making, personally. Looks like he's going very 2-on-1 here, taking out that Energy Saber.
I would have thought that would they go for the Glaive straight away. The Super Hornet being the one with the most armor. And Templar 1 has killed Frog Fury. Yeah, okay, so it's now 2-on-1.
When not being defeated by asteroids, Templar 1, quite a good pilot.
And he's now taken out Starwraith. First round goes to... Well, crap.
Yes, well, crap wins that one.
Redeeming themselves with the first point.
We are just waiting for Braventooth to finalize his self-flagellation explosion. See what happens. Glaive equals bait. You're probably not wrong there, actually. Glaive is best bait.
It seems like in that match, Templar managed to avoid the invisible rocks. So without those, he is a pretty competent pilot.
Yes, but it's okay. The rocks will get their revenge, we're sure.
I mean, yes, quite.
We are, however, this is not to say that the that the Prancing Ponies aren't playing well. They are playing well. They're getting a decent amount of hits in. It's just unfortunately, this one is being a little bit one-sided.
They want to focus. And I still feel like if they focus that Glaive, even though it's a bit is it faster than the Super Hornet? I believe so, because
it is a bit faster. Yes.
Yes, they need to focus that Glaive because from what we've seen so far, the Glaive is a pretty fragile target compared to that Super Hornet. Once they do, then the Super Hornet is fair game. The thing is that pilot in the Super Hornet is pretty accurate. And so they need to get in and get out as fast as possible and not take that damage. We'll see what happens this next match, though.
Absolutely. And again, I was surprised at the start of this match when I saw the energy weapon Saber try to take out the Glaive early on.
And they're off.
Next match is up. We'll see what happens this time around. It looks like very early engagement. The Sabres have boosted right into that combat.
And they're cornering the Glaive. It looks actually like...
They're ignoring the Glaive.
They are, yeah. They're going for the Super Hornet, it seems. The Glaive is being allowed to go on its own devices. And it looks like one of the Sabres have actually changed target to the Glaive. The Glaive has blacked out. He's going towards that asteroid.
Yeah, Braventooth taken out very early on there. And Templar 1 down as well. That's one each. Prancing Ponies, well crap. Both with one win.
1 for 1. This is a pretty evenly matched game we have right here.
Despite the very different ship builds, we are seeing quite. It can definitely get. It's a flip of the coin each time, really.
Yeah. So, who knows how that match would have gone if the Glaive did not, in fact, pass out? They ignored it, and but
it couldn't take advantage.
Just a little bit too excited. Yeah.
Couldn't take advantage of the. Of being ignored because was too busy passing out in his chair. Indeed. Like a frat boy on a bender.
We'll see what Braventooth does to to make sure that doesn't happen again. And it looks like they're off again, and it started.
Looks like they are focusing down the energy build Saber.
Yeah, indeed. And it looks like the glaive, for the most part, is being ignored yet again.
Oh no, is it a confidence boost to Templar of 1? Or is it just a really big hit to the confidence of Braventooth being ignored like that?
Well, we'll see very soon. It looks like they've split off into 2 duels now.
It is very much split off here. It looks like...
Oh, and Templar 1 has taken out Frog Fury.
Has managed to win, but he has lost a wing in the process.
Indeed. You don't bring a gun to... I mean, you don't bring a knife to a gunfight, I suppose.
Unless it's a ballistic knife.
All right, and now it's just...
This one's tidying up. It's all done but for the cleanup.
Bit of friendly fire, though. Templar...
Braventooth collecting Star Wraith.
Yeah, Templar cheekily clipping Braventooth right in the aft as he flew past. All right, that's 2 for 1 for well, crap.
Indeed. So very much held control of that one. One of the ways that they have managed to hold control is by not passing out of the controls.
Yes, indeed, that's pretty helpful.
Braventooth, whilst being known as one of the better pilots in the game, will of course be given grief by the commentators.
Indeed, it's what we're here for.
It's
all crap, but not actually be good.
On the Super Hornet. Lucky KO, absolutely. The Super Hornet, being very strong against ballistics, has a 1/3 damage resistance to ballistic weapons.
That is due to its armor, actually, and we'll see how armor plays a part when item 2.0 comes out, and all things become slightly more modular. We'll see how people's loadouts change. All right, and it seems like they are indeed. Yeah, so I think personally they should just go for that glaive. If he tries to run away, hopefully he'll pass out. Then they can go for, well, they can either clean him up or go for Templar. They just don't want to be focused down by that super beefy Super Hornet.
Yeah, it's a really tough decision. You've got to pick someone and make sure it's someone you can take down quickly, because if you leave the other player to go at it like they have right now with Braventooth, they're again trying to focus down on Templar 1. Templar 1 lost a wing just then.
Lost his port side wing.
However, Braventooth has collected Frog Fury. Focusing so hard on that Super Hornet, it's giving Braventooth the opportunity to really collect them.
2 for 1. There's not much he can do here. He's trying to brawl all on his own, and he's dead. That's
Braventooth collected Star Wraith as well.
Well,
Braventooth MVP in this particular battle. Well, crap got another win. That's 3 to 1.
3 to 1. It's looking like a sure thing here, Fire.
It is seeming like it's the communication has broken down a bit on the Prancing Ponies team. They're making some choices that are different from what I'd make. That's not to say they're bad choices. Actually, they probably are good choices because they are different from what I'm making.
Yes, it's seeming like Will Crap has managed to adapt very well to this matchup.
To the opportunities being handed to Braventooth.
Indeed.
Like, so, I heard you want to have free reign on who to kill. There you go.
It looks like the decision not to black out has helped him in his favor. Who'd have thunk it?
To quote Pants Warrior, is it off the glue factory with the Prancing Ponies? Tune in to find out.
I've been told by the sponsors that we've reached our pun count. I don't think you can continue that for assault.
Copy that, Control.
I fear that the sponsors have underestimated us.
I mean, I liked Anvil Aerospace and I like the money, but apparently that's just not going to happen anymore.
All right, so we got a Super Hornet, and he's being focused down pretty hard here.
That was a big hit on Star Wraith. Just got demolished.
They were far too close. They were far too close. They did not utilize the Saber's agility way as much as they should have, and Templar just sat there and shook his hand until it came off. Is that it?
That is actually that is the win to Well Crap. As Prancing Ponies roundly suggest the team name being, well, crap, we lost that one.
Well, it looks like that's that.
That is it. That is very, very good combat
That was
there.
fantastic.
And I've been told to give in a written apology for the quality of my puns. I'm sorry.
We just have a pun quota that we can't go over. It's management has dictated that. So we may have another issue here because it looks like there was only one saber there, so we may be going back to that, or they may be maybe going one more match here.
There was, in fact, only one saber. I'm not sure what happened.
I'm observing it right now. I think they're all leaving.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on this. As we see if the ruling on the field for the Prancing Ponies versus Wellcrap, we'll visit the other ones. It looks like Renegade Squadron on Ice is going to face whoever the win is. This is. It looks like the PvP Sliders beat out 11th Hour Bravo, so we've got the 11th versus PvP Sliders, and the 11th Hour Bravo is going to be facing the Yin Yang Twins in the losers round 4. So.
I
And
see.
then, we are
back
waiting
in the match,
for-
though, it seems like they are lining up again. So
They're
I'm
lining
not
up
sure
again.
if they're Yeah, they are. So I'm not sure if they're going to go in again. Have you both left? Okay.
I'll comment with you. I'll do this.
Okay.
So it looks
can
like
do this.
they're doing a reset, possibly.
Perhaps, yeah.
Where's the last one?
So we are actually flying blind here in the streamers panel. Whoa, okay, so the match has started now, and Braven Tooth
immediately
has
killing
secured
Braven
Starwave.
Tooth. Yeah.
Indeed. It's looking like a done deal here, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean it's just been brutal. This combo, this
And
wombo
there he
combo.
is.
Yep, that wombo combo.
Wombo.
The wombo combo of the Super Hornet and the and the Glaive is deadly. And it looks like I think the main mistake they've been making was they were making the mistake of
letting the Glaive live.
letting
They
the
were focusing down the Super Hornet, and I'm not sure why they were making that choice, because it didn't work the first 3 times. Why would it work the 4th?
We're having another
Indeed.
reset.
Are they?
No, it looks like they're just post game
Goofing off.
celebrating, goofing off.
And that is it, it seems. So, yeah, unfortunately, the match before this, only one saber went through, and so they redid the match. Unfortunately, we say control a lot, but they're not actually talking to us all that much.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still some
we're
limitations.
kind of left hanging here.
There are still some limitations within the systems that they have currently. So we have no way of telling what happened.
Indeed.
From our perspective, the match had gone on, but there was only one saber. So they had started the match a little too early, is what it was. So.
You guys still there?
Yeah, we're still
Yeah,
here.
man.
Good job. I was saying, like we were saying, that it looked like the mistake that the ponies were making was they were focusing on you and not on the Glaive, because as you said before, that Glaive, if it hits hard. It looked like it was a 1 or 2 hit, punch from those Glaives
Yeah.
would end
So-
the enemy. So
For sure. And I mean, I got to give my hat to, I got to tip my hat to Starwraith and Frog, because those guys they're absolute monsters, right? So it's really, even though it was a 4-1, their winning margin is so small that, it might look on the screen like it was a wipe, but it definitely wasn't. And in their defense, the Hornet it's just a friggin' monster, and both of them were in sabers, which aren't bad fighters, like I said before. But in my opinion, I think the Hornet does have a bit of an edge. But they fought hard, man. They fought really hard. And if I want to compete with Singa and the other guys in the Hornets, then I got to bring a Hornet to the table.
The Super Hornet did prove to be a bit of a freaking beast there. So if you could not give them advice, but if you were in their shoes, what would you have done differently in that match?
Nothing. I mean, they did everything right. I mean, they were coordinating well. They were working. I mean, Dark blacked out one of the matches, which, I mean, it happens, right? Which is kind of a free win. On the last round we had, there was a collision, so we redid it, and that way it was a fair win.
I see. That's what happened.
that's why we were confused about what was going on. It looked like it was a complete win, and then it looked like you guys were not resetting. So wanted to
Yeah.
Temp,
But I mean-
you're up next in game 21 with Brave and Juice.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I got another match coming up, guys. I'll be watch me, baby. Watch me.
Okay.
Oh!
I think it's 22.
On that,
Wish me luck.
it looks like we're going to be doing Renegade Squadron on Ice versus Well Crap. Renegade on Renegade. Hot Renegade on Renegade action. The salt will flow. The
But who will
Mouse,
blow their salt all over the other one first?
Mouse Jesus versus Templar 1 versus Mr. Hornet.
Just updating my list here so I can tell which ship is which again. And yeah.
I will say though that from what I've seen so far, the team to look out for is the 11th. The 11th guys are doing fantastic.
They are really going through the enemy team quite quickly. I mean, they took out RS on Ice, which is a very, very competitive team.
Yeah.
And they're now up against PvP Sliders, who PvP Sliders did win their match, but I don't think they won by a lot. So it should be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it's definitely time to look at. It would be something to look at. It looks like the semifinals for are decided. PvP Sliders versus 11th. The losers round, we still have 2 more rounds for the losers round, and then whoever wins the losers round final will go on to face the winner of the semifinals for the last match. So very, very, very intense game. We're seeing the wheat and the chaff being separated. All of these competitors are coming in doing a fantastic job. But as we get up higher in these semifinals, we're seeing much closer games. And even if they seem like they're like, you know, absolutely going away with the victories, in some cases it's been much closer than you think. So, and
I mean, one of the other things that's a bit deceptive in these ones is because the time to kill on Saber versus Saber battles is so low. There may only be a 3-second difference in sort of battles. So you might see one team just really take it out very early, very, very quickly. But if that match had carried on for another 3 or 4 seconds, the other team could have won it.
Oh, definitely. The margins are so narrow. But yeah, I suppose at such high levels of play, to be fair, I mean, it's not even about the pilots anymore, but just the ships and the matchups. Like as Templeman was saying, with the last team's double saber, they worked pretty well before, but there wasn't really much they could do against Templeman and the Glaive.
now I'm wondering, because Malagos is such an aggressive player, I'm wondering if he's going to let that aggressiveness take him, because I know we've seen Templeman and Black do very, very good job being patient and picking their targets and attacking when they need to. So I'm wondering, I'm personally thinking that Templeman and the Well Crap team is gonna take it away with Renegade Squadron on Ice, but we'll see.
They certainly could do. It does just depend on how they end up going, because you've got some serious Super Hornet action going on this time. We've got Super Hornet on at least a Super Hornet on each team, and then one team is bringing a Saber, one team is bringing a Glaive into the battle. Brave and Tooth again running the Glaive, Mission AVS running the Saber, probably going to run the Ballistic build if it's come into the last match, but might have changed it up to try to counter that Super Hornet. They might be focusing on the Ballistic build. Maya, can you ready up?
Yep.
Alrighty, so I'm going to be bringing out, changing up the names here. It's Well Crap versus Renegade Squadron on Ice.
This stream proudly presented by Aegis Dynamics. Need a ship? They have ships.
They do have ships. Remember, if you take your receipt from tonight's game to any of your local Big Benny's machines, you will get one free cup of noodles. That's brought to you by sponsors Big Benny Noodles. Grab, eat, yum, wow.
Such
So
wow.
It looks like Templeman and Braven are pulling out the same comp as they did in the last match. It worked so well for them, and now they're against a Super Hornet and a Saber. So we'll see just how this matchup compares to the last.
It is, as always, interesting seeing the sort of meta going on between the teams. It's because they're going to think we're going to bring the Saber and Saber, Super Hornet instead. That'll really toy with them. However, interesting choice getting the Super Hornet out, because if you knew that they were going to be bringing a Super Hornet and a Super Hornet and a Glaive to battle, both of those are fairly weak to energy weapons, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm. And remember, guys in chat, to contribute to tonight's tournament prize pool for the victors, click that link in the description. We're starting
Down
up
below chat.
Yes, indeed. So we have no idea where we are right now, but we started up with $110. So yeah, every single dollar will go towards the winners, so they can spend more money on Cheetos to help them.
Absolutely. Cheetos, don't be a
improve
cheater,
their craft.
be a Cheeto.
Yeah.
Looks like we are just lining up for the final match.
Indeed.
Now, this match is being done in a double elimination bracket. That does mean if you lose a match, you're not out of the tournament yet. You just need to win the rest of them.
Indeed.
So it will be... We are into what looks like the third last match.
This is a losers bracket match.
This one is an elimination match. If this... so whichever team loses is knocked out and goes home with precisely $0. And some shame as well.
So, Farisol, gentleman's wager. Which team do you think is going to come out on top of this one?
I'm going to have to go with the well crap guys on this one. I feel that they've just come out of a good victory, so they've got a fairly solid confidence boost. In addition, I feel that the Glaive Super Hornet combination really can work very well.
Well, they're off now, so we're about to see what's going to happen. And they're fighting right in the open, and the Glaive has taken some serious punishment already.
Very early on, Mouse Jesus taking on that Glaive as best he can.
Yep, Super Hornet,
Mouse
and
Jesus
Raven
down
Tooth is-
very early.
Indeed.
Now, where
Raven
is
Tooth-
that Saber?
yeah.
There it is.
There he is.
It feels like the Saber joined that battle very, very late. I'm not sure if that was
Yes.
intentional or not.
May have taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Got took a left at nowhere instead of going right.
Oh, it looks like the Super Hornet may have overheated, and there was almost a crash there. Something.
Yeah,
something
Templar must
screwy.
have overheated badly here.
Yeah,
As he's pulled out.
yeah.
However, Raven Tooth is into full-on sort of only got the center of my ship left mode.
So I'm not even sure if
So-
he's what he's doing at this point. He's really brawling, really close to the Super Hornet. He actually took
Mission
out
AVS
Templar.
should win this one. Mission AVS should win this one, as we are now. Raven Tooth is down to only the 2 size 1 guns on the nose. He has lost both wings and most of his maneuverability.
Indeed. So it's a support v support, and Mission secures it. So it looks like you lost that wager.
I did. I have lost that wager. I do, in fact, owe
Well,
you
crap.
one of my 12 minutes of free beers at the Astropub.
All right, and with that, On Ice secures victory number 1. 3 more to win the match. So what went wrong there, do you think?
It's hard to say. I do know that they did the right thing. They did try to focus on removing the lethality of the Glaive early on, which was a very good call. Mouse Jesus did manage to knock out at least one, if not both, of the Glaive's guns. And that really took Raven Tooth completely out of the match. Like, at that point, he was contributing the grand total of a Merlin's firepower.
Indeed, chat also agrees Mission is a beast. I think also Templeman, his guns managed to overheat sometime towards the end of the fight, completely diminishing his DPS. I think maybe that may have also...
Shortly after taking out Malagos, he had gun overheat issues really badly, so he tried to disengage, but the Saber wasn't having any of that. The Saber stayed on him the whole time,
and that cost his friend his ship. And so I believe they're off again now. All right, so let's see.
Looks like they're all trying to keep their distance at the moment, actually.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to fight in the open again, because that was a really interesting call. Last time also the Glaive was the first one in, the Glaive being the ship with the least health in their team. And again, the Glaive has taken the Vanguard and, well, the front. And yeah.
This is, probably very early. Looks like we have heavy damage on Templar 1. However, he is staying on Malagos best he can.
Oh, and Templar 1 has taken out
Malagos is gone.
Malagos. 1v1 against Gimbals. Super Hornet. Really, it's all numbers, really.
It sounds like the enemy Saber has in fact run out of overheat. Mission AVS versus Raven Tooth, down to Saber on Glaive action. The Glaive is still in fighting form.
Let's see, Mission the Beast. Is he going to secure it again? Let's see if they don't go through the boundary first.
That would be an embarrassing way to lose this round.
So yeah, once again, Templar's ship overheated, and that cost him his.
There goes
his
one wing on
life.
Raventooth.
He's just picking
goes
his
the other
wings
one.
off like a child does to a bug, and that's it. That's all she wrote, and that's
All the
round
wings
number
off bugs,
2.
it's brutal. Mission AVS just calmly and collectively taking apart enemy team. I find myself wondering, will we be seeing a focus of Mission AVS in the next round by Templar and Braventooth?
We'll see, because Mission isn't a Saber, and that is a notoriously agile ship compared to his counterparts. So it may be that they just can't. If they tried, then the Super Hornet is going to be the one who's going to be the MVP.
Absolutely, like we saw in that first round, Mission AVS hung back so that the enemy team were forced to engage the Super Hornet force, and then once they were stuck brawling each other, they've cleaned up the messes afterwards, like the proverbial janitor of space.
Like the proverbial janitor of space. Nice.
If the janitor were an incredibly lethal pilot, which I imagine he would be.
But unfortunately for Malagos, that 1v1 earlier, as Templeman has said once before, even though Malagos doesn't miss, the sheer difference in firepower and DPS was what cost him his life against Templeman.
Absolutely, and again, it was a return of that overheat issue. You do run a dangerous game when you're firing with Panthers. They overtemp very quickly, and they take a long time to cool.
And they're off again. This time, fighting a bit closer towards the asteroids.
Again, Malagos duking it out with Braventooth.
It seems
Here in the
Braven is
play.
taking a lot of beating. His shield keeps flaring here.
Because I think the best thing that... and we've lost one gun on Braventooth.
Mission doing some serious work on Templeman really early on this time. And Mission has taken out Templeman, and Malagos has taken out Braventooth.
That's gotten brutal. That's 3-0. You've got to wonder what Wellcrap are going to bring themselves back with.
In quick succession as well.
Oh, that was very quick. That was two Jills, probably fairly well balanced Jills with the Super Hornet on Saber and then the Super Hornet on Glaive. But that Glaive just got pulled apart very neatly by Malagos.
With such short times to kill, to be fair. I mean, it seems like one small indecision or mistake, and that's it. One would hope that in the future of the game, once they might think about increasing their time to kill on some of these ships, just so that you do get a chance for tactics and whatnot.
Oh, we're certainly seeing tactics already in the game.
Oh,
It's just it's a matter of sometimes you just don't have time to react.
It's more like tactics, like the tactics of rock paper scissors versus the tactics of chess, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
In terms of just how fast things are.
So, kind of, you're not going to see the sort of level of tactics you see in American football. You're going to be seeing the level of tactics used in, I don't know, volleyball.
I suppose that's a better analogy, yeah.
Sorry, you guys can't see our cameras, but we're giving each other really weird looks at the moment.
Quickly, think of an analogy. That's a weird one. Okay, just nod, go with it.
We are just waiting for the cleanup crew to come through and just tidy up things around the match. This one should be starting momentarily.
So it's now match point for On Ice. Will Wellcrap do a 4-0? We'll see.
Looks like Malagos had just dropped out, so we may have to restart the match here.
Yeah, I just saw someone disconnect.
Yep,
I
looks like they
see.
disconnected.
Templar
They
1's
have.
left. Yep, we're going to be dropping back due to technical difficulties.
So we'll be playing match point here for this fight very soon. But not soon enough. So, Paul,
This
the Astropub, what did you think?
I'm impressed. Like, I was expecting Malagos to be incredibly aggressive, like he has been shown in the past how to be super aggressive, and then leave his teammate out to dry. But he's been doing a damn good
Yeah.
job of cleaning up, you know. And I think the key here is that Malagos has been doing his, he's been coming in, he's been brawling, he's been punching as hard as he can against his enemies, and he's been damaging them pretty badly. So he leaves while
Mission AVS can just come in from the back.
exactly
And just,
completely untouched, just come in from the back and just scrape up what's left of them. Because
Indeed.
as Templar has said, once you take out those big guns on the glaive, the glaive is just not a very effective ship. It just becomes, as I like your analogy of it's the firepower of a Merlin, you know.
So this just in for the other fight in the losers bracket. Those who would win to fight the winners of this one. It seems like Yin Yang. So that is Yin Yang versus 11th Hour. Bravo. Yin Yang advances 4-1. So Yin Yang will be fighting the winner of this fight in the losers bracket for their chance to get into the final.
Yeah.
which, unless things turn around very quickly, looks like it is going to be Renegade Squadron on ice.
They're showing nothing but you know how you compete at this level, like how you adjust to the various things that your enemies are throwing at you. These tactics. I mean, Malagos is essentially sacrificing himself to win the game, but it's working. It's working every single time. So why stop?
It is
you know?
indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this time
I really do feel that Renegade Squadron on Ice are really using the anglerfish tactic here, which is dangling Malagos out there as a very, very tempting bait. And then the big jaws of the Saber come around with Mission AVS tidying up afterwards. It's getting really mean. And I really can't see a way for Templar 1 or Bravo or Braven Tooth to really tidy up after this. It's proving to be very one-sided.
The only thing I could see them doing is maybe focusing on Mission instead of focusing on Malagos, taking out Mission first. Malagos is dangerous, but as we know, his firepower is lacking. He's got accuracy, but he's lacking in firepower. So if you can take out Mission quickly, then you can mop up Malagos and get a kill off that one.
The thing is, though, Malagos's lower firepower is traded in for some ridiculous accuracy. So if they're not focusing him, he's going to be able to be that turret that's going to just take them down, regardless. I think it's a very difficult call, to be fair. It's a very difficult one.
I'm also finding that I think in the second match we actually saw them trying to go after Mission AVS, and Mission AVS just disengaged and ran until they had engaged Malagos in a fight.
So that's the first time I think we actually saw some kiting going on in these fights. Normally the fights are so fast because these guys are so accurate that you don't get to see such maneuvers. But we'll see. We'll see in this match point.
Absolutely. Look, so we're just loading into the next match. This round sponsored by Aegis Dynamics. When shopping for a ship, consider Aegis. Again, folks, if you would like to contribute to make it really more worthwhile for these streamers, apart from being not the streamers, for the competitors. If you really want to make it more worthwhile for the competitors, you can contribute towards the prize pool. As of the start of this stream, we were at $110, split 70-30 to the winners. But you can contribute more towards that one to sort of as a bit of a thank you for these guys for putting on such a good show.
Indeed.
So the combat here has been intense.
Right on. So it looks like both teams have quickly lined up and they're ready to go.
Just about, yeah. We're just waiting for Braven Tooth to finalize. Yeah, everyone's ready to go.
So we'll see just what Templeman and Braventooth have up their sleeve, if they do in fact have any other tricks to pull.
Yeah, both teams are off and running. We'll see what happens. Do they take this again, or are they just forced to choke on it?
Quite violent analogy there.
Just shove Malagos down their throat, you know?
All right, and there they are. And it seems like from the get-go, they're focusing quite heavily on Braventooth. He's lost one wing already. He's down to being a sight, and there he is. Mission has taken out Braventooth. Wow.
And look at Templar is so down a weapon as well.
Templar is on his own, down a weapon, down a wing, and a wingman.
However, did manage to
takes out Malagos, though.
Now it's just Mission AVS versus Templar 1. This is the match point. If we do manage to get a kill from Mission, this one is it. Looks like shields are just about down for Templar. He's taking heavy damage.
Can he redeem himself? Mission is a supreme duelist. Look how he strafes up and down, just moving that targeting pip all around the place. If it was me, I wouldn't hit a single shot, but it looks like Templeman's getting some hits in. His shields are down right now.
But Templeman's shields are down. If he doesn't disengage, if he doesn't fly backwards at this point, it is very much all over.
Both shields have regenerated. Templeman is now actually overheated. He's now gone.
Mission's overheating as well, absolutely. You can tell because he's only firing bursts of 2 or 3 shots.
Both sluggers are now out of stamina here, slapping instead of punching. We'll see what happens.
It's like the end of
And
Oh, there we
is.
go. Mission AVS neatly takes out Templar 1 in a very, very well fought battle.
GG, man. Okay.
Absolutely. Very, very well played from both those pilots at the end there. Unfortunately, Brave and Truth was picked apart like a chip on the beach by the seagulls.
It was
Like a chip on the beach.
That's I mean,
Or
and this is how quickly these things can change, because we saw the same team get absolutely dominated by the 11th.
Oh, yes.
Just changing up the dynamics. Just because these guys fight each other on a regular basis with these kind of loadouts, they're able to counter each other pretty easily. It was very, very, very rough match there. That was very rough.
I think you could see them sort of trying to adapt to the whole process, but unfortunately, the extra mobility gained from that Saber really did make a very big difference.
And that leaves Renegade Squadron on ice to fight the Yin Yang Twins.
Which
After
I
this.
believe, I think up next we'll be going to be showing off that match, and then it's going to be 11th versus PvP sliders.
Indeed.
So
And I
RS
think
on
that-
Ice, which we've just watched, and Yin Yang Twins, we've watched several times in the past. This is the losers bracket, by the way, folks. So these people are fighting for a chance to get into the final.
Indeed. And I think after Templeman has finished debriefing with Braven on TeamSpeak, he'll be back here as well to tell us exactly what went wrong.
I
That fight.
Yeah.
got a bit to a crushing defeat just then.
Ouch. I don't know. I don't see enough PJ Salt in chat, to be honest, so I think he'll be back.
Control, can we get the bracket refreshed?
I refreshed it. I thought I refreshed it. Hold on.
Do you need to refresh it? It's like
I know. So
automatic on
the way
mine.
how this works is we actually have to, because you can normally just pull the website down, but because we don't have the pro version, we can't do that. So we have to.
I
So I have
see.
to. I'm taking the screenshots and pulling them down.
Right. Okay.
So we will refresh this bracket here shortly.
Oh, that was, if I'm entirely honest, I think that was actually one of the best matches we've watched so far. It did turn out to be a bit one-sided, but both teams really did fight very well in that one. You could see the good old Mouse Cheese's Malagos, despite the fact he was undergunned using gimbals, was definitely making a decent stand of himself.
Oh yeah, and
Indeed.
those tactics of him being the sacrificial lamb to the slaughter, but in letting his teammate clean up. That's good just good tactics overall for this kind of event for sure.
And
And,
it's focusing the strengths.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because,
Mission AVS really showing how much of a duelist he is. People in chat were saying, "Yo, Mission, you can't beat Mission." And from what we saw there, from the 1v1s afterwards, I mean, like, if you were paying attention to where his ship was, he was never ever flying in the same plane for more than 1 second. He was always strafing up and down, left and right. It was quite dizzying even from third person. I can't imagine what it must have been like to fight him, head to head. But we got confirmation from Control that fight number 23, RS on Ice versus Yin Yang Twins, is about to commence.
All right, let me make sure I can actually get the invite. Yeah, that was that. I mean, we're gonna see how this works. I think that we're gonna see a rematch of RS on Ice versus 11th here at the end. But I don't
It's
know if
looking
Yin
that
Yang
way.
can do it. I don't know if Yin Yang can do it.
I mean, Yin Yang did in the last match managed to field the combination Super Hornets with a Saber from memory.
Yeah.
So we might be seeing a very, very even matchup on this next. Otherwise, they could mix things up. We could see Saber, could see two Sabers, or we could something completely different.
They might pull out something completely random out of the hat. We never know.
It's also worth pointing out, folks, according to the rules of this tournament, teams are not allowed to fire missiles. So that's why you haven't been seeing the salt torpedoes being fired all over the place.
Saltpedos.
The saltpedos, yes. So the rules for this one, which everyone's been following as far as we can see, is no missiles, which is it's making things quite interesting from a dueling standpoint.
Indeed. I feel like, well, with the state of the alpha right now, we're still in a bit of a pretty hefty transitioning period, and so there are some missiles that are just a bit too overpowered, especially the size 4 ones, which will just kill you in one shot. So you've got to even the playing field somehow.
Absolutely, and considering you can bolt one of those size 4s to the top for an Aurora, you worry a little bit sometimes.
Oh, it's just an Aurora. Oh, well, crap.
Well, it's not just an Aurora. It's a
It's
brand
two
new
missiles. There's a
bomb.
missile.
You know.
It's a missile strapped to a missile.
I'm very worried when they do give us sort of overclocking functionality of just how fast people are going to make those Auroras. Just ditch everything else.
In lore, someone had made an Aurora Racer. Now, we don't have brackets just yet, so we have no idea where that Aurora Racer would have fit into the grand scheme of the game, but for sure. I really do hope modularity becomes that kind of thing in the game, where you can see like a proper like Honey Badger Aurora kind of build. I want to see that.
Let's get angry and fight everyone.
Apparently, you cannot put a size 4 on an Aurora.
You can put a size 4 missile on an Aurora. I know this
Confirmed by toys.
2 size 3s on an Aurora.
All right, so we're just waiting for Command to send us invites. I'm sorry, Command or Control? Control Command. Whatever, one of the two. And then we'll be doing the next match. So Paul, did you want to do the
I would like to
commentary?
take this moment. If you are looking for hydration, do consider Pips. Pips Energy Drink. They've got protein, they've got energy, they're all you really need.
So I don't know how this is going to end. I don't know if the Yin Yang Twins can match the firepower. Just match the strategic ability of Malagos and Mission, because they've been. I mean, other than that one match we saw where they were toyed with. They were toyed with by the 11th. It was they've been solid strategic thinking going on.
Indeed. I mean, Malagos is deathly accurate, but even when he fails, Mission is there to clean up. So really, it'll be interesting to see them in the finals if that really does happen. It's 11th versus PvP Sliders for the final match. That will be happening after this, I believe. I don't think the semifinals are being. Are they being tethered? Well, are they?
We're
being
doing every stream from now on.
Every stream
right on.
So
right on. Makes sense.
We got to do another. We got to wait for.
We're doing RS on Ice versus Yin Yang, then we're doing 11th versus PvP. And if we do manage to get Renegade win this round and 11th win the next one, it means we're having a rematch.
A grudge match
for the
from
finals.
round 3.
A salty run back.
Yeah. I'm calling right now. I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see 11th versus RS on Ice for the finals. Because I don't know if these other teams can hack it. I mean, PvP Sliders has been fantastic. So if it's one team that's going to do well against 11th, I think it's going to be PvP Sliders.
Absolutely. Though we did see in the 11th hour Bravo versus PvP Sliders match, PvP Sliders did do very well in that match.
They did,
So
4
They
to
did.
1.
They did.
So it should be very interesting to see what happens.
Most of these fights, just looking back at the scoreboard, have all been pretty short things for most things. We haven't really seen many 4-3s anywhere. Maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
there's been very few.
The score doesn't tell everything. It's like early on.
That is true.
They've been some really close matches, and in fact, all of the matches we saw, even the last ones included, were down to duels. They came down to 1 versus 1. Both sides were injured, and it was just a matter of time and tactics. Both of these times, every time that Renegade on Ice would win, it would be as you guys said, it was Mission versus whoever was left, and Mission it was just absolutely dancing his saber around everybody else. Just that slight up and down movement and showing why he is a damn duelist in this case. He's a very good duelist in that saber.
Now, from memory, Mission does run dual sticks, which was giving that extra control that he needs. It looks like we might be having. Looks like we might be having two of the same loadouts up against each other. It looks like we've got Saber and Super Hornet versus Saber and Super Hornet.
Yeah, Saber and Super Hornet versus Saber and Super Hornet. We've got Malagos and Mission AVS versus Porcupine and Malin. We're waiting for them to when we're ready up and get going. We're getting started.
So Porcupine's running dual sticks and pedals. Good luck in this match, Porcupine.
Like Mission's flight mode is very obvious because of just how granular the dual sticks are. They allow you to move your ship in such a way that it's obvious in its finesse, because with a keyboard and mouse, most things that you use, so mouse movements are very fluid, but keyboard movements like strafing are very like on and off. So you can see when somebody's using a keyboard to fly around and when somebody's using a stick, which has granularity on both axes, or on all axes even.
Absolutely, and you can, when you're looking at a really good dual joystick player, you can absolutely see that they're able to sort of move around extremely precisely and play wanted in a fight. The downside, of course, is until you really get your joystick curve dialed in properly, you do lose a bit of accuracy.
Yes. So it seems like for some reason this time around the spectator camera spawned me in a Gladius, so I've had to kill myself, and hopefully that'll fix it. It has. Okay, cool. Yep.
I'd also like to point out that we have in fact managed to have one of our spectators die already.
I'm in a better place now.
If by better place you mean not here. Yes. All right, so everyone's ready up. Looks like we're off and running.
Indeed. All right, let's see. So my money's on ice here, to be fair. I mean, it might not be fair for Porky and Marlin, but we'll see. Yin Yang have really had some good fights, so we'll see.
They really can pull it. You just gotta wonder, will they take the bait of Malagos? Will they try to quickly DPS down Mouse Jesus, or do they try to hang back and engage against? Engage against Mission AVS.
Indeed. So what's going on? Have they started? They're all like just floating in space, staring each other down like Western style.
I feel like they're circling at the moment, but not actually. It feels like they started the match. Yeah, game on.
Did. There it is. It started. Okay, they were just literally staring each other down, and the fight has started. Super Hornet is pounding down on that on that saber, but he's out of here quite fast. I think that's Malagos' Super Hornet, and no, it's Porcupine's.
Absolutely destroyed Mission. That's a big change from what we've been seeing previously.
I'm not sure what was going on there. Mission was bugging out in a straight line, so it was really easy for him to do so. I'm not sure.
It was either a blackout or a disconnect. I'm not sure what happened there.
Right, and also in the
everyone's resetting. It looks like.
Right. In the background, also, Match 24 is in fact starting between the 11th and PvP Sliders. So we'll have the finals right after this as well, guys. So I'm not too sure what happened there. That was very uncharacteristic of what we've seen from Mission. You know, yeah. I have to cancel my T-shirt orders now, man.
Just went pancake and got splattered.
Yeah. Terrible. I think maybe what happened was they decided to restart the match. Something must have happened, because that made no sense to me. He was flying in a straight line. You don't black out like that either.
Malagos saying that was a reset.
Come again?
That was a reset according to Malagos.
Was a reset? Okay, I thought so. I'm not just fanboying here. All right.
Yeah. Just. Yeah, both teams are ready, it looks like.
All right, so yeah,
Oh, I'm back.
Super and Saber versus Super and Saber.
It's like we're
Yin Yang's
just about ready to go.
Yep.
This one is RS on Ice versus Yin Yang.
Oh shit.
Looks like
Just
everyone's
waiting on
good.
the officiator's call, and then they'll go.
And we're off.
Maybe one side is off. Malin's team is still just standing there.
We're
And
going.
they're off. Yeah, there they are. Okay, this should be really well, anybody's game really. Both archetypal groups, to be honest. We got ourselves the Super Hornet and Saber on both sides. We'll see. Just who can do it better. Again, Malagos' Super Hornet has a bit less DPS, but that guy has the accuracy of a demon, so we'll see.
Oh, absolutely. If you let him free reign, he will absolutely tear you apart with that accuracy. Because no matter how much you
Indeed.
juke around, he's gonna get those shots on target.
Oh, we have one Super Hornet just pounding down on the aft of another, and now they're right in front of each other. It's a knife fight here. It's really going to be all down to accuracy and
Malagos
Malagos.
takes out Malin very
Wow.
neatly. It looks like
Porky is left.
Oh, they backed out because it crashed.
Was there a crash? I don't think there was a crash. All right, and
Malagos just
Malagos
tied
has
up
taken out
Porcupine.
Porcupine. Indeed. All right, and I
That's
believe
it.
that is match number 1.
first round to Yin Yang. No, other way around. Sorry, first round to RS and Ice.
Yeah.
Too many teams, too short a time, and I have no cheat sheet.
Yeah, man. Oh man, my match with Malagos, man. Oh, brutal,
Yeah.
brutal, man.
We'll
And it
do a
wasn't
good-
Malagos.
We'll do a good
It wa-
debrief of that. Debrief of
Yeah.
that after this match. Let's focus on this right now because I want to hear. I want to hear. I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what went wrong.
All right, now they're lining up again.
Waiting for one more to join over.
So we're in the semifinals right now, right?
Indeed.
This is semi-finals of the losers bracket. Up next is going to be the semi-finals of the winners bracket, followed by the finals.
All right, it seems like they're off. They're afterburning towards the center again.
It looks like they are taking this fight in towards the asteroids as opposed to out in the open.
It's a welcome
Interesting
change.
choice.
Yeah, it is a welcome change. The last couple fights were all out in the open. Adding a bit of finesse to the mix is a welcome change. All right, so it looks like a Saber on Saber duel here with the Super Hornet coming in from the back.
But we are
Can't tell
seeing
who's who just yet.
the battle between Ballistic and Energy Sabers.
And Malin took out Malagos, Mission
Ooh.
taking out Porcupine.
Porcupine cleaned up in this Ballistic Saber by the Energy Saber. Apparently the Energy Saber being the superior ship at this point.
So it's Mish v Mal now. We'll see who takes it because Malagos does have those gimbals, so he's able to track Mission's
Mission.
really
Yeah, it looks
wiry
like Mission
Saber.
shields down.
We'll see whether or not
And Mission's also
Malagos
got
has
overheat
increased-
really badly.
Oh, there we go. Mission's shields are now back up though. We'll see who takes it. Malagos almost
Oh, that was
crashing
a
right
pass
into
out.
Mission.
That must
Did
be
he
a
pass
blackout.
out? Oh, he
Must
passed
be.
out. That's it. And let's see. In 3,
Back up. He's back up, but he's lost a wing.
he's waking up. He woke back up.
There we
again.
go.
Oh, there we go. Malin took out Mission.
Mission.
Wow.
That was actually close. That was much closer than I
That
thought.
was
really
yeah,
close.
that was very very close.
That was Mission soundly losing it for himself, unfortunately.
Yeah.
By getting that blackout.
He's been
Indeed.
pushing the edge of his saber pretty hard. He even blacked out in the match he was fighting with me. And when you're playing at this level, if someone blacks out, man, that's it. Like that is it.
It's but yeah, you're right. He has to fight on the edge of the limits of the saber. Otherwise, you don't have the maneuverability advantage, and you get torn up.
All right, and both teams are now lined up again. Waiting on the officiator call.
Looks like we're just.
It's 1-1. This might be the close match that I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, it's things are certainly getting very tied up with the very similar loadouts. You've got a ballistic saber and an energy saber. However, both of the Hornets are running energy builds. Of course, Malagos, otherwise known as Mouse Jesus, is running a size down on his wing guns and nose gun due to being a gimbaled player.
The added accuracy is very helpful.
Exceptionally helpful. However, you do take a little bit of a hit in maneuverability thanks to it.
All right, so no kills just yet. We have the Saber still knife fighting over here towards the border. One of the Super Hornets actually closing in now. I don't know whether the fourth one is gone.
Looks like Mouse Jesus is focusing down one of the enemy sabers. Oh, they've broken off again.
All right, and that's the knife fight over. Mission ABX taking out Porcupine 666. It's now 2v1. Let's see what happens. And
ooh, Malagos just ate an asteroid. Or the
asteroid taking that
him.
final kill. Oh wait, no, it's not even the final
Not the final kill. We have still got
No.
a bit of Saber on Super Hornet action.
Asteroid taking the equalizer then.
I believe this is Mission versus Malin.
Mission versus Malin, yep. The Eminem combo, baby!
Mmm.
Oh!
Malin
Malin taking out Mission again!
Oh!
Yin Yang Twins
Absolutely.
claiming another win.
Indeed, absolutely dethroning Mission after Mission has pretty much secured every single duel we've seen him do since.
I'm
Pretty much
just going to
everything we
say,
expected, he's been claiming them.
the one thing tonight that has been absolutely certain is that asteroids are the real MVPs. Just if you're going to ever compete, just enter as an asteroid, you'll win. Guarantee you.
And you
You'll
won't
really
even
rock
die.
their team.
Oh!
Soundly booed from the sidelines for that one. Nice
Yeah,
fights. These are
no.
very, very good fights.
Yep, and I believe they are off again.
Are we? It looks like they're just forming up.
Hey, yeah, Mission like that's not even Mission. The labels are wrong. I think that's
The labels are a lie, man. The labels are a lie.
Yeah. That was Malin. He went to the edge and then he flew back to the center again. I'm not sure what's happening in control comms.
There we go. We're off and running.
All right. So Yin Yang. All right. So Yin Yang has actually proven us wrong here. I thought that it was going to be a walk in the park for on ice.
Things have separated into a pair of duels at this point. We've got Saber on Saber and Mouse versus Gimbaled Super Hornets.
Indeed, and Malagos taking that kill from Malin, showing him that even though he has the weaker guns, he has the better accuracy.
Malagos
All right.
should now come in and neatly tidy up on Malin.
Indeed, all things going well. This should be 2 for 2.
There-
Mission
Ooh.
taking out Porky, and Porky taking out Mission,
Duh.
leaving Malagos, I believe. So,
Last man floating. Malagos.
yeah. So that's that was interesting. Was that a space hug?
That was, I think, just a little bit of lag combined with very close firing range.
Right on.
They
So,
managed to tidy each other up.
so again, we have an equalizer. So it's 2 for on ice and 2 for Yin Yang.
Oh, that's close, baby.
Which is ridiculously close.
They are just forming out for the next round. If chat has any suggestions as to who they think is going to win this one, I mean, commentators here, we were pretty convinced that RS on Ice were going to tidy things up and come through fairly soundly, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's turned
I'm
out a
super
lot
jaded
closer than
now.
we thought it was going to be.
I'm super jaded now. All my money is on Asteroid.
Asteroid being the absolute firm favorite from the commentating team. We've got Yin Yang and Renegade Squadron. Chat's pretty divided on this one too.
All right, I believe they're off again.
I'm not seeing movement from this side.
Right. They may just be repositioning again.
Looks like. Do you think the fans are the real winner? You're not wrong. Very, very big thanks to the organizers for putting on this awesome tournament. It's turned out to be a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to broadcast with, and proving to be a lot more engaging than I was worried it would be.
Indeed. Thanks so much for the having us on.
And I'd like to point out, as always, folks, chat's the real MVP.
That has been great. All right, so it started for real again.
Looks like they have paired off.
Again, saber for saber, hornet for hornet.
And watching that mouse accuracy bonus versus the size increase. Size increase giving you about a third more damage.
Mission.
Mission just tied up Porcupine really easily.
Really quickly, taking almost no damage. His shields are fine. Mission finishing off Malin too. Mission's like, you know, what's up?
Oh,
Mission's like, what's up?
Mission just goes through and says, hey, I heard you have no shields. I'll take that, please.
So that's On Ice securing their 3rd point. Yin Yang trailing behind with 2. Mission are now, On Ice are now on match point.
RS On Ice. If they can manage to secure this victory in this round, will walk home to the finals and guaranteed victory prizes. So they are fighting for a guaranteed 30% of the winning pool of the prize pool.
And again, Firesalt and I are joined by the Astropub and Mr. Templar 1
How's it going?
streamer booth here. I believe they'll be taking the finals.
Indeed.
All right, so the match point round has started again. It looks like they're dueling again. It's like they've decided
they've paired
behind
off
the scenes to just duel. Yeah. All right, no, the Saber's coming in now. And, Malin's taking up Malagos.
Malin took the cheap shot on Malagos to clean him up.
Indeed. So Mission's on his own. What can he do?
I'm seeing. Cleans up Porcupine.
That's what he
Now
can
it's
do.
a bit of Super Hornet on Saber action. Will we see if this? That sounded like an asteroid victory. That was an asteroid victory, folks.
I did not see on the kill reel what just happened. So I think we had a Super Hornet winning there, didn't we?
Nope,
did.
that was a kill. That was a kill. That was not not an asteroid. Yep, that was a kill.
Oh, all right. So who won?
So Malin and Porky won that round.
Right. Oh,
Very
damn.
nice.
It's a tie. So
Tied
it's a
up
tiebreaker,
three.
guys.
Literally the last round. So will the asteroids win? Will Porcupine win? Will Malagos win? But we'll find out just soon.
Right on.
And
Right
now,
on. So
just
yeah,
time, we're going to take a short break for our sponsors.
it is.
Now it's
It is
time for a
neck
short
and
break
neck.
from our sponsors. This is exactly what we need to start doing.
It is ridiculous, guys. I mean, like I was saying, everyone's whitewashing each other, but no, 3 for 3.
This one's come down to the last. And we're up and running. It looks like they're focusing down Malagos from what I'm seeing here.
All right.
No, they've paired off again.
They have paired off yet again. We got a ballistic saber against our laser saber.
Malin just
taking
fired at
out
Malagos with a bit of a
already.
turnaround.
Dispatched. All right, let's see what happens next.
Will Mission manage to survive this one? That's the big question. The Aegis Dynamics Saber.
Oh god,
coming in
this
to try to
it's two nail
Vulture.
fighting.
Looks like Mission has broken off that combat best he can, let his shields recharge. Hasn't taken any significant damage at this point.
Oh, one of the Super
Looks
Hornets
like
hitting the rock. I think Malagos just smack bang in between those two asteroids. He seems to be okay though. All his guns are still working.
I believe it's Malin, not Malagos.
Malin?
Malin is alive. Malagos has been destroyed. Yes.
All right,
Malagos
right
is
on, right on.
out.
So Malin smack bang on asteroids. My apologies.
Mission AVS just disengaging, trying to get some distance.
It's missions versus.
Oh no,
Malin
he's hit
and
the
Porky.
edge. It's Mission
Did he hit
versus
the edge?
CIG's networking. CIG's networking has won that round.
I think
So that-
mission. That was it. I think.
Unless we hear something else from the judges, it looks like that one's gone to Yin Yang Twins.
Oh wow.
completely upset on my part.
Completely.
I had no idea that was going to happen. Like, absolutely no idea. We'll wait for the judges' call, see if they'll reset and do it again.
Indeed. I mean, this is one of the first. I think this is the only time we've ever seen, on stream at least, a 4v3. What happens next? I would have thought maybe they'd try and play for advantage. Nope, they're leaving. So
It looks like everyone's
Yin
out.
Yang
Looks
has
like that was it.
they've secured it.
Invisible
Big
Rock
congratulations.
again. Asteroid beats everything.
But CIG's networking is the real winner.
Yeah, CIG networking.
So very,
Yin
very
Yang have
big
been confirmed.
congratulations. Big congratulations to Yin Yang for the win on that one. But Renegade Squadron on Ice put up a fantastic fight there, made for some very, very engaging combat. And
That was one of the best
Really?
matches we've seen all day. One of the best matches.
Really, really awesome rounds just then. So up next is going to be
Superbly outplayed
11th
that
versus
asteroid.
PvP Sliders.
Indeed.
So we'll
Team Rock.
go Team Rock.
It's
I
like
think-
Team Rocket for Star Citizen.
I believe I believe 11th and PvP are already playing right now. Oh, never mind. Scratch that. They should be ready. Okay, so everyone
I believe
hopping
they're
out,
ready,
back
waiting for
out.
us.
All right, so yeah, waiting for us.
I
So
would
who's taking this?
love to commentate that one.
Templar, it's you and me because Parasol.
It is.
All four of us will comment on the last match because it's the final and everything.
All right.
The Eugens are up for 11th versus PvP Sliders. Should be good. We'll see if PvP Sliders have learnt from their last victory, because 11th is a very, very strong team.
They are a very strong team. This is, I mean, these last matches we're coming up to, basically there is no weak points. It's just a matter of who can outfly, outmaneuver, outthink their enemy. Because never underestimate the power of thinking. I'm going to take this time to say you should thank you so much for watching us. You should hit that follow here on this stream if you're enjoying this. I think that the Star Citizen Competitive Combat Club is going to be doing these quite frequently, if not once a month. We'll see how it goes. And those of us who are broadcasting, we all are our own broadcasters. Meyer is a partner broadcaster on Twitch. Fairasalt, another fantastic broadcaster on Twitch, and myself. Also, we all do Star Citizen content, so if you enjoy this kind of stuff, consider hitting our follow buttons as well.
Okay, so this is in from command, guys. They say disregard that match number 24. The semifinal is currently in progress,
Okay.
and it's 2-1 to the 11th. So the finals will be the next thing up. So I repeat, the finals are next up. It's 2-1 to the 11th, and yeah. Now we gotta
this is
fill that
11th
air.
versus PvP Sliders.
Indeed. So sliders are sliding into the loser as well. Oh wow. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. It seems that way. 11th are gonna be in the finals. It seems.
At this rate, anyway.
Yeah. 11th has some serious love in chat as well. Braven 2's like, aw, man.
I'm a blush.
All right, so I
11th.
guess.
They're not in
Yeah.
numerical order.
So Templar, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Tell us what
Can you-
wrong. Yeah, tell us what happened.
What went wrong in your match?
Missions went wrong. No, he flew really good, and I think I underrated the fact that a Panther Saber is a Hornet's worst nightmare. And the reason I say that is because I've fought a lot of fighters, and the Saber Panthers or the Panther Saber loadouts against Hornets is like that is the worst thing you can come up against in a Hornet, because not only is it going to outmaneuver you, the guy's got good throttle control, he's going to get it right up on your face. And I was using a laser, not only was I fighting the ship that was kind of matched up against me, but I was also fighting with the loadout that was matched up against me, right? So that was my mistake. So I should have gone in with the Tarantula Saber. I probably would have been able to take it. And the reason for that is because armor and shields, right? So the Super Hornet's got 33% armor buff, right? So ballistics kind of bounce off it. But he wasn't using ballistics against me, he was using lasers. Lasers don't care about armor, they just hit you straight up. So you essentially completely negate the armor bonus on the Hornet. The shields go down pretty quick. I mean, the Hornet's not that small, so it's easy to hit the thing. And even with the jerk profile the way it is, you can really move that thing and meander it around. But it how do I explain this? The laser saber is gonna get that Hornet, right? And Braven fought hard too in his glaive. I mean, we did the best we could. And I mean, I have no problem losing against people in my own organization. I really don't. I mean,
it was a great fight. It was a great fight to watch.
I was a little bit.
No, according to your wingman, you were just being useless.
The worst, just useless. No, we did good. We did really good, and it was nice because me and Braven are both part of it. Like, he's Braven's 11th, I'm Renegade, so it was nice to see us come together for a team and just kind of, fly together. I wanted it to be us to win because that would have been really nice to be like, 11th and Renegade together at the end. But I mean, who knows, right? But we do this for the fun, right? I mean, there were some issues. Obviously, there's some issues with the game still, but it doesn't matter. It's just, it's enjoying to watch it because this is where it starts. And then as, the game develops and whatnot, we're going to get more competitive and it's going to get more balanced and all these things, right? So, yeah, but if you want to take out a Panther Saber, use a Tarantula Saber, ballistics to punch through those shields. And that might have been a totally different fight. But, lessons learned. And I mean, like I said, when you're playing at this level, most of these guys I fly with on a daily basis, and they're awesome guys, right? And I really hope you guys have a chance to fly with them, against them. If you have questions, ask them. I mean, they're just outstanding guys.
Oh, after this, man, totally. I need to learn how to fly again. I
yeah,
really
please.
I really do.
We need to get at least some of these insights again, so we can help you guys in the future for this these kind of commentaries.
Oh yeah, definitely. So in terms of organizations and stuff like that, though, I mean, so we know of Renegade Squadron, but all these other competitors, I mean, we've heard the 11th spoken of. They are some pretty competent fighters. They're struggling, well, not struggling, but fighting there in the winners bracket. What can you tell us about the 11th?
So 11th are awesome dudes. Like, I can't honestly, like, they're, in terms of like other organizations that I myself and Renegade kind of look at as like organizations that we want to like hang out with, essentially 11th is that thing, right? 11th has the same vision and goal most of the Renegades do. It's, you want to be the best that you can be, right? And I mean, I got nothing but good stuff to say about those guys. They're all good guys, like they really are, right? And I mean, I got good stuff to say about my own guys too, but it's like they're just good guys. They're good pilots. They're honest. They want to fly and get better, and it's fantastic, right? Braven in the channel is like, no, they're lying, but it's for real, right? I mean, they're in my opinion the most underrated organization in this game, and that was said in the chat as well.
Sorry to break in. It looks like we had a 4-1 victory by 11th against PvP Sliders. So big congratulations to 11th, who we're talking about right now.
Oh wow!
Looks like our finals are going to be Yin Yang versus 11th.
Oh, it's going to be good.
This is going to be a good match. I mean, 11th was always my favorite to the top seat. So, and Yin Yang came out of nowhere and defeated Great Renegade Squadron on Ice. So we'll see how this works. I mean, I don't know. This is going to be a nail biter. Though I'm still going to probably give my my token to the 11th. How about the rest of you guys?
I'm going to have to agree. I'm going to have to agree. From watching 11th in their earlier matches, they really were controlling the flow of the battle, and their loadout seems to really match their enemies quite nicely. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, 11th are definitely the underdogs here, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they've proven us wrong once before, so we'll see.
Yin Yang has come through and really upset things earlier, so we'll see what happens. And I mean, let's be entirely honest here. No one really expected those Well Crap guys to win.
And I will make a quick plug for the Star Citizen Combat Competitive Combat Club. They are always looking for adding more people. So if you have an organization that you think you can compete on this level or enjoy just practicing and doing these kind of contests, you're always welcome to join the club and participate. There's no barrier to entry on our part at all. So,
and I mean, if you feel like bringing a pair of Aurora LNs and being the skeet that they shoot, you can do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Templeman, are you commenting on this on the final? Because the final's up next, and they're saying you are offline.
I'll restart real quick.
Okay.
But I would love to. I'd love to be part of that.
I think we'll all do the commentary. One of us will have to just kind of watch from the sidelines, though, because I think we only have enough.
I'll sit back. Yeah. I've got you on full screen here.
Exactly. Toys is right. You can just, as an individual, as a group. And I'm pretty sure that the Star Citizen Competitive Combat Club is going to be doing things like Star Marine matches as well in the future. So
Absolutely.
So
That would be interesting to watch too. Once we get some more weapons in and some more functionality and features.
I'd
Definitely.
also love to see, even though it's not Combat Club, I'd love to see some racing as well. So we can get that just kind of Arena Commander, Electronic Arts full suite there for everything. So
I mean, if we do hit 3.0 in the nearest future, we may see some guns hot racing around Yellow.
Ah, that's very true. With the Yellow Clutch Rally, that should be interesting. I'm not sure whether or not that will, be a thing for, I don't know, for this. I mean,
it could be. It'll be interesting for sure, especially with like smaller servers and stuff like that. It'd be a bit more difficult, but.
So, and I mean, of course, you can bring along your EMP edition and EMP everyone on the first corner just for logs.
The Warlock, the Trolley Warlock. Gotta love the Trolley Warlock.
Right, so we may actually get some. So we've been talking about Mission, right? So we may actually get him in here for a second to basically talk us through the process. I think Command has been. I've been in contact with Command. They say he may be moving in here to talk to us. But we'll see. We'll see. Because this next match should be starting very soon, so I have no idea. They all seem to be congregating in the channel below.
Things should be starting shortly. Just wait for this one to start.
Yeah, so this is the final, right? So what are they doing? Just preparing?
I think the team's taking a short break between matches, and we're working out to get everyone online for the invites.
Right, scratch that about Mission, but they need him for something else. So, sorry. Interview next time.
Yes, we can do some post game interviews, all that kind of stuff. But again, last chance, guys. If you guys would like to donate for the winner prize pool, you can always do so down there. These guys have been putting on a fantastic show with their competitive skills. We had a little bit of a rough start early on, but we've hit our stride here. So I think it's very, very fun. It's been a very fun broadcasting. It's very fun to broadcast to you guys as well. Thank you so much for bearing with us.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Seriously, streamers streamers on the whole, we do it for the viewers. And without you, we wouldn't be doing this. So thank you.
You guys are for the cheese.
I'd like to think there's more cheese in me than Wisconsin.
Oh, there we are. We have Mission. Yo.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Yeah, welcome. So we were just talking about you a while ago, actually, and so would you like to answer a few questions about how you fly and like your process and stuff?
Yeah, sure thing. What's up?
So like I guess I'll ask the question first. So like what's your setup? Like dual joysticks?
Yeah, I'm using dual joysticks and CH Pro pedals. I got a Warthog on my right hand, a T16000 on my left hand, and CH Pro pedals.
I love the T60000M, so I'm glad to see. It's pretty much the only thing you can use with dual sticks these days, though, right?
Oh yeah, that's the best bang for the buck stick on the market, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So also, it's because Astropub wants sponsorship from.
I do desperately want sponsorship from Thrustmaster. I'm not gonna lie, but
I hear you.
Just fishing for stuff there.
Why not?
So what do you think fell apart in that last match for your Mission?
Well, to be honest, the last match against Porky and Malin, if you guys saw, it kind of like turned into like two separate 1v1s towards the ladder rounds. I think it all came down to the fact that Malin was able to end his matches with Malagos in quick fashion, whereas when I ended my matches with Porky, like he would actually put damage on me with the ballistic setup that he was using. And it's just rough going into a match like with a ship that's like half dead. Against this class of players, it's not going to happen.
So were those those duels that you kept doing like for at least 3 of those rounds, were those conscious decisions to be Saber v Saber and Super Hornet v Super Hornet, and because they seem to be pretty like isolated fights before you then decided to it was like watching For Honor in space.
Yeah, I think to an extent, it had to do with the loadouts that they were using and what they wanted to, actually capitalize on. As you saw, Malin was using a Super Hornet with an energy loadout, which is going to be good against other Super Hornets, whereas Porky had a Saber with 4 Tarantulas on it, which theoretically, if he would have gotten those clean shots on me, it would have, made quick work of me. I was just able to get the upper hand on them more often than not. So.
Right.
I was
But-
seeing you having some quite bad issues with blackouts and overheats, though.
Yeah. The thing is, like, once you got two guys on you, you gotta fly like as sporadic as possible, and at that point, like, all bets are off. You're just trying to do something to get, like, weasel your way out of it.
In a bit of an approval though, we were loving to watch you when you duel. You do very well. Just the subtle up and down movements as you're strafing to keep the guy's pip off of you. It was very obvious to see, but it was very subtle in terms of just up, just down, just up, down. That was fantastic. It was such a good show there for that one.
Yeah, watching in third person, there's a lot of weaving and stuff going in there. So was that strafing up and down, or like?
Yeah,
can you
I
tell
was
us the process.
Yeah, I mostly when I get in fights, I'm one of those guys that likes to keep it up close. That's where I feel more comfortable. And while we are strafing, kind of like orbiting around each other, I'll do subtle like ups and downs, kind of one to throw off their pip aim, and two to try to mitigate the G-forces that I'm pulling on my pilot.
Right.
If I can get in a one-on-one with somebody, I can usually stay okay. But if it's 2v1, like I said before, you have to fly a little bit too evasive sometimes, which means that you're going to go drooling probably.
Drooling every time. The immersion chase got you, Amish.
Yeah, it's the immersion drool, dude. You know.
I mean, the other question has to be is, are you a lag or a lead pip user?
I have a toggle, but 90% of the time I use lag.
So when would you use the lead one?
When you run into guys like Malin that are like boosting up and down, left and right, it's a little bit more of a steady shot.
Okay. Right on.
Especially against like smaller ships, namely like M50s and stuff like that are going to be moving around really quickly. It's a little bit more of a stable platform, in my opinion, to shoot with.
Now, and the other thing I was going to compliment you guys on was you and Malagos did a very good job of against Templar and.
Seriously, like round of applause for
Yeah.
embarrassing him.
Yeah.
No, you ripped me up, man. It was awesome.
No, like because like Malagos would come in and he would just brawl, but he'd do some damage and then blow up, and then you'd come in completely like pristine and just swipe everything across the board like as you came by it. So that was insane tactics there, great tactics there.
Yeah, thanks. No, the strategy there was to try to either kill or disable Braventooth, because those size fives really hurt, and then try to focus Temp, because he's going to be no slouch either. But as you know, it all came down. It's all situational, in my opinion. When you came in, I mean, I think the first round we didn't even kill Braventooth off the bat. We just knocked off both of his wings, and I told we told Malagos and I communicated. We were just like, all right, switch to Temp. and then we were able to, get the shots on him to kind of whittle him down. And I think Malagos did die in one of those rounds to Braventooth and like the two size ones, but like at that point, both of their ships were so, roughed up that it would have been a tough sell for them.
No, I did notice a couple of times that you just left Braventooth to suffer in his flying coffin mode.
Yeah,
and we're not to denounce Braventooth, because we saw just the match before Braventooth just being like lol and just knocking people aside like they were nothing in that glaive, because he's very patient in that thing. And
Braventooth, Braven's a stud, man. That's why we were focusing him because those size fives are no joke. And I mean to top it all off, like I know Temp mentioned it earlier. His the loadout that he has with the laser repeaters is not what you want to use necessarily against a Saber. Needless to say, with still some really close matches that we had.
Oh,
but, honestly, it could have been a lot different had he had like tarantulas or something like that. So.
I think my last question to you. So, as a competitor, probably the most competitive dogfighting scene that we have in Star Citizen, what kind of changes would you like to see? Going forward with this scene with 2v2s, I suppose. What would you like different? If it were up to you.
To be completely honest, at first I was really all about the 3v3, but I absolutely love the way that these 2v2s worked out. I think the dynamic is amazing. I think it involves a lot of planning and a lot of strategy, as you guys were saying, that is you just don't see and stuff, like especially like 1v1s, because that's how we base like the majority of our training when we try to hone our skills, I guess.
Right.
But I mean, I think what would make it better would be obviously more participation. More teams to get out there, and get rolling. But that just comes along with the game development. I think we'll get there one day, but as it stands, I think this was a very successful first tourney.
All right, looks
Yeah,
like
totally.
we have everyone in. Let's get a quick interview with Braven before everything starts. But we are, as you know, we're on the finals. It is 11th versus whoever wins the this current match. I believe it is Yin Yang Swing.
I believe.
It's over now. It's the 11th versus the.
No, it's PvP Sliders versus Yin Yang Twins. Is what we have right now.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were at the finals. I was like, oh, okay.
This is our second last round.
right. Okay.
This is the last chance around both teams. Both teams have lost one round, and PvP Sliders versus Yin Yang Twins.
So of the two, who do you think's gonna do it? I mean, we just saw Sliders. Well, we didn't see them this last time, but they've done okay. They've managed to slide into victory a couple times before. You know, defeating the ponies.
Slide into victory.
They've done very well against a similar match, but I think Yin Yang Twins and the PvP Sliders are actually pretty evenly matched in terms of their setups and loadouts. So.
I think if Yin Yang Twins can bring their performance from last round into this match, they should carry it through. But again, we haven't seen much from PvP Sliders so far in the commentary standpoint, so there could be a dark horse.
Yeah, totally. So I think I'll leave you guys to this one, and then I'll be back for the finals.
Yeah, this one's gonna be good, man. You got two Renegade teams, two groups of guys, different loadouts. You got a Glaive in the mix here too from the Morrow, and you got two Hornets, three Hornets and a Glaive.
And I'll back out as well, so it'll be Fairasult and Templar to talk about this one.
Yeah,
I'm going to be outskilled in terms of knowledge.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I got to step away for a little while.
Take your missions.
So yeah, in this one we've got the Glaive and Super Hornet team and a dual Super Hornet team.
Yep.
This one should be very interesting. I think the Glaive is going to come in quite strong here because those size 5 energy weapons will make short work of the wing mounts of the enemy.
Oh, it looks like we're
Super
going.
Hornets.
Looks like we're going.
And we're off, yep.
All right, so what I'm thinking here is they're going to take that Glaive out. They're going to go for the cripple, right?
Oh, they'd have to.
Yeah, because if those Glaives, if that Glaive starts landing, it's going to get nasty real fast. So let's see what Malin does here. He's getting focused pretty hard already.
Absolutely. There goes
Here we
one
go.
wing.
Yep, there's a piece of it off. Here it comes. That Glaive's already taking a lot of damage already. That's not looking good. It's not looking good.
I think he's lost control.
He might have blacked out. I think Malin's going to get the first kill pretty soon here. It should be, yeah, this is good. A lot of energy loadout. There he is. Malin was the first kill. Malin got Lamara, he's down. And so now they're going to focus on Porky. Or sorry, not Porky. Pilgrim. Pilgrim is super. And this is looking bad for him. He's just running scared now.
I mean, so you don't really have another choice, to be honest.
Yeah, when it's 2v1 like that and you're in a Hornet, and I think one of them just blacked out. You know, like Mission said, right? You try to get out of there, you're trying to get these guys off you, and it's a struggle, right? Pilgrim just took out Malin. Oh,
very nice.
Now
So
it's 1v1. 1v1, Hornet versus Hornet.
Pilgrim on Porky.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Both of these guys are actually recent guys who just got into Renegade. Outstanding dudes. If you ever have a chance to talk to them, meet them, they're fantastic guys.
No,
both energy Hornets.
Pilgrim's coming in with an advantage as Porky. It looks like he has lost a weapon.
Yeah, he's shooting with a gun down. He's got his right wing damaged, and he's got damage on his center right side. Ooh, I can't tell who's winning this right now. It's really hard because
both of them have almost no shields left.
Yeah, the shields go down quick when you're using those lasers, right? So it's. But if you look at the fight that's going on here right now, you got one of these Hornets who's pitch fighting, one of them is yaw fighting, right? The Hornet that's yaw fighting, which is the one without its right wing. Actually, they both have no right wing now. It's like a mirror matchup, man.
Making things difficult to commentate.
Yeah, I think
both of them are having overheat issues as well.
Yeah,
so it's got low shields, overheat issues.
Yeah, this is
both missing a wing.
Oh, there it is!
Porcupine manages to clutch it.
Just barely.
Yep.
I believe that was PvP sliders.
That
Ooh,
was
close.
really close match though. Very, very well fought from both of those in those Super Hornets. That was brutal.
Yeah, that was
You saw them.
savage.
You saw them both limping towards the victory. Now just forming up for the next round.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be. I'd say this is probably going to be another one of those really, really close ones because a lot of these guys, like the setups that both teams are using, are very close to each other. And
if we keep on seeing if we keep on seeing Lamaro in the glaive getting destroyed very, very early on, it's going to make things very difficult for the Yin Yang to win.
yes, sorry, I apologize. So yeah, remember what I told you guys about earlier? The glaive, right? Is it's tough, but if you focus on it, that it goes down quick, right? And this is exactly what we're seeing here. And not a lot of guys are taking the glaive on 1v1 because those guns, if you got someone who's a good pilot who can get those shots on it, it goes down quick. So again, 2v1ing on the glaive, we see him backing up. He's creating distance. He's going defensive. And he's doing the best he can with dropping shots on him. But if he loses one of those guns, then the Hornets are going to pull off and go after somebody else. Lamar just killed Malin. Oh, but the gun's gone. So now the glaive is essentially, I wouldn't say out of the fight, but it's significantly nerfed.
It's down to half firepower basically at this point.
Yeah, it went from having more firepower than the Super Hornet to having just as much as almost the Gladius or a bit more than that. So this is going to be a struggle. Let's see if those size 5s hit a little harder. Some great flying going from both of these guys, though, I gotta say.
We've got a blackout from one of the Super Hornet pilots.
Oh!
But Lamaro has saved teammate.
Yep. There we go. That's another one.
Ooh, that was brutal. That was just a.
Yeah, when those size 5s hit, man, they hit like a truck.
I think it was Pilgrim X blacked out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Baited in the friendly, and just got collected.
So that's 2 for PvP sliders now.
No. 1
1
to 1.
there? I apologize.
1 to Yin Yang, 1 to PvP sliders.
Nice.
So, yep, we're up to next round. Looks like they're trying to pick a fight a bit further out from the asteroids this time around. Oh, no, I apologize. We are forming up still.
Yeah, you're forming up. What I want to see from PvP sliders, which is the glaive team, is I want to see more focusing. I feel like they'd have better results if the glaive and the Hornet were focusing on one of the Hornets in particular, but not in the terms of the first guy you go after, because people know you're going after because they both see you going towards them. You're an attack vector. It's easy to figure it out, but if you can do a bait and switch, as I call it, where you target one guy, you go after one guy, and then boom, you switch right away to the next guy. He doesn't have time to really figure out that he's getting 2v1, and it could really end horribly. And the
Hornet team is really focusing hard on that glaive very, very early on, but Lamaro just cleans up Malin again.
But there we go. See, that's why, right? So they both focused on the glaive, but we just saw the glaive rip a Hornet apart in 10 seconds or something, right?
Absolutely, and Malin's so Lamaro's teammate didn't actually bring that much firepower to that fight. That was mostly glaive.
That was mostly glaive for sure. Oh, there's the second one. Yep, PvP sliders takes that one too.
Yeah, that was just incredibly fine piloting from Lamaro.
Yeah, Lamaro, when he gets his guns on you, it's terrifying. It's terrifying. But it's nice to see the glaive actually coming out and making a show. And I mean, this thing is competing at the high levels, which is pretty awesome.
It certainly can, though I don't feel it's competing at $350 worth of level.
Well, it depends, right? It really depends, because I mean, it's up for debate. I think there's some minor things that they should do to the glaive to make it truly competitive for the price point, I guess you could say.
As much as I am saying that one, the price point doesn't define the performance in any way, shape, or form in this game. The price point defines the ship's perceived value from the backers.
That's true. You got to remember too, the glaives are not going to be something you just go to your local store and pick it up. It's going to be very, very, very hard to get your hands on these things.
You're going to be in that situation where I know a guy who knows some guys who robbed some guys.
Or just disable the vandal ships and take them to the to your local store and get them refitted. But either way, even the process of doing that, it's going to be tough, right? It's not going to be like you just go to your store, like, because Anvil just shipped out 400 Hornets. It's just, I'll pick one of those up. It's just, no, you got to go steal one. You got to go disable a Vandal Glaive and then bring it to Asperia and pay lots of money to get it refitted and yada, yada, yada. So it's interesting to see. So here we go again, starting off.
It looks like this one's broken into almost a pair of jewels.
Yeah, I think they might be. That's dangerous because that Glaive is going to really. We'll have to see what happens here. But if they can take out one of the. If they can take, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to take out one of the Hornets fast. That way they can gang up on the Glaive. But, wings. Oh, there's Lamar with the kill.
Yep, Lamar cleans up Porcupine. Just Malin left. However,
and he's damaged. He's running.
Very, very damaged.
Not looking good for Malin. I believe. And look, 2 of those big size 5s are still up and running on that Glaive, man. This is any second now. 1 or 2 more shots. I think 1 or 2 more after this one. 1 more. Oh, missed it. He missed it.
Shields are recovering a bit.
Ooh. I don't know. My money's on the Glaive for this one for sure. I think, it's being a guy who's being 2v1 all the time. It's a struggle, man. And there it is.
Fires up Malin.
Yeah, that's another one for PvP Sliders, and they won 1 more and they're done.
Very sound victory. So PvP Sliders really they're doing a very fine job by trying to keep that Glaive alive and guns enabled.
Yeah,
I think that's the big thing. The one round where Yin Yang won, it was purely because they got their Glaive down early and quickly.
Yeah, it's the whole shooter versus defender thing, right? The wingman concept that some of the guys that we're talking about. So if you got the one guy who comes in, he's going to attract the attention. He's going to get people shooting at him. He's going to kind of, shake the hornet's nest. And then you got your shooter. Your shooter is the guy behind you, the guy who's coming in right after everyone starts shooting at the guy who just came in. He's going to get profiles on people. He's going to get people, going after the guy who just came in, top shots, that kind of stuff. And if he's got big guns like a size 5 Glaive, I mean, if you implement that properly, this thing is, you see the results. It's just, it's not fun when you're on the other end of those guns.
Even if not a kill, it's going to leave him limping.
Yeah, I mean, you can rip a wing off, hit a centerpiece, knock the ball turret off, whatever you need to do. So, but the Glaive has to be careful too, because when they focus the Glaive, like we saw before, it can turn sour fast, very fast.
Absolutely, it doesn't even need to turn that far. You just lose a wing and you're down to almost half your firepower.
Yeah, it really does come down to that. Like if you lose 1 wing, that's yeah. It's tough. It's a tough ship to love. It's a tough ship to fly, but when you do master it, it's not only does it look goddamn sexy when you kill stuff, but
I mean, you don't even get the advantage of having a faster the faster heat reduction because you lose a heat sink at the same time. Oh, very nice. Thank you so much to the person who just donated $15 to the prize pool.
Right on.
Really appreciate that one.
So here we go. Here's the final one. If they win it, this is the last round. So we have Lamaro coming in. There we go again. See, the Hornet comes in first, and the shooter falls in behind. Right? Same process I was talking about earlier. They're focusing on a Hornet, right? Going into a pitch fight. Lamaro's backing off. He's getting 2v1, creating distance, going defensive. Then he's coming back in. And here he goes. This Hornet doesn't know he's got him.
Lamaro's almost going for a boom and zoom on these. He's engaging, getting close, getting the shots off, then running.
Yep.
But it looks like he's taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, jousting does work, but if they're quick on switching, if they got good communication, be like, oh, Lamaro's coming back in.
Lamaro's down.
Then they can switch to him, and that's what we see right there, right? So they had really good communication, really quick. Switch to Lamaro, let's get him. And now it's 2v1 on a Hornet. Not looking good. And I think Porky's going to take this one. Pilgrim X is about to
fall apart, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Pilgrim's going to get rocked on this one. Here it comes. And he's sticking around to brawl. He wants to fight, but he's losing his heat. And there we go. Malin takes him out.
Gets his revenge.
Oh, I thought that was the end of the match, but no, there's some life still. Yeah, this is gonna be close.
We're at 2-3. PvP Sliders in the win, but not by much. Remember, folks, this is a fight for money. The winner of this one goes into the finals. If you would like to contribute towards the prize pool is brought to you by the viewers. So scroll on down below the channel and you'll see a donate button through StreamPro. That money is getting split up 70-30 to the winner and the second placed team. Okay, we're up and running.
Yep, they're moving. So here we go. This could be the end. If this could be match point for Lamarl's team with the glaive if they're able to seal these kills. So let's look and see how fast that glaive gets ripped down. He's going to be the big threat. They're going to take him out as quick as they can.
Looks like Lamar's team is in fact focusing down one of the Hornets.
One of the Hornets already lost the wing. He's crippled pretty bad. Ooh, not looking good. Looks like he's switching targets. Yeah, glaive switching targets. And now they're 2v1ing. There we go. You can tell right away that's good communication. Because as soon as Lamaro switched to the target that was shooting him, his teammate, his wingman, immediately started shooting at that guy.
As well, yeah.
Right? So I mean that is really solid communication.
It looks like this one's turning into a bit of a longer match as people disengage so that their shields recoup and their heat drop.
Yeah, all lasers, right? So you don't need to worry about getting in there nice and close.
Yep.
But they got to be careful for that too, though, because the other team's shield. So if you got the initiative, right, you might want to stick around. So that's a balance you got to strike.
Ooh.
Still, each team really beating
Lamar
each
left
other
his
out.
teammate hanging because they're both just jumping on.
Oh, I think he blacked out.
He has blacked out. Pilgrim should be down from this one.
Yeah, blacked out. There it is. Malin takes out Pilgrim, and oh, the glaive has no wings. It's
No
just
wings.
a coffin. It's just a coffin. He's standing still in space. He knows it's over. He's just gonna accept it.
So this one's balanced things out.
Oh
Yin
man.
Yang PvP Sliders both on 3.
Oh man, this is getting close. Ooh. Remember I told you guys it's gonna be a close fight.
Both teams really have the hunger. They really want this win. What ship is that? We've got Super Hornet and one Glaive. One Asperia Glaive replica of a Vandal ship. Very limited edition ship. Not going to be sold again, allegedly, for real money. You will, however, be able to get one in game.
Yep, we'll let you know when they actually start moving. So they're reforming right now. We got PvP Sliders now in position, ready to go, waiting for the other team.
Yin Yang's forming up still.
Yin Yang's still forming up. Awesome. And it looks like
Still waiting for that second Yin Yang player.
looks like they're going.
Oh,
Yep,
intriguing.
they're moving.
Yep,
They're
everyone's moving.
Looks like they separated. So let's see what kind of happens here. So here we go. Lamaro again taking on 2 Hornets at the same time. Let's see if they can focus them down.
He's taking a lot of hits. A lot of hits.
Oh, we got a wing ripped off. This isn't looking good. This isn't
Mara
looking
and
good.
Pilgrim. Pilgrim really needs to
See, now it comes down to the
defend Lamar.
The secondary Hornet. Yeah, the Hornet that's defending the glaive. That thing needs to come down. And if they can focus on him and take him out, because what's happening right now is the Hornet that's defending the glaive right now is getting free shots on I think Malin, because he's trying to focus down that glaive. He's 2v1, and you can see the glaive. All he's doing is trying to waste his time. He's trying to fly away, get him to kind of commit. And there we go.
Ducking the asteroids. There is Lamar. Look at this Pilgrim.
Oh,
That
I think is that it?
I believe that's it.
Wow, that was instant. So Lamar got killed, and then
Pilgrim X died a second later.
Pilgrim X died a second later from a shot, and that was it. That's game.
Congratulations.
That's game. So
That's,
that was so Lamaro's crew was fought really hard, but it looks like this one is going to go to
Yin Yang Twins.
Yin Yang Twins. Yeah. Oh man.
Very, very good effort there. That was going against what we were expecting.
The last
But,
two matches have been super, super close. Like absolutely, like nail biters.
Yeah,
absolutely
it's hard to say.
fantastic effort from both teams there. Which is a very, very entertaining combat and seriously high skill levels. So congratulations to Yin Yang. That means that our final is going to be 11th versus Yin Yang Twins.
Oh,
Presented by all of us.
All of us
All
at the
of
same
us.
time. It's gonna be
Chaos.
nightmarish.
I'll try to stay as quiet as I can because I got to focus on the camera work anyways. But thank you guys all for showing up with us. This has been a fantastic. We've been going for almost 5 hours. This tournament has been going, and it has been a blast so far. I can see how you. I mean, you can really start to see how Arena Commander can become a competitive game, an esport if it wants to, with the right rule sets and everything else like that. It's been very good. So.
Indeed. And speaking of floating coffins, we have the Braven Tooth right here in the channel. So Braven, what's up, man? Hello.
Braven, you there, buddy?
He's shy.
Leaving us hanging.
Microphone troubles there.
He has permission to speak, right? Yeah, he does.
I'd also like to point out this is in fact a replay of round 2, second match in the winners bracket.
Yeah.
Yin Yang versus 11th. 11th did soundly win the first time around.
Yeah.
Indeed.
They won pretty handily.
4-1 that one. This is going to be very interesting to see what happens. I think both teams are going to take a brief break before they get into the next one, but we should be seeing this one up very soon.
Indeed. And while the break's happening, we do have Braven here, but I think he's having some microphone issues. But once he's fixed
Or he's
those...
just shy. One of the two.
Well, he did ask to be in here.
He also promised
Hello.
not to swear, and that's not going to happen either.
I
Yeah,
heard
that
his
was
microphone.
That was a good show from both teams there. Like Glaive again showing up. Everyone, it's your greatest strength. It's also your greatest weakness, right? You paint a huge target on your face when you got those guns, and people want to take you out fast. And that Glaive doesn't really move its ass too fast, so it's tough, man. It's a tough go in a 2v2 setting as well if you got really good communication. So, 2 Hornets working together, man. We see the results. It's close, man.
This later rounds have been pretty much a can you work together as a team? If you can work together as a team, then calling out shots, focusing down when you need to. That's been the difference. Like teamwork has made all the difference at these higher levels, but it's been super close. You can start seeing how good these top competitors are compared to what we've seen so far.
Also, it's also why you're starting to see the differential teams, where you're seeing teams fielding more than one type of ship to use the strengths of both of them.
Mm-hmm. Also, we are now up to $130 in the prize pool. Thank you so much, guys, for all those donations going in towards for the winners. Astro, you're going in. I know we're all commenting, and I'll be using your screen, but does anybody want to actually be in game?
So I think we need to have Templar 1 in it.
I would love to be in the game for that one so I can actually see what's going on.
All right.
Sure.
Well, while we're doing this and waiting for this, we're going to take a brief break for a word from our sponsors.
Leaky bum.
Legendary fighter pilot Aria Riley once said, "Give me a fully loaded Hornet, and I'll shake the gates of heaven." Anvil Aerospace's Hornets have faced Vandal, Xi'an, pirates, and criminals.
Can they hear us?
No.
Anvil Aerospace's Hornets have logged more combat time and kills in more theaters than any other ship in the history of space combat. Battle-tested in the harshest conditions, the Hornet has proven time and again its ability to withstand damage and still be able to dish it out. With all the punishment it handles on a daily basis, don't you think the new Hornet can handle yours?
Honey, you got the ice cream you wanted.
Anvil's new Hornet F7C. See your authorized ship dealer for options.
Alrighty.
Hello.
And we're back. Finally got to work.
It may have only taken us 5 hours, but we
finally got it to work. We're getting everything ready after this last match. Is Braben back here, or are we still having some technical issues with him?
He disappeared, so I think maybe I don't know. Because I heard him shuffling for a second, but I don't know.
Everybody's shuffling.
There he is. He's like, okay, I'm back. So
Okay.
I'm guessing, yeah, we could ask to get him dragged back in again.
Where is he?
Let me get him.
Yeah, go get him.
Get over here, Rabbitooth.
Get fucking here! Oh, I'm interested in seeing this out. What do you guys think? This last match, we've got.
I think the 11th guys will take it.
You think?
And I think, and the reason I say that is because I think their communication is very strong, and I think they've got the ship choice advantage. I think for sure, right? Like it's gonna be. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? I'm excited. I mean, you know, I hate. I don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to talk down in terms of like my own guys and stuff, because like I've flown with those guys and they're fucking amazing guys too, right? And Melon's like betrayed, traitor, right? But I'm excited to see, right? And win or lose, it doesn't matter. It's just this is exciting, man. This is what I wanted to see from Star Citizen, years and years ago, and now it's finally starting to happen. Hey, there's Braven.
I mean, yo, it's Braven. I mean, yo, what's up, Braven?
No,
I mean, like, first of all, though, like, Yin Yang have proven us wrong before, Like, they did take out On Ice. And before that, they took out 11th Hour Bravo. I mean, now they're going after 11th, I guess, Alpha. So we'll see. But, yo, Braventooth, the floating coffin himself, what is up, dude?
Don't even get me started. The second you guys tracked me down before, my Windows decided to actually run an update on its own. So it just,
Microsoft!
Yeah. Anyway, I'm here. So, guys, I actually wanted to say thanks for hosting this and thanks for creating this whole tournament. Because I think AC needs some love.
AC does need some love.
AC needs some love, but we're very lucky that the developers have committed to keeping and updating this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is good to see.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this when we get more of a Star Citizen in a final form and in a beta kind of state. That's have Arena Commander come back and get the kind of work over. Hopefully, things like this will influence. Like, because honestly, I think 2v2 is a great competitive match. It's just it puts in so many different variables.
But elimination style as well. Elimination style gameplay is what we're seeing here right now, right?
Yeah.
And you guys asked me earlier, like, oh, pickup system and whatnot. There's no pickups right now. Like, there's no pickups. There's none of that crap. It's just, it's 2v2. It's this is what you're gonna see in the persistent universe, right? Like, this is what you're gonna see. Two people not maybe more than that, but I mean, once you're out, you're out. Like, you don't respawn and come back, and it's, it's.
Come on, pickups are great.
I think pickups have their space, but I think there definitely needs to be this kind of tournament style or professional style gameplay going on with this kind of stuff. So
yeah, have an arcade mode like I said before, and just allow us to have our elimination style, tournament style dogfighting.
I mean,
invite.
Yep, standby.
I mean, what I look forward to in the future, though, is to have like a proper custom map. I mean, like a custom mode where you hit the
So it's
button
like,
and you can select the parameters you want. So you can select what power-ups, so if any, that kind of thing, you know, and to tailor those matches to the way you want them.
So what you're saying is you
I see
want to
that
bring
being-
back like UT Instagib in Star Citizen?
I mean, if you wanted to. What I mean is, like, you know, like have the option to set it so like you have lives, or have the option to set it to like a score mode, you know. So just to have a bit more control over that, it would make things like this a whole lot more, you know, easy to do. But Braven too, since we have you on, I mean, like, we've heard everything from your fights from Templeman's perspective, but we haven't heard it from his wingman. So
his perspective is flawed, basically. You know, me and Temp go quite a while back together, so with our ups and downs and salt flowing and everything. So,
So are you the real MVP, buddy?
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I will say,
is a really
your
good thing.
patience is fantastic. Like, you do a really good job of waiting for everything to happen and doing and like being patient and attacking when you do. You and Templar working together has been fantastic.
It could have been so much better, but I think my biggest gripe with AC currently is the netcode. Because if you have people playing, if you have people playing from Europe and if you have people playing from the US, and I'm not sure if everyone actually here knows how, for instance, ESP works. ESP gets applied to the last weapon that actually scored a hit on the target.
okay.
So basically, when you're flying against someone, like if I have, I don't know, 150 ping, I have to already lead my target by a few millimeters to actually score a shot on it. And then, like when you're flying a glaive, you're mostly scoring hits with the slower weapon, with the faster weapon, which is the small pew pew guns on the nose of it, which are basically useless. So that actually causes your big guns to also remain behind if you're in a, let's say, a circle strafe fight or something like that. So it extends that lead, that the direction, the amount of millimeters you have to lead by another.
Is it starting?
Millimeters. So,
Yeah, they're starting.
Oh my god!
Getting started.
Oh my god!
It's
Go
two Hornets
boys!
versus two Hornets.
Go 11.
It's Hornet versus Hornet.
It's two Hornet versus two Hornets. It's the Hornet dogfight duel of,
Oh,
of
wow.
the century.
All that diversity boiled down to this.
Being somebody who's fought against Sega and Yannick before, I mean, these guys are fantastic. I love flying against these guys sometimes. And, I mean, there really is not a lot of Hornet pilots out there that can make these things move like that.
Oh, Cigna's down.
Cigna's down with Porky. He's got him. And let's see. Remember, guys, teamwork, right? Teamwork is so important, right? Communication is key. And we see that happening right here, right now. Is, you know, obviously... we had a switch of targets there halfway through the fight in the first 20 seconds, and now we have two Hornets. Yannick just took out Malin, now it's down, and there it is! First one goes to Malin and Porky, an amazing show there. Actually, no, are they still fighting?
Porky just killed Yannick, I think.
Yep, there we go. Yep, that's it.
So Yin Yang takes the first one.
That's the first one, yep.
Yo, I told you, the underdogs, man. The underdogs.
Yin Yang's coming out of nowhere for this one, for sure.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Things are getting very, very messy.
It's very early rounds though. It's, you know, Yannick. I've fought Yannick and Siga many times, and they are not something to be just kind of thrown around. And these guys are amazing, straight up.
So Yin Yang twins, what org are they in?
Yin Yang is both of those guys are Renegade Squadron.
Okay, cool.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Braven.
Not sure what's going on. I'm being kicked out of this channel. It's like someone's having fun with me.
They're like, come here. Okay, go away. Come here. Go away.
Yeah.
Sound the Renegade Horde.
Looks like we're getting set up again for the next one.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I don't. When we say underdogs, we're talking about in this match. 11th has been dominating this tournament so far.
Yeah.
Everything that, they've just been coming to play, and they've been showing it.
Yeah. There's a story behind Yannick as well, because I was away for like 3 or 4 months, like completely from SC after the 2.6 Evocati build.
I needed you, Braven. I needed you.
Yeah, I just got burned out so hard by that. And I came back like 2 weeks ago to play again with my guys, and there's this guy Yannick recruited, and I'm like, okay, who's this scrub? Let's do 1v1s and everything. And then suddenly he's like obliterating me every single time, and I'm like, what just happened? Who did we recruit? He's just a bloody monster. So yeah. He's a fantastic pilot that always keeps his head cool, which is also very, very, very important. I get too emotional.
And we're seeing that right now. They're getting really into it. No kills yet, but everyone's slugging it out.
Yeah, you know what? Raven raised a really good point. Yeah, keeping your head cool.
Oh,
That is
we have someone who's passed out. We got a blackout.
Blacked out.
There it is.
He's
Who's
back
he gonna
up.
be?
He's back up.
Oh! I thought he was gonna take him.
How?
There's a lot of damage being thrown. We're gonna start seeing a lot of pops pretty soon here. A lot of Hornets getting tired, getting wrecked up.
Yeah, this is not a finesse match. This is a heavyweight boxing match.
This is a brawl. This is a brawl. This is who can hit harder, hit faster. Like
get stuff on target faster. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. Oh man, there's a lot of damage being thrown around right now.
So again, these guys are choosing to fight out.
Some wings falling off.
Yep. Again,
there we go.
There we go. Now it's 2v1. Pops are gonna start happening. It's gonna happen.
So again, these guys are choosing to fight out in the open as opposed to using the asteroids around them. Is that because I think you mentioned before they were invisible?
Asteroids.
Yes, yeah.
Don't want to risk it, Don't want to risk it in those invisible asteroids. I mean, asteroids you can see are one thing. Invisible asteroids something totally different.
Very true.
It looks like it's all over. Unless
we'll have to
there
see.
it goes.
And there it is. Another one for Renegade again. And
Yin Yang pulls it out.
The teamwork, guys, communication switching targets at the same time in tandem, and who's on who, and what damage states you're at, that kind of stuff. Like, I wish I could pull you into the TeamSpeak and listen to what these guys sound like when they're talking, because it makes Braven, you know what I'm talking about too, right?
Yep.
Like
It's just not going to be family friendly.
It's not. It's not. It's not family friendly. It's very fast. It's very straight to the point. And that's what you got to have. You got to keep your cool too, right? I'm so proud of my guys right now. You have no idea.
They're my boss.
They're my boys. They're doing good. Go, boys, go. Sorry.
All right, so that's them securing the second round.
Yeah, they're getting reset up right now.
So how many is it for the final?
To come back.
Still best of 7 in the final, or is the final slightly different?
I think it's best of 7, same as what we've been doing.
All right, go.
Now remember that both of these teams are winners because they're both going to walk home with some of the purse.
Yeah, they get some of the prize money here. The issue is who gets the most. That's what they're fighting for.
Do I smell collusion, Astro? Are they gonna just get 50-50?
Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna be quiet right now.
That's possible.
Yeah, you guys need to let some dramatic.
Right. So here we go. We got him again. Right back into the brawl. And what I want you guys to look for during this fight is watch the switching of targets. Right. So right now, I'm not sure which Hornet that is right now, getting fucked up, but it's got a lot of damage on it. He's going defensive. He's trying to get as much time for his wingman to get in there and start fragging the next guy coming in. We got another Hornet again down with a wing. We're gonna start seeing
someone's
pops.
blacked out. No, there he is. He's back.
We're gonna start seeing pops happening pretty soon.
Yep.
There might be a Hornet that's blacked out, yeah, but he might be disengaging, right? And also,
Yannick just.
There's Yannick. There it is, right? So here it's 2v1.
Now it's 2v1.
Oh.
Now it's that slug match again. I don't think the other guys are wounded enough to matter right now.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see what happens here.
This match is about to fall apart.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to watch. We got a lot of good movements coming from Porky here, right? A lot of good thruster changes, watching that range, but it's a tough fight, man. There we go. See, and there it is. Porky. Once it's that first kill, it just seals it.
11 has just proven that you just cannot count anybody out in these late rounds with one.
But once it boils down to 2v1, then you're a bit in some trouble if you haven't done enough damage to the other person's counterpart,
Especially on the Hornets, which are extremely firepower based and just damage soaking
exactly.
sponges.
As opposed to if you, say, take out a glaive and just leave it floating with the hull.
I actually blacked out at the end of that when I was just with a floating hull. And I still could have gotten him. But, you know.
With the firepower of an Aurora CL.
Yeah. Doable. Still doable.
Like, just awesome fights, man. These are brawl fights, dude. I mean, you can't ask for more fucking action than this, dude.
Absolutely. Right at the moment, it's literally just 2-on-2, everyone punching each other as much as you can.
Yeah.
Two laser hornets. Like, it's like all 4 are laser hornets, all 4 are joystick pilots. Sorry, Malon's a mouse bot, but he's flying fixed.
Yeah.
I mean, it is exciting to watch, man.
Yeah, both Yannick and Zynga. Actually, Zynga is a Hotas pilot.
All right, so the combat started again. Again, it's really difficult to tell who's fighting who because unfortunately we don't have the name tags with the spectator mode, and they're all using the same ship. But it's looking like anybody's game so far. They're all seeming to attack different targets right now. It's a Mexican standoff again here.
Looks like there is some focusing fire going on both sides, though.
That's why you gotta watch the communication, right? Look at the movements between both these hornets. As soon as one guy starts getting 2v1, you start seeing them disengage.
Yeah.
And that's what you should do, right? You kind of buy time for your next guy coming in. So it's, you know, you gotta watch the heat on your guns. You gotta watch your shields. It can be a struggle, a real struggle sometimes, managing between all of that and your shield facings and whatnot.
The tensions must be super high with the money on the line as well. It can't be easy.
Well, absolutely too, right? You got the added stress of showing up for your buddies, right? You don't want to let your guys down. It's good, man. This is why they train, right? This is why we fly together and stuff like this. I can't wait, man. This is just the first tournament of many, many, many tournaments, I hope.
Indeed.
Yeah, so they're being a bit more defensive here. We're seeing what's going on, looking for that communication. One of the Hornets lost both of its top guns, so we got a lot of damage being removed from one of those Hornets.
Looks like that Hornet's going head-to-head with a wingless one too. It is a bloody fight right now. No one's coming out of this thing unscathed. Oh, there goes Porcupine.
There
it is. Yannick.
There we go. So that was really nice. Actually, watching like from my screen here, I was following chase cam one of these Hornets, and he was coming in, and all I see was 2 Hornets side by side. Zynga just took out Malon. Now it's going to be a fight. Here we go, 1-on-1. That duel is done. He went for the wounded Hornet. So you can see a lot of small movements, right? Small left, right, up, down kind of movements. This is going to allow the Hornets to, because you only need to move just enough to get the shot to miss. You don't need to go in big sweeping motions and G-lock yourself and have all these issues. You know, obviously, let's see. One of these Hornets is having some serious heat issues right now.
Oh,
and there we go. There's a wing that's gone.
Yeah,
it's looking good.
Oh, they're getting the stamina is draining on these ships. They're
down to their last few heat charges. They got
tired.
one of them. Yeah, one of them is going to have to make a decision here to disengage to let those guns cool down.
And then Signal got him.
There it is.
Tying it all up in the finals. Oh.
It's so close.
Dang, this one's getting very close.
I actually wonder if we're more excited and more twitchy about this whole than the guys that are actually playing.
Oh, I'm sure they're cool as cucumbers right now. But they're putting on a great show for like this.
Yeah.
It's like a heavyweight prize fight right now.
When I stopped on our TS earlier, and Yannick and Zynga were just like icy cold and like completely cool.
Yeah. Oh shit! 2v2, Braven, it's happening.
Oh my god! Yeah, I know.
It's nice because you got the leader of 11th Hour, Braven Tooth, and you got the leader of Renegade, myself too, and both our teams, both the guys that we train and spend time with, are out there fighting it out. It's just, fuck, man, that's awesome, dude. Like win or lose, doesn't matter who wins or loses, man. I'm just excited. This is fun, dude.
Yep.
Reset now. 2v2, best of 4 or best of 7, first of 4. We're coming down to the last nail biting moments here.
Potentially the second last round.
It's potentially the second last round.
Potentially, yeah. All right, it started again.
My god, it's so annoying to watch this when I hear your commentary and then I see it happening on the screen a few seconds later.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, and yes, indeed, we don't have leaders in the 11th. We're basically a democratic org.
Right, so it seems
That's
to
a
be
good point.
they've changed their tactics here a little bit. It seems to be a bit more of a protracted fight here. They're like flying in long lines as opposed to circle strafing. But now that they've made it towards the edge, I think they're going back to square one here. It looks like a knife fight. Really, again, they're really close.
Yeah, it went from long lobs to real close in.
Yeah, I really do like those long flights though. You know, like it
Malin just got out. Signa killed Porky.
Boundary.
That's game
Blackout
point.
Yeah,
match.
there it is. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So we got 3 for 11th.
Yeah, from going down from coming down from a 2-0 deficit, 11th is now up by 1. They have game point.
Match point. Tournament point.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Gonna be fun.
No pressure or anything, but I really hope they don't screw this up.
No pressure. No pressure.
At some point, it does become your game to lose, as opposed
Yes.
to the
Yeah.
enemy
I mean,
team's to win.
it is 11's game to lose. They have everything going for them. All of the the Yin Yang has to bring it. They have to readjust, figure out what's been going wrong, and bring it back in.
Daddy Braven sitting here watching. He's pulling his hair out right now.
No, I'm actually chewing on my fingernails.
Looks like we're just about ready to start the next one.
Looks like
And
we're
they're
going
off.
again.
And we're good. And big congratulations to both of these teams for making it all the way to the finals.
Definitely. I mean, if anybody needs thanks, it's them for putting on such a show.
Oh, it's been amazing. I'm loving this just protracted brawl that turns into a knife fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Malin kills Yannick. RS coming out
already.
swinging from the get-go.
Yannick very early out there.
RS
Yeah, that
needs
was
this.
really fast.
They need
Yeah.
this round, otherwise it's the end, man. It's
Yeah,
match
this-
point.
They're coming in with everything. And Signa got Malin.
Oh dear.
It's a
pretty
duel.
close.
This may decide the entire tournament.
These are coming down to shields and heat management.
Yeah, looking for those shots.
God damn it, I'm
Oh, and then Signa does it. Signa did it.
Yeah,
11th wins it all.
there it is.
Congratulations.
Massive
Boys,
congratulations.
you make me proud.
That was fantastic to watch.
Yep.
That was good.
awesome.
That was
Yep.
great.
Say what you want about the new flight model that they had implemented a couple patches ago, but I really do love these like the way you can zip really fast, but also at the same time have these knife fights, right? It does make for
absolutely.
some, you know, if anything, it makes for some really good TV, you know?
Yeah.
Because
And-
they're so
yep.
close, you can see everything, you can see bits flying off. It's great.
Yeah, and
The,
I think there's a major point here to be made as well, that basically, like, there's a lot of commotion around, you know, like mouse interactive mode, gimbals, and everything. But as we can basically see in this tournament, aside of Mr. Mouse Jesus, I mean, literally almost everyone flew fixed.
Yep.
And there's a good reason for that, because
Yep.
the gimbals are just not competitive anymore as much as they used to be.
Oh yeah.
They certainly used to be the meta, but nowadays,
They're
an extra
easy.
1/3 damage from the size increase is worth it.
Yep. If you get that, it's easy to pick up, and I think the interactive mode should stay. You know, burn me at the stake for that, but it's easy to pick up. It's people that just come into the game can get some hits on target, and then as they progress and learn and grow into the game, they start realizing, maybe I should improve myself and start going towards a more difficult platform, and that's what you see.
It's and we're also seeing just a really interesting choice of ships. It was very cool to see the Super Hornet fight at the end, because it really did bring a very different style of battle to what we've been seeing previously.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this was a lot more dynamic than I thought it was going to be at the end of it. There's just with so many different types of ships coming out. I'm hoping we'll see more as the patches come forward, as they do balance passes. We see things like the Hurricane and the Buccaneer coming into the game, that we see even more of a dynamic ships, bringing the Gladius into it. As well as everything else we've seen. I think the future's looking bright for Arena Commander for sure. If you're interested in
And
Arena Commander.
I feel like once we move on and we get more of those ships with roles, you know, the one like the Terrapins meant to be tanky and that kind of thing, I'd like to see where they would fit in these kind of games, and if we could do 3v3s or 4v4s, and actually have proper squadron battles, like squadron duels, even in the same kind of manner where roles will play a factor.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the other way you can go is you can bring it be 2 ship versus 2 ship, which could be 2 people per ship, could be 4 people per ship.
Mm-hmm.
Really mix things up a lot.
Oh yeah.
Because 2 ship versus 2 ship when they're all Polarises could be entertaining.
Very interesting. Yeah, running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to fight fires on that massive ship. That sounds. I'd watch it. Just give me the person perspective, and I'll do it.
So one ship that we didn't see today that Templar actually did say, his boys, they love to fly that ship. We did not see a single Gladius.
Nope,
and I was looking forward to seeing, not competitive enough.
Nope,
fair enough.
It's not competitive. It's not even like a little bit competitive at this level.
It's made of paper. It has it has like a total of size 6 guns in comparison to like you take the Saber with size 12 counted.
Okay, so you're talking about it in reference to then, I suppose, making it that level then.
I think if you want to see Gladiuses performing at the higher levels, then you just need to give the Gladius a bit of a gun increase, which is not by much. Like if they gave it 2 size 3s, so its wing mounts were size 3s, so it would have effectively half the damage output of a Saber, because the Saber has 4 size 3s. If a Gladius had 2 size 3s, that it could fix.
Well, then it would have 3 size 3s actually, because its nose gun is always a nice 3 size.
No, you're wrong. So it does have a gimbal size 2, but it does not have a fixed size 3 platform. It's a specialty.
And you can't put a size 3 on it.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused with the fact that you used to be able to put 2 of its gimbaled nose mounts on the wings as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so fun.
It was so disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, but fun. Oh well, that was a fantastic match. Congratulations to the 11th for the win, Signa and Yannick. You guys did fantastic. Every team did really well. I want to thank.
I'm bloody proud of you boys.
I want to thank Malagos and Chief Gully and Corwin for setting it up. From Renegade Squadron, Enemy Contact, and LTT Conglomerate were the ones who were doing our officiators. And, of course, all the commentators here tonight, which were Fairassault, Meyer, Templar 1, and myself. And thank you for all the interviews we've had come on, Braben and...
I didn't swear.
You didn't swear, which is fantastic.
Congratulations!
A lot. I'm a nice guy.
And Mission, thank you for coming on and talking with us. It was fantastic getting into that insight so far. So I believe it was the final pool was like 150. So 70% of 150 goes to the 11th, and 30% of that goes to the Yin Yang. We'll be doing more of these in the future. We'll stick around for a little bit longer and see as we kind of wrap down from all this stuff. But
yeah, I personally like to thank you guys for hosting this and for running the commentary, because it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that was good. That was exciting to watch, man. That was really good. Good flying,
you
guys.
Some highlight reel soon as well.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, this just in. We now have the winners in the channel. We have Yannick and Shimon in the team right now.
What's up, boys?
Congratulations, man.
Shimon,
awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was a lot of fun to participate in this tournament.
Yo,
and we should do this more often, though. Yeah, thank you.
I think you've proven to me and to everybody else that you are dangerous, super dangerous.
You're elite and dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, elite dangerous.
Well, everyone that joined was a very good pilot, and all the matches were pretty tough. And I'm kind of happy we won, me and Yannick.
Yeah, congratulations.
Are you happy to sort of go the other way on the... Sorry, are you happy to do the rematch of that second round and come up against the same team again?
Yeah, sure, why not?
It was quite interesting to see the same battle happen a second time with the finals.
Yeah.
And go a very different way. a little bit more even. It still did go to 11th, but not by as much.
No,
Oh
I mean,
man, it was very even. Really.
you guys pulled it out at the end from a 2-0 deficit, and Renegade was not letting you take it. Like at that last part, they came hard, quick, and they you just did not get down to that. That was the only problem.
So can you two explain to me your process? You know, like in terms of what you were doing, what you were thinking that then and there in that fight. You know, like did you know who you were gonna pick out first of all? Was it just random? Were you like, oh, he's the closest one? Like, kind of talk us through the process, if you will.
Secret.
Trade secrets. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can say something before we start, is that in all of these 2v2 matches, you must realize that at this sort of level, it may go one way or another. Sometimes by luck, sometimes by various things. So just to clear that up. I think it's no secret that most of the teams usually when we play in squad battles just target the most what is supposed to be the most dangerous target first. This is the general thinking, really. And beyond that, the second thought that obviously comes into your mind is as soon as you get fire on your tail, just bail out, or so that you live to fight another day, let's say.
On the last match, we both focused on Melon first. And even if he was chasing away, we would follow him. And I noticed that Porcupine was on my back, so I just disengaged and just went straight back to Melon.
Right. Well, that first statement about things being, just down to luck is very modest, coming from the winners of a tournament. Now's your time to say, yeah, we're the best, they couldn't have beaten us.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh no, we're all
congratulations again, guys.
Because you're the best. Better than all the rest.
No, we're all, with the guys with the Renegade Squadron, we're all friends. We all play together, even in the same squads in public matches. So we're really friends with these guys, we're and me and Siga in particular, we are really low profile kind of people. So yeah.
Not anymore.
Nope, you got all the glory.
This is what I was talking to you guys about before. This is why these guys are fucking awesome. That right there is exactly why. So I gotta say, I gotta tip my hat to Yannick and Siga, man. You guys fight great, man. Like, keep it up, right? And I can't wait, because the next tournament, you bet your ass, baby, I'm gonna come up on you.
Thank you, Tempa.
I will say you guys did just win a 6-hour tournament in front of over 150 people. So. That was,
oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
great.
so.
I didn't watch the stream at all. I will watch it.
Low profile might not apply anymore.
No. Yeah, people know who you are now. And
I love you guys. I totally love you.
Cheers, buddy.
So if all of you guys are, anybody who's watching is interested, the Star Citizen Competitive Combat Club does do these. We're going to be doing these matches pretty frequently, these tournaments, and anyone can apply. You don't have to be an organization. You can be just a pickup team. Doesn't matter. Just join our Discord or our and check our Twitter for more information. So you get, if this kind of stuff interests you, it's here for you. And at least myself, I know I'm fairly sure Fairasult and Meyer will probably come back and want to do this again because it was very fun. Meyer will never do it again.
Done.
Yeah, this is
if I manage to
definitely
sit down, I'm going to eat first.
Yeah.
My best experience so far in Star Citizen. It's just awesomeness. And thank you guys for hosting and the commentary. It's great, man.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
No problem.
You guys and the guys that helped all this. And being here with us for 6 hours, helping doing all the matches, you are the real heroes, I suppose, here, because we were actually having fun. So
Yeah, I think that's
the guys in command as well who are doing all the behind the scenes stuff, making sure that all the different league tables are done and everything, and actually getting this thing off the ground in the first place. So thank you guys as well.
Big props to Malagos.
I think that's the biggest trophy. So when we all come together and just have fun, I think that's the best part of this whole community.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hopefully this will get some attention as well, maybe on someone
Yeah.
from CIG end to implement some hotfixes and some stuff for the upcoming patches to make it a more fluid experience, especially with the lobbies logging on, etc., etc. And if I could actually suggest something for the next tournament, because I know there's like hundreds or not even thousands of players who like try to play on a daily basis. They hop in and they get completely shredded by people in Hornets, people in Sabers, people in Glaives, etc.
Mhm.
So what I think, and that was the original plan before this tournament actually happened by some other guys whose name I forgot, and I apologize for that. What would actually be really cool would be to actually do a tournament exactly like this, but say you ban the Sabers, you ban the Hornets, you ban the Glaives, you ban the Vanguards, you ban the Cutlasses. So it's ships like Avengers, Gladeye, Auroras, Cartual.
Auroras, yes.
Yeah, because Auroras
Spec
actually
Aurora.
can be
Spec
competitive
Aurora.
against those ships. So
Yeah, having a tier list would be really good, and I think that would actually increase. I mean, like we had some really good quality games right here, and we did see that towards the end it did kind of boil down to Super Hornets at the end. But yeah, having a different tier list. I think South by Southwest, when they were doing their racing, they had like the Donkey class, and then they had the actual racing class ships. I mean, having something like that with this, where you had at least 2 different tiers for people who wanted to use the slower ships, because you can fly your Super Hornets, you can fly your Buccaneers when they're out, but to me, the LN is my favorite ship. So,
dude, I'd love to have a like a starter bracket where you have like
Spec LN
LNs versus or Auroras versus Mustangs and any kind of configurations. It would probably boil down to LNs versus Deltas, but
Oh,
we'll
definitely,
see.
yeah.
oh god, not the Mustangs. It's not the Mustangs. But yeah, I mean that low tier could potentially spark up some interest of people who are just lurking and are just too afraid to even start playing or even come to be competitive with some.
Exactly. Because
I mean, if you get hit in an Aurora MR event, it's not. You can take a lot of hits before you go down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes an infinite number.
Yeah.
we actually did a couple of really good games this morning, since we're European based. We actually went as a team of 4 Auroras into squad battle, and we were just shredding everything anyway.
Oh,
nice.
It's on YouTube, by the way, on my channel if you want to look.
Keeping low profile.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna go back, but I really had fun. Thanks for letting me commentate and whatnot, and participating in all of this, and great flying from the 11th hour guys, great flying from all the other teams and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was good, man. It's exciting, and I really hope that this becomes a thing, man. This is a monthly or a bi-monthly type thing that happens. That
agreed.
It's 150 people now, but there is nothing stopping us from bringing that up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and the game gets more developed, and prizes get bigger. Because that, in my opinion, man, that's a dream come true, dude. That's why that's why I pledged for Star Citizen. That's why I'm here. So let's do it, man.
Donations. CIG donations.
All right, boys. Peace out.
Later, man. I actually honestly think that it's probably best that CIG keeps out of this, because if it's ours, if it's the communities, then they can't touch it. And if we can control it, we